Roll call. So we are ready to go. Staff Akashina. Again, welcome this afternoon to the 24th Navajo Nation Council special session on Monday, December 19th, 2022. We have posted 1:00 p.m. to begin our proceedings. So therefore, let's begin with a roll call.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call via text. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable
Delegate
Eugenia
Charles Newton is on the line.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not answer roll call. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Morning, Freeland Chair. Good afternoon, Freeland Chair.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer roll call. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Speaker Pro Temp Chair Jamie Hino answered roll call. Speaker Pro Temp. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Otto is excused. Honorable Charlene So.
I'm present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is present. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika is present. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer. Roll call. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'm present.
Honorable Elmer Begay answered. Roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered. Roll call. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Good afternoon, Delegate Herman Daniels Jr. present.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not. Honorable Pernell Halona answered. Roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered. Roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair, vote. Delegate Yellowhair is present.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered. Roll call. Pro Temp Speaker, you have 17 members present, excuse me, 16 members present, including yourself.
Thank you for the roll call. We do have 16 members that are present and they answered roll call. And we do have Delegate Edison Wanika, Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. and Vice Chairman Thomas Walker Jr. here in council chambers with me and Delegate Pernell Halona also. So with that, let's move forward to our proposed agenda for the 24th Navajo Nation Council special meeting. And this morning, it is 1:15 PM and we are hereby in order for business here. Invocation this morning, Shanata, Delegate Elmer P. Begay provided invocation for us for the day. So Kehala, Shanata. So item 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. Shanata, 24th Navajo Nation Council, are there any requests to recognize guests or visiting officials? Hearing none, we'll move forward on our agenda, review and adopt the proposed agenda. Manuel, Mr. Rico, if you would read the proposed agenda into the record for us, please.
Good afternoon, Speaker Pro Tem and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is the proposed agenda of the 24th Navajo Nation Council Special Session, Monday, December 19th, 2022. Navajo Nation Council Chambers, Winter Rock, Navajo Nation. Presiding Honorable Otto So Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, reports none. 5, old business. Old business A, legislation 0110-22. B, legislation 0159-22. 6, new business. New business A, legislation 0075-22. B, legislation 0109-22. C, legislation 0176-22. D, legislation 0182-22. E, legislation 0187-22. F, legislation 0192-22. G, legislation 0198-22. H, legislation 0040-22. I, legislation 0108-22. J, legislation 0157-22. K, legislation 0186-22. L, legislation 0188-22. M, legislation 0190-22. N, legislation 0201-22. O, legislation 0223-22. P, legislation 0224-22. Q, legislation 0228-22. R, legislation 0240-22. 7, close of session announcements, adjournment.
Again, Mr. Rico, for the reading of the proposed agenda into the record. Is there a motion? Motion to accept the agenda as read. Motion by Shanata, Delegate Edison Wanika. Is there a second?
Second by Charles Newton.
Shanata, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, second. So we do have a motion second on the floor for the agenda. Are there any questions, comments regarding the proposed agenda?
Chair Hanyo, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Shanata, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Hanyo. I would like to request or to make a motion to amend the agenda to add legislation 0193-22, 0227-22, and 0023-22. These are 3 legislations that were read and voted on at the Nabik-Iatske prior to the special council being called. I reserve my time.
Machine reserve time at 4 minutes and 26 seconds. There a motion for amendment number 1 on the floor to add legislation 193-22, 227-22, and 0023-22. Is there a second to amendment number 1? We have amendment.
Delegate Yeller, motion second.
Motion second by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. So we do have a motion second for amendment number 1. Any
Point
questions,
of order,
comments?
just Vice Chair Smith. Point of order, Vice Chair Smith.
On point of order, Vice Chair Smith, what's the point of order?
My point of order is adding these legislations on. They haven't been signed pursuant to the rules. Could we have that like we normally do? Once we get them signed, and we can suspend floor rules and add them on, rather than adding them on without having the committee report signed. And that's how we usually do it. That's my point of order.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith, your point of order regarding the signature on the committee reports for these three legislations. I did sign them as soon as we took action on them, and they are being referred to Navajo Nation Council through Office of Legislative Services at this time. Vice Chair Smith.
Agushi, thank you for that clarification, Pro Temp Speaker. Appreciate that.
And also thank you to the staff. As indicated earlier, our staff are very professional and on top of everything. So thank you, staff here on council chambers. Any questions, comments on amendment number 1?
I have a question.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay, question, amendment number 1.
Yeah, Chair, can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you.
Yeah, if this was already passed, I mean, at the I want the Charles Newton and Dr. Charles Newton selected again. I would add legislation 0130-19 too, if she's going to do that. That'll be my amendment to her, or shall I do it right now?
No, shouldn't that delegate Elmer P. Begay, are you making a request to modify amendment number 1?
Yeah, if it's appropriate like that, I'll make that request.
Madam Chair Charles Newton. There's a request from Delegate Elmer P. Begay to modify your motion to add legislation 130-19.
I'm good with that, Chair Henyo.
There is acceptance by the motion party, Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, Nishant, you're holding the second. So therefore, legislation 0130-19 has been added to the amendment number 1. Any further questions, comments? Hearing none. If there are no questions, comments on amendment number 1, we'll go to roll call vote. Ms. Nota?
Point of privilege, Chair Henyo.
Before we go to the vote, point of privilege, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair Henyo. I just want to get clarification, and just so that we are fair with past proceedings. I know that the agenda does list 0240, which is my legislation for the Title 17. However, there was not a vote taken at Nabik-Iatske. So can we still consider this legislation here at council? Can I get some clarification on that, Chair Henyo?
Thank you for your question on the legislation. Madam Chair Charles Newton. With this, Ms. Barboff?
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Chairwoman Charles Newton. After discussion with the attorneys at the Office of Legislative Counsel, all of us agree that the legislation, because it has not been acted on by council, that it should not move on. However, in the past, Mr. Rico has pointed out that legislations have indeed moved on. So now we have a question for the council and the speaker. And my recommendation is that because no action was taken, that it shall not move on. Back to you, Speaker.
Christina Ikeda, Ms. Barba for the clarification from the Office of Legislative Counsel. Back to Shinada, Madam Chair. Eugenia Charles Newton, as you've heard from Ms. Barba, legislation 240-22 was not acted upon as time had expired, and I had signed a committee report to that effect. Madam Chair Charles Newton, do you have a follow-up?
Thank you, Chair Henyo, and thank you, Dana, for that clarification. That was why I asked the question, was because in my notes, I know that there was two conflicting, I guess, answers in terms of whether that legislation should be added. Because this is such an important legislation, and because we don't want anything to stall it, what I will request in my motion to amend, Chair Henyo, is that that we remove 0240-22 from the agenda, since there was no vote on it. And I believe that there may have been some amendments that were going to be proposed. And so I'm good with having it removed and having another special council or a special Nabikiatsket call specifically for the Title 17 amendments. Chair Henyo, that's part of my response to the point of privilege. So I know I got 4 minutes and 26 seconds left. So if you want me to take that time to make a to amend that amendment, I can certainly do that, or maybe another delegate can do that. Chair Henyo.
Okay, Madam Chair Charles Newton. There is nobody else in the queue, so I'll go back to reserve time. Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Chair Henyo, that I'll go ahead and include the removal of 0240-22 from the special council session today. It is with a heavy heart that I do make this amendment at this time. But as was stated by Chief Legislative Counsel, no action was taken at Nabikiatsket, so it shouldn't be added to the agenda. I reserve my time, Chair Henyo.
Agustina, reserve time at 4 minutes. Oh, 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Agustina, 4 minutes and 3 seconds. So we'll move forward to modifying the motion to delete legislation 240-22. Shinada Delegate Jimmy Yellow Hair, you're holding the second. Inshallah.
I think I still concur that one. Yeah.
Agustina. So that amendment number 1 has been modified to remove legislation 240-22 from the agenda. Shinada, 24th Navajo Nation Council, any further questions, comments? Then I'll go back to reserve time. 4 minutes and 3 seconds. Madam Chair, before I go to reserve time, I did hear Shinada Delegate Mark Freeland. Do you wish to be added to the queue for amendment number 1?
Oh.
Okay,
Thank you.
The floor is yours, Shinada.
Do I have the floor, Shinada?
Oh, you have the floor.
Augustine, thank you. Augustine and Shinada, thank you. Just in regards to Stage Honorable Charles Newton's request, didn't we do this before, though? Didn't we set a precedent on having legislations be heard at council that bypass the Nabikiatsket? That's my council. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Agustina, 4 minutes and 40 seconds reserve time. Again, Delegate Mark Freeland, as the sponsor of the amendment number 1 has stated earlier that she wishes that it goes through the full cycle of Nabikiatia with the proper vote and action, and did not want to jeopardize the legislation itself by just moving it forward. So that's the reason why it requested to be removed. Delegate Freeland.
Christina, I'll go ahead and waive my time. Thank you, Shanat. Clarification.
Your time is so waived. Going back to reserve time. Madam Chair Charles Newton, 4 minutes and 3 seconds.
Thank you, Chair Hanyo, and thank you, Delegate Freeland, for that question. As I stated, it is with a heavy heart that I do remove this from the council agenda for the reasons stated, that I don't want anything to impede these new laws being enacted. So it'll give, I guess, grounds for somebody to contest in the event that it does pass. So that was the reason why I did have it removed. But Chair Hanyo, I'd like to ask if we could also in this amendment move L, O, and also Q as consent agenda items. I believe that these are legislations that didn't have any objections as it went through Nabik Iatke, and there were no questions that were asked. So I'd like to ask council that we take that into consideration. Chair Henyo, we can do it now, or we can do amendment number 2 to do a consent agenda, however you'd like to proceed. Other than that, I waive my time. Thank you.
Okay, I made a mistake here, Shananda. You have 4 minutes and 26 seconds on the main motion, so therefore you still have the remainder of your balance without taking anything away. And what we'll do is we'll go to vote on amendment number 1. Then we'll go back to the main motion again. And if you wish to do so, Shananda, we can develop a consent agenda at that time. So with this, if there are no further questions on amendment number 1, let's go to roll call vote. Ms. Nota.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty is excused. Honorable Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Vote clear.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Speaker Otto So is excused. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, vote clear. Go ahead.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Amber Canes Bakrati votes red via text. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund, excuse me. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Pro Temp Chair with a vote of 18 in favor, 1 opposed, and Pro Temp Chair not voting.
18 in favor, 1 opposed, Amendment 1 receives a due pass. So we have added 4 legislations to our agenda and deleted 1. Back to the main motion. And I don't see anybody in the queue. So go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Eugenia Chalzin, 4 minutes and 26 seconds.
Thank you, Chair Henyo and colleagues. I would like to propose amendment number 2, and that is a consent agenda for items L, O, and Q. Item L is legislation number 0188-22. O is legislation 0223-22. And Q, which is approving an operating agreement, legislation 0228-22. That is by motion at this time. I reserve my time.
3 minutes and 52 seconds reserve time. Amendment number 2, developing a consent agenda for legislation 188-22, which is on the agenda as L. Then on the agenda as O, legislation 0223-22, and on the agenda as Q, legislation 0228-22. Is there a second to amendment number 2?
Chair Pro Tem, this is Delegate Brown. I came a quick question. Wasn't it 188 a part of the consent agenda also?
Recognizing your second to amendment number 2, and the question is 188 is being added as a consent agenda at this time. There is no consent agenda with the present agenda we have before us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that on amendment number 2, the floor is open for questions, comments. Shananta, Delegate Amber Canes Bakrati, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Delegate Henyo. I'd like to, I have questions regarding L, and I have questions regarding Q. If you could remove those off of the request for the consent, thank you. I'll reserve my time if needed.
Okay, 4 minutes and 47 seconds is reserve time. So therefore, there is, if there are questions regarding two legislations, regarding, on the consent, proposed consent, and, leaving only one, then there leaves a no consent agenda. We will proceed with the business as stated on the proposed agenda. We're back on the main motion. Any further questions or comments on the main motion? Denoya, we'll go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Noon, 3 minutes and 52 seconds.
Chair Henyo, without taking time, I think somebody was trying to speak right at the same time that you were speaking. So I hope my time is not taken, so you can recognize whoever was trying to speak.
Madam Chair Charles Noon. With this, I believe was Ms. Dana Barba. Ms. Barba. Ms. Barboff going once. Ms. Barboff going twice. Ms. Dana Barboff going 3 times. Okay, let's move back to the main motion. Is there any request to speak on the main motion? Today I'll go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Noon.
Thank you, Chair Henyo. My question is, I know this might sound silly, but legislation 0223-22. So you can't have one legislation on a consent agenda. I reserve my time.
3 minutes and 40 seconds. Jananda, if there's only one legislation, it'd be like just kind of just doing that legislation by itself on the regular agenda. So it really would be yeah, awkward the way I see it. But if you still wish to pursue it, the floor will be back. It's up to the council here, 24th Nomination Council, how they wish to treat their agenda. Shanada, Madam Chair Charles Zoom.
Thank you, Chair Hanyo. I guess I'll just go ahead and no consent agenda. Thank you. I waived the rest of my time. Thank you.
For the being part of the discussion on the agenda, main motion. There's a reserve time, 4 minutes and 47 seconds. I think, yeah. That's it. Any further questions or comments on the main motion? Denoya, hearing none. With second reading, Manuel.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Before I go to the second reading, there was an email sent by Ms. Dana Barboff. I believe that's why she was trying to get on. Legislation 0186-22 is actually a 2/3 vote. So that one would need to move up, Chairman. So that would be above legislation 0040-22. Which is current item H. Speaker Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rico, for the clarification here. 0186-22, sponsored by Shenandoah Aquila. Delegate Wilson C. Stewart Jr. is a 2/3 vote. Therefore, Shenandoah 24th Nomination Council, we will need an amendment to move this legislation from letter where it's currently at, as letter K, all the way up to the last item, past the consent agenda, which would be item F. Oh, no, hold on. It would be item G. H. It would be item H, right? Yeah. Okay, so that's what we need. Shenandoah 24th Nomination Council will need an amendment to move item one agenda up the line here.
Pro Tem Speaker, Delegate Stewart.
Okay, Shenandoah, Delegate Wilson C. Stewart Jr., you have the floor.
Yes, Pro Tem Speaker Shania. Chairman Henio, I wish to make that amendment, to move that legislation up regarding the 2/3 vote.
There's a motion on the floor for amendment number 2 to move legislation 0186-22 from its current position of letter K to letter H, and moving legislation 0040-22 down the line to letter I and renumbered after that, relettering after that. Is there a second?
Delegate Rick Nez, second.
Christina, we do have a motion by Delegate Wilson C. Stewart Jr. and then second by Chairman Rick Nez. We do have a motion second on amendment number 2. Any questions or comments on amendment number 2? Hearing none, Denoya, let's move to a roll call vote for amendment number 2. Ms. Nota?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Point of order, this is Daniel. Chair, Pro Tem Speaker.
Okay, hold off on your voting, Bobby. Point of order, Shenandoah, Delegate Herman Daniels Jr.
Thank you for the Pro Tem Speaker. Did we do second reading of that amendment?
Ndaga, we have not gotten to the second reading yet, Shenandoah, though. We are still on the main motion on the agenda at this time. And there's amendment number 2 to move legislation 186-22, which is a 2/3 legislation up the line to letter H on the current agenda that you have, and then moving everything down. But a case in the Shenandoah, that's amendment number 2.
Thank you.
Kushina, Ms. Nota, continue voting.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Yeah, vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty did not vote.
Got it. I apologize. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Speaker Otto So is excused. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
Hold on, hold.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
What are we voting on this one here? Pro Tem Speaker, Honorable Henio.
Commissioner and Delegate Jimmy Gill here. We are voting on amendment number 2, which is to move legislation, which is currently under K, to 186-22, up the line to replace letter H. It's
Okay.
amendment number 2
I'll
because it's the 2/3
I'll
vote.
vote green. I'll vote green. Thank you. Yeah.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Pro Temp Speaker with a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and Pro Temp Speaker not voting.
Thank you for the roll call vote. Amendment number 2 receives a due pass, 20 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. So with this, we're back to the main motion. Are any questions, comments on the main motion? Hearing none. Manuel, second reading on the main motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Pro Tem, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. You have amendment number 1. Amendment number 1 is to add legislation 0193-22, 0227-22, 0023-22, 0130-19 to the agenda, and also to delete legislation 0240-22. Amendment number 2 is to move legislation 0186-22 to the two-thirds legislation. So 0186-22 will be new item H, 0023-22 will be new item I, 0130-19 will be new item J, 0193-22 will be new item T, 0227-22 will be new item U. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for the second reading. Roll call vote, Ms. Nota.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Yeah, what's good?
Hon-
Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newman votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Caneswa Crotty. Honorable Amber Caneswa Crotty votes green via text. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Jam votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Speaker Otto So is excused. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Pro Temp Speaker with a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and Pro Temp Speaker not voting.
Commissioner Key for the roll call vote. 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. We have adopted our agenda for today. For the 24th Nomination Council Special Session. Moving down the line, we do have item 4 reports. There's none. Item 5 old business. Legislation 0110-22 sponsored by Shenandoah Akado Delegate Wilson C. Stewart Jr. And with this, we'll move forward to recap from Manuel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Pro Tem, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is tracking number 0110-22, an act relating to the Budget and Finance, Resource and Development, and Navajo Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $5 million from the Citizen Fund for the assessment and remediation of the former Navajo forest products industry location in Navajo, New Mexico, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 to Section 2508. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Ricky Nez, and co-sponsored by Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. This legislation you do have a motion and a second, a motion by Honorable Eugene So, second by Honorable Paul Begay. On October 18th, 2022, this legislation was tabled for no less than 30 days for revisions to be applied to the expenditure plan. That motion was made by Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So, and also second by Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton with a vote of 15 in favor, 7 opposed, with former Speaker Damon not voting. There are committee reports from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a do pass without amendment. A committee report from the Resources and Development Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. A committee report dated August 31st, 2022 by the Navajo Committee that recommended pass and refer to Navajo Nation Council. And a council action report, the legislation was tabled for the reason indicated earlier. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. This legislation is a citizen. It does require 2/3 votes and will be taken over to the Office of the President and Vice President. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Thank you for the recap and of this legislation 110-22. But this it has been tabled. Therefore, needs to be we need a motion and a second to take it off the table. Is there a motion?
Delegate Paul Begay.
Motion by Paul Begay to take it off the table. Is there a second? Second by Delegate Edison Wanika. So we do have a motion, a second to take it off the table. Therefore, we'll go to a roll call vote. Bobby?
Honorable Elmer Begay,
I will agree.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Yeah, on what screen? Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay,
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton,
Green. This is Delegate.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty, Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty, Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green via text. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland,
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Vince James,
Delegate Jan votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater,
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Speaker Otto So is excused. Honorable Charlene So,
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, so those two.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown
Honor-
votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Pro Temp Speaker with a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and Pro Temp Speaker not voting.
Showing a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Legislation 110-22 is back before the Navajo Nation, 24th Navajo Nation Council for consideration. Akutaka, so we do have original main motion is held by Shinanta Delegate Eugene So. The second by Shinanta Delegate Paul Begay Jr. And therefore, recap of the debate. We have Shinanta Kodo Delegate Amber Crowdy with 5 seconds on the call here. And then Delegate Elmer P. Begay, 43 seconds. Shinanta, Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Noon with no time. Delegate Speaker Odo So, no time. Ado Kodoshinanta, Delegate Eugene So with no time. Ado Shinanta, Vice Chair Slater with 1 minute and 10 seconds. Ado Shinanta, Chairman Daniel So with no time, 0 time. So therefore, that's the lineup. And the floor is open for questions, comments on legislation 110-22. Okay, there's nobody in the queue. So with this, I'll move to reserve time. With 5 seconds, Kadoshinanta, Delegate Amber Kinoswakari, you have the floor.
A point of order, Delegate Henya.
Shinanta, point of order. What's your point of order?
Yes, thank you. Because this legislation was either motioned or
Shinanta, Delegate Amber Kinoswakari, are you still there?
yes, I'm here. Delegate Henyo, are you going to give time to the sponsor for the recap? I need the updated expenditure plan.
Shinanta, I apologize. I am moving too quickly for my own self here. Yes, you are correct. Your point of order is well taken. Shinanta, Delegate Wilson C. Stewart Jr., you do have 5 minutes for a recap on your legislation, Shinanta Kodoso. You have the floor, Shutsula.
Chairman, Pro Tem, Speaker, Aaron Kodosh, Masanado, Delegate Chairwoman Pradi. During the first time the presentation, just present the Yilaro, Kodogi not sauce, non Sabinanos Kiro, Kodogi not sauce, Nani Hadas de la Pam Maples on EPA then. Asia agent Jilla Kodogi Asian, but not the Astolis, Kokodo, any shiny dolis, Aramas Tabahia, he can't not with this legislation. Put out a Miss Maple the give by the Astolis Cam Maples, are you on the line with EPA?
I am, yes.
Floor is yours, Ms. Maples.
Okay, thank you. Honorable delegates, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. There were 12 points why the legislation was tabled, as far as I can tell, taking notes during the October 18th meeting. The first was to address the legislation, of course, the expenditure plan. I believe it has been submitted today to Mr. Rico to be distributed. It has been amended to reflect the surface removal of the asbestos contamination. And also I based new cost estimates on the removal action costs and also the assessment of the hexavalent chromium in groundwater that we did this past fall. Gave me a better idea on costs. So the new expenditure plan is attached. And I believe Mr. Rico has it for distribution. just this morning, actually. Point number 2 was to confirm the amount of the hazardous substance fund for Navajo Superfund. We did an FMIS check and it indicates that there is $48,677,173.68 in the fund. And all of it is uranium settlement money. None of it can be accessed by the Brownfields program to do any remediation or assessment work. Point number 3, the hazardous substance fund confirmed that it's going to be invested. We have taken steps to do that with the uranium settlement money that's in the fund currently. And as far as setting up a fund with the CEHASIN money to set up a NFPI remediation fund, a fund management plan has been drafted and submitted to the Department of Justice for review. And paragraph F of the legislation says all unused funds in the NFPI remediation account shall be interest bearing. So it will be interest bearing as well. Number 4, who were the members last known of the board and management team of NFPI? Legislative Services said at the council meeting on October 18th that they were going to research that information, and I haven't heard back from them yet. Number 5, has EPA asked DOJ for legal action against the responsible party? And the answer is yes, we have. Number 6, formally correct my statement of using the phrase seed money. I would like to formally correct for the record that my use of the phrase seed money in describing the initial funds used to establish a trust fund for the remediation is hereby corrected to initial contribution. When I used the word seed money, I was thinking not of cash reimbursement like a venture capital. I was thinking more like seeds of hope planted in the fertile ground of environmental stewardship, where the roots of good intention will sink deep into the soil and yield a strong return, not in the form of money, but in the form of clean and safe soil, surface, and groundwater, which will eventually bear the fruit of community land reuse and revitalization. Number 7, address the need for signage to alert the people to hazards. We have done that using the environmental justice grant. We have 2 signs. We're seeking quotes currently. 1 set of signs to be placed at the entrances for vehicles and 1 set of signs to be placed at the area where they've been digging out sawdust to augment their garden soil. Number 8, finish and print out the brownfields inventory and attach. So it has been attached. I submitted the brownfields inventory and the NFPI PowerPoint presentation to Mr. Rico last Friday for distribution, and the brownfields inventory is 37 pages and it's part of that distribution. Number 9, redo the expenditure plan. And like I said earlier, yes.
Time has expired for the 5 minutes, so the recap.
All right.
Therefore, thank you for your input. So this says time has expired, 5 minutes for a recap on legislation 110-22. And go back to the floor for questions. Is there anybody in the queue? There is nobody in the queue at this time, so therefore I'll go back to reserve time. And reserve time on the listing I have is for 5 seconds. Production and Delegate Amber Kinos Makrati, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman Henio. I'd like the agent to continue with her list. Thank you, and I'll waive the rest of my seconds.
Kushina Hanasanat, at the request to continue with completing your report. Ms. Maples?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Delegate Cruddy. Number 9 was to redo the expenditure plan to reflect more realistic costs, and that has been done, and I hope you have it in front of you. If you also have the PowerPoint presentation as a PDF, it's on slide number 22, is also another copy of it. Number 10, explain why the US EPA will not pay to clean up certain things. US EPA brownfields grants have strict rules concerning groundwater. They will not pay to assess or chase any groundwater contamination plume because they maintain that groundwater is not real property. They will not pay to clean up groundwater unless it is a primary drinking water source. And NFPI, the town, the community of Navajo, of course, gets its water from the Buell Park lava field. Using US EPA's risk assessment and population density formulas, they don't seem to be concerned that children play in the creek and that water from the creek is used to grow vegetables, kitchen vegetables, corn, and they don't really care that the creek is a point source of hexavalent chromium falling directly into it, and that water is used to fill a recreational fishing and swimming lake. They are telling me that brownfields money cannot be used to clean up petroleum contaminated soil or groundwater, and neither does the National Lust Trust Fund be available, since the U in Lust stands for underground storage tanks, and this petroleum contamination came from above ground tanks. There is no US EPA fund available to clean up petroleum from above ground tanks that are not situated on, quote, a navigable waterway, unquote. So right square in the middle of that loophole sits this site with the diesel, 2 feet of diesel floating on the groundwater in some areas of this 2.5 acre contamination plume. The US EPA can decide at any time that they have granted us enough money for this site. These are competitive grants, and we are not the only squeaky wheel calling for grease in our region. Number 11, explain that Navajo EPA has a plan and how we can begin assessment and cleanup as soon as the remediation trust fund is accessible. Navajo EPA Brownfields program has an assessment order of priorities and a cleanup order of priorities. These priorities may change depending on the results obtained from assessment activities. So far, it goes like this. Stream bank stabilization is first to minimize the point source contamination from the facility dump. Number 2 is to conduct a soil testing of the housing, the trailer park that seems to be built right on top of the facility dump. Number 3, delineate the groundwater contamination at the particle board manufacturing operational unit of the site. We suspect formaldehyde there, and glues and solvents and waxes and resins. Number 4, finish delineation of the hexavalent chromium groundwater contamination plume across the entire site. The results from the assessment grant funding delineation that we did last fall indicate that the hexavalent chromium contamination in groundwater is going to be way more extensive than we originally estimated. Number 5, delineate the groundwater contamination in the wash below Red Lake. Number 6, install a groundwater cleanup system to remediate the petroleum contamination. Number 7, install a groundwater cleanup system to remediate the hexavalent chromium contamination. And number 8, consider phytoremediation to get the lead out of the soil. The entire soil surface in the 40 borings on the 19 or 20 acres that we assessed last fall all contain heavy metals. Lead is chief among them. The resident who lives across the road 1,400 feet away from the site, we assessed her spring, and it is also contaminated with chromium and lead and barium and diesel, and that's 1,400 feet west of the site. Number 12, the 12th point was, and the last point was, what is the Black Creek Project and why aren't we using any of that money? The Black Creek Project is a USDA, Department of Agriculture, watershed project to help with stream bank erosion and sorry, I lost my place, with stream bank erosion and siltation in the far north and east of the watershed, over near Farmington mostly. Navajo EPA has recently participated in discussions with the people from the Black Creek project, their project officers, regarding the severely contaminated site within their watershed. So we've let them know that they have this grossly contaminated site as part of the watershed, and we're going to try to get on the same page for disturbing soil, hopefully not disturbing soil, until we get some more assessment and see what's really in the creek. And the final part of that is that the USDA has no money for site remediation. And thank you. That concludes my response to the concerns resulting in the legislation being tabled.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Maples, for the response to the questions here. I'm moving down the line. There's nobody still in the queue, so it's back still on reserve time. Delegate Elmer P. Begay, 43 seconds.
I'll wait my time.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay waives his time. And moving down to Vice Chair Carl Slater, 1 minute and 10 seconds.
I'll reserve my time.
Reserve time at 1 minute and 9 seconds. Is there anybody else in the queue? There's nobody in the queue at this time, so don't go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Carl Slater, 1 minute, 9 seconds.
I'll waive my time. Speaker Pro Tem.
Waive time. Therefore, we don't have anybody in the queue at this time.
Point of order, Delegate.
Shinada.
I'm sorry. Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Shinada, point of privilege.
Yes, thank you, and I appreciate Navajo Nation EPA providing those answers. Delegate Henyo, my point of privilege is to ask EPA if there's any moratorium on lumber activities on the Navajo Nation, seeing that this has severely contaminated the area, and if there's any regulations for future, or if there's any regulations for future lumber activities on the Navajo Nation. Thank you.
I can shake your for your point of privilege, Kudo. So I defer back to sponsor Sitsile, Delegate Wilson C. Stewart Jr. for a question regarding any future development in the area.
Yat Asian Chairman Aro Kodo Nando Kidigi Nanako Kodo I will ask EPA. As far as I know, there is no question or any concern regarding development in that area, but I'll ask EPA if they have heard anything on that area. Ms. Maples?
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. As far as I know, there is no EPA issued moratorium on lumber activities in the area or on the reservation. However, saying that, we have discussed that if there's ever going to be any other lumbering sawmill operation on the Navajo Nation, that whoever is designing the facility work closely with Navajo EPA, all the departments and all the divisions, to ensure that they are in as much compliance as we can have them be in, so that we don't result in this situation with another sawmill venture. It can only be as clean as our regulations make it, and the water department and the petroleum department and Superfund, we all have regulations to ensure protection of human health and the environment.
Thank you for that. Delegate Wilson C. Stewart Jr., does that complete your response to the point of privilege?
Votes nine.
Actually, yeah, no. So this, is there anybody else in the queue at this time? There is nobody in the queue. There's nobody in reserve time. So with this, we'll move to roll call vote to accept legislation 110-22. Okay. We do have a point of privilege. Madam Chair Chosen.
Thank you, Chair Henyo. I was just reviewing the documents that were sent to us, and I believe that the PowerPoint that was referenced earlier, the notes from NFPI Navajo, New Mexico. Just for clarification, on page 3, you have a picture, I believe, of the site, and then you have red, blue, green, light blue, yellow that kind of marks off the different, I guess, buildings and then just the land itself. Can you tell me where is the key so that I those ones that are circled in red, I know what that means, or those ones that are circled in pink, I know what that means, or the ones that are circled in purple. If I can get a little bit more clarification on that document that was sent to us, and then also the different colors that are being used on that PowerPoint picture. Thank you, Chair Henyo.
For your point of privilege, requesting for clarification on the color codes on the presentation. Shnanda, sponsor Cecilia, Delegate Wilson C. Stewart Jr., 3-year agent.
Ocean, I'll go ahead and ask Ms. Maples to explain the maps to colleagues. Ms. Maples?
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. On slide number 3, the polygons are just roughly drawn. There is no key to that particular diagram because it was only used to discuss how the different areas within that 104 acres are going to be sampled. Yes, that's the one. Are going to be sampled for different contaminants based on what activities occurred in that acre. And so, or in that area. And so the big one right in the middle, the yellow square around the building, that was the lumber drying kiln, and asbestos was expected there. And just different areas are, and there is no key, but I could go through and tell you that the one, we could start at the north arrow over there on the left of the diagram. That purple rectangle indicates the former sewer lagoons right there. Yes. The red polygon above it is the ditch to above and to the right is the ditch going over to the wash where the Ponderosa products just discharged right into that ditch. The blue polygon across the highway on the site proper, right there, that's the particle board plant. That's going to be formaldehyde, hexavalent chromium, solvents, anything used in manufacturing particle board is there. The 2 pink dots or squares side by side, those were electrical shops within those 2 areas. So the green rectangle, yep, those 2 pink areas were electrical shops within those 2 activity areas. The green rectangle to the right is going to be Millworks area. And originally NFPI had a basic particle board press area, and it was in that rectangle. I didn't know it when I made this diagram, but I know it now. The blue rectangle around the T-shaped white slab, just a little bit. Yep, that one, that is the sawmill. The one around the water tower, of course, is lead. And I did a quick soil survey up there, a surface using the environmental justice grant. And we did find lead in soil, but mostly we found titanium in soil and zinc, and everything that would wear off of a galvanized structure is in the soil there. The yellow rectangle in the middle polygon, like I said, was the asbestos kiln. That kiln is gone. We did in the summer of 2021, the time critical removal action took that structure down and took it away with all the asbestos on the whole entire surface of the site. US EPA paid for that as an emergency action. To the right of it, the green weird shaped polygon, that is the power plant and the cooling towers and the piping in between. I got a targeted brownfields assistance from the federal government, and I asked them to investigate that area to look for hexavalent chromium at the release point, and they did find it. So the pink top polygon is the petroleum contamination area. The orange ones below are, the one on the left is the paint shop. The one on the right is the cat shop where they did the heavy equipment. And the green one to the right of it is what they call the boneyard and the drum storage yard. And that's where the rubber boot soles were melting off the boots of the inspectors back in the 90s, in the early 2000s when they were walking through there. And I have read where they covered that area over with dirt, but I don't see anything that they ever remediated it. So the big yellow red is the 104 fenced area. And of course, the dump goes off to the east. Would you like any of the other diagrams explained while we're on it, or is that sufficient?
Ms. Maples, I guess there was just a request to get explanation on the key, on the information, but that completes your presentation. We
Yes,
can go back. Okay. Thank you, Shanada. Delegate Wilson, cease to adjourn you. Okay. Back to the main motion. There is still nobody in the queue at the present time, so therefore we will go to a roll call vote. There's nobody in the reserve time. We'll move forward. Bobby, roll call vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not vote. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote.
I vote green. This is Daniel.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green via text. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Speaker Otto So is excused. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Sure.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green. Can you hear me? I was trying to unmute. Hello?
Yes.
Yes, can hear you.
Perfect. I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
Green. Green.
Honorable
Someone
Charlene
muted
So.
me. Someone muted me. Green.
Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green via text. Pro Temp Speaker, with a vote of 17 in favor, 1 opposed, and Pro Temp Speaker not voting.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. 18 in favor, 1 opposed, and Pro Temp Speaker not voting.
Okay, we do have a vote of 18 in favor, 1 opposed. Legislation 110-22 receives a due pass. It was a 2/3 vote. Therefore, it receives a due pass. It goes to the Navajo Nation President, Vice President for consideration at this time. Moving forward
Tem.
down to.
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Paul Begay. I vote green also.
Okay, Ms. Bobby Nota, there is a late vote. So 19 in favor, 1 opposed. Legislation does still receive a due pass. Therefore, we'll move forward to legislation 159-22. Which is sponsored by Senate Alcoa Delegate Edmund Yazi. And we do have a recap from Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is tracking number 0159-22. Enact relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance and Navajo Committees and to the Navajo Nation Council allocating $10,031,897 from the Citizen Fund for the Mariana Lake Chapter Multipurpose Building Project, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 to 2508. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Edmund Yazzie, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. You do have committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee. Resource and Development Committee. Recommend a do pass with no amendments. The Budget and Finance Committee recommend a do pass with no amendment. The Navajo Committee recommended it pass and referred it to the Navajo Nation Council. There is a council report dated October 18th, 2022. Legislation was tabled to bring back no later than the end of the fall session. This legislation was brought back at the same time during the fall session. Then there was a motion to refer legislation 0159-22 to the Navajo Committee and bring back no later than 30 days for further discussion on current modifications and to allow more time for possible amendments to be drafted. Currently, the Navajo Nation Council was debating amendment number 1 with 5 modifications. This legislation was referred it was referred back to Navajo on November 10th, 2022, passed and referred the legislation back to council with the motion by Honorable Pernell Halona, second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair with a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed. Chairman Pro Tem Daniel Issa not voting. So currently, Speaker Pro Tem, you would just need, we have a motion and a second already. We just continue where we left off with amendment number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. So this legislation was not tabled at all, right?
No, it was tabled and then they picked it back up and it was referred back to Navi action on it, and now it's back at council.
Okay, under referral motion.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a referral motion that we are back on record with legislation 159-22 as it was tabled once, then it's picked back up, then it's been referred to Nabi. Now we're back at Navajo Nation Council. Therefore, we're still on amendment number 1. But question for Mr. Rico: does this legislation need a recap from the sponsor?
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, you can go back to the sponsor and do a recap. The 5 minutes.
We can go that route for an update. Shanada, Delegate Edmund Yazzie, 5 minutes recap on your legislation.
Okay. Pro Tem Speaker, members of the council, and everyone that's listening online, and to our staff and my colleagues who are there at the chambers as well. I'm calling from Coolidge, New Mexico, and so my residency. I would like your support, my colleagues. Again, I know we talked about this on behalf of the Mariana Lake chapter community, and we did bring this up through the committees and through Navajo, and then and now on to council. And I do understand there might be amendments that will be added on to this legislation, in which I have no problem at all. But I do ask for your support, my colleagues, and I ask for your favorable vote on this important legislation on behalf of the elders, on behalf of the young students, and also every membership, veterans, and from the Mariana Lake chapter. Their chapter house, there is no chapter house currently. They are meeting in a portable building, and we have our chapter president, Mr. DeGroat, who I believe is online, our chapter CSC, Leandra, who's also online, and the staff that's listening as well. And so I ask, again, my colleagues, for your support on this. There's been questions that was asked, and it's on record. Every document from start to finish to get this shovel ready. And I want to repeat, my colleagues, this shovel ready project. Moving forward, I just need your vote and need your support. The construction paperwork is included in the legislation, the feasibility studies. It's a complete package, my colleagues. And so I would like maybe Mr. DeGroat, I don't know if he's online, our chapter president, would like to say a few words. Pro Temp Speaker, sir.
Delegate Edmund Yazzie, you have 2 minutes and 52 seconds left if you wish to call upon Mr. DeGroat.
Yes, I would like that, sir.
Mr. J.R. DeGroat. Mr. DeGroat.
Pro Temp Speaker.
I don't believe he's on the line. I don't see him on the board here.
All right. Rather than just hearing my plea and my request and asking the council for the support, maybe we can have Leandra, our chapter CSC, say a few words, sir.
Okay, Ms. James. Ms. Leandra James.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, you have about a little over 2 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman, Speaker, Pro Temp, and also Council Delegates, Honorable Council Delegates, as well as my Council Delegate, Ed Yazzie. Good afternoon to everybody. My name is Leandra James. I'm the Community Services Coordinator for Mariana Lake Chapter. And basically, our project is shovel ready. We have gone through all the pre-planning, planning, design phases. We're completely ready. We're beyond construction ready. We have everything ready. We're completely shovel ready. So my leaders, all of our council delegates, it's with the utmost respect that I have for you all. We, on behalf of Mariana Lake community, Mariana Lake registered voters, just the general public here, we are pleading with all of you to support this legislation. We're not neglecting the fact that it is a large amount that we are requesting, but we, with our respect, with our entire hearts, we're asking for this support. We're pleading with you as our council delegates, as our leaders, to please support and approve this and support my community. We have so many struggles here that we need your support. I'm going to try to withhold myself. I don't want to break out into tears, but COVID has hit my community hard. We are losing people, and it hurts when we lose a person that they don't have a building. They wanted to see that. Who prepares for COVID? Nobody. And we're trying to the best of our ability to support and help our community. So we're pleading with you all. We're pleading with you all to please help us. We are completely ready. We've done the best that we could in getting money and getting funds. We have over $5 million for this project. So we're asking for your support as our leaders. Please, we know there's a change coming. And from Mariana Lake, we're always trying to support and embrace that change.
Time's
So
up,
again,
James.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. The Shenandoah Delegate Ibn Yazi. That complete your recap.
Yes, Pro Temp Speaker and members of the council, again, ask for your favorable vote. My colleagues, who I served proudly with, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Pro Temp Speaker, sir.
The Shenandoah 24th Navajo Nation Council on legislation 159-22. A recap on the main motion, reserve time. We have Shenandoah Delegate Amber Knusbach Karate with 4 minutes and 37 seconds. The Shenandoah Delegate Kealan Begay Jr., 4 minutes and 29 seconds. The Shenandoah Delegate Vince James with 5 minutes. The Shenandoah Delegate Elmer Begay with 5 minutes. This is on the main motion. The 24th Nomination Council were debating amendment number 1. Amendment number 1, again, remaining time, reserve time on amendment number 1. Recap here. Kodoya Shenandoah Delegate Charlene So with 2 minutes and 59 seconds. The Vice Chair Carl Slater with no time. The Shenandoah Delegate Amber Knusbach Karate with no time. The Shenandoah Delegate Vince James with no time. The Shenandoah Delegate Elmer P. Begay with 3 minutes and 45 seconds. The Shenandoah Delegate Herman Daniels Jr. with no time. The Shenandoah Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton with no time. The Shenandoah will start off with amendment number 1, continuing from there with Chairman Rick Nez at 5 minutes. There was a motion before we got to Chairman Nez to refer this back. So we will start with amendment number 1, but before we go with amendment number 1, the time, Manuel, Mr. Rico, do you have any information on amendment number 1?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Amendment number 1, I just wanted to go over the amendment. The first amendment that was introduced was by, I believe, Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. for the Low Mountain Chapter Multi-Purpose Building. That amendment was $6,030,922.15. Then you had a modification by, I believe, Honorable Carl R. Slater that added $970,000 for the Chinle RBDO demolition and cleanup. You had another modification number 2 for $2,070,000 for 2 Gray Hills Veterans Memorial Park. Modification number 3 added $10,159,542 for the Raymond Navajo School Board Drinking Water Project. Modification number 4 was for $150,000 for the Cornfields Chapter Veterans Organization Courtyard. Modification number 5 was for $14,180,749.73 for the Tolucan Chapter Multi-Purpose Building. This legislation is totaled at $43,593,110.88. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you again, Mr. Rico, for a recap of amendment number 1. Okay, we'll move forward to amendment number 1 as we're still in discussion. Chairman Rick Nez, you have 5 minutes.
Speaker Pro Tem, Shenandoah, the Koro, Slat the Haljan Shatat, Anikishi, or Shibeshmans on Notheniki. I would like to just go ahead and reserve my time. Thank you.
Chairman Nez, your reserve time is at 4 minutes and 47 seconds. So we are still on amendment number 1. Then we'll move forward to Shenandoah Delegate Eugene. So you are in the queue for amendment number 1 at 5 minutes. Shenandoah Delegate Eugene So.
Reserve my time.
Dr. Shin, reserve time, 4 minutes and 59 seconds. Dr. Shin, of that, moving forward to the queue on amendment number 1. Is there anybody else in the queue? There is nobody in the queue. So we'll go back to reserve time with 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Shananda, Delegate Charlene So.
Shanand, I will go ahead and reserve my time.
Kushina Biga, we have reserve time at 2 minutes and 58 seconds. Shananda. Moving forward to Shananda Kodosu now. Delegate Elmer P. Begay, 3 minutes and 45 seconds.
Kushina, yeah, the adult here that delegate Abinyazi, other your agent there, forgot her name, but my question is what kind of heating or power source do you guys have? I know that all these we try to have an operation cost in it. How much is it going to be cost to operate that multi-purpose building? Then if you have any, how it's going to be paid. And then the power sources in here, I know that I have amenities chapters that have different infrastructures for heating. So the ones that are doing quite well is the one that has natural gas as your heating source. So I hear they're out in kind of rural area. They're using propane. So it costs a lot today, propane diesel. That's the reason why I was asking. To tell it down. Delegate Yazi. Chair Henya, reserve my time.
Reserve time at 2 minutes and 7 seconds. Defer back to Shananda. Chairman Yazi, response to the questions.
Okay, Speaker, thank you, Mr. Begay. Appreciate your question on the legislation. I'd like to go ahead and have my agent, Ms. James, to answer that question. I do know the electricity is from Continental Divide, and then of course our water would be from NTUA. But for the heating, I'll let Ms. James answer the question. Pro Tem Speaker, sir.
Ms. Leandra James.
Yes, yes, sir. Thank you for the question. So the entire design of the building is that it's completely electrical. So the purpose for the electrical is we are incorporating solar. Here in Mariana Lake, we're on the Continental Divide. So we're embracing solar, and we also have a plan to work with the Navajo Nation, I'm sorry, not the Navajo Nation, the US EPA on, what do you call that? Wind turbine. So, so we're preparing for additional resources of electrical. So to begin with, we are going to be connected to Continental Divide Electric. So the entire plan of the building is electric. Thank you.
Chairman Yazi, does that complete your response?
Yes, sir.
Kashina, thank you. Moving forward back to the queue. Is there anybody else in the queue? There is nobody in the queue. wishing to speak, so therefore we'll go back to reserve time. Chairman Rick Nez, 4 minutes and 47 seconds.
Point of privilege, Speaker. Speaker Pro Tem.
Okay, before we, Chairman Nez, if you hold on, point of privilege, Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. So my point of privilege is we were just emailed documents for the Citizen fund balance. I guess right at that same time I had requested if we could get that, but Rico was right on top of it and he sent us the breakdown for the cost. Can you place the amendment language on the screen? This will allow me to start to minus what we have in our Citizen with the project requests or the amendments that are coming down the pipeline. So if you can put it on the screen, Speaker Pro Tem, the amendment and how much the requests are. The only thing I got in my notes was Delegate Keelan Begay for Low Mountain, Delegate Carl Slater for his Chinley RBDO, Delegate Crotty for, I think it's a chapter, and that's as far as I got. So can we get it on the screen? Thank you.
No, Shananda, it is on the screen. I'm looking at it right now, Shananda.
Thank you. There must have been a glitch on my end. I apologize. I'm not sure what is going on with my internet, so I do apologize for that, but I see it now.
So moving back to reserve time, Chairman Nez, you have 4 minutes and 47 seconds.
Thank you. Honorable NEU. I'll go ahead and waive my time. Ready to vote. Thank you.
Wait time, Chairman Rick Nez. The reserve time, Shananda, Delegate Eugene So, 4 minutes and 59 seconds.
Thank you, Chair Fortune. Yes. I don't know how to on this, but I just text Dana in regards to Chinley about to run down chapter house, a new chapter house. BHK numbers, I'm still waiting for the numbers. Maybe I'll reserve my time.
You have 4 minutes and 37 seconds left on reserve time. Moving back to the queue. Is anybody else in the queue? Amendment number 1. Then there's nobody, so we'll go back to reserve time. Delegate Charlene So, 2 minutes and 58 seconds.
Yes, I will go ahead and waive my time. Thank you.
So we have waived the time. Therefore, going back to reserve time, Delegate Elmer P. Begay at 2 minutes and 7 seconds.
Well, thank you again, checking you. Thanks for the response, Ms. James. The first question that I ask you, is there any the plan, the design, how much the operating cost is going to be? That was my first question too. And then total electric, for the whole heating source. So other year you respond that. Although is the plan for is it going to be already is it already drawing where it's going to be adapted or to a solar later on, or is it already going to be? Is it going to be part of construction? The construction document, the one that was approved is already drawings where it's already part of the solar plan, but besides total electric. Thank you that preserve my time, Chair Henio.
Reserve time at 1 minute. So with this, defer back to Chairman Edwin Yazzie. Response through your agent.
Okay, thank you, Pro Temp Speaker, members of the council. Mr. Begay, to your question, the operation cost, the heating, and then the drawing. I know it's all in the package that's within the legislation, but for more clarification and more detail response, I'll have Ms. James respond to Mr. Begay's question. Pro Temp Speaker.
Ms. Leandra James.
Yes, sorry about that. Okay, so right now, the current or the former facility, we had propane, electricity, and water. And so the propane took care of the previous building. It was the kitchen and the heating source of the entire building was through propane. So we had a high amount of we had a higher budget for that. And annually we were spending close to $6,000 for propane. And then annually we were spending it was about $6,000 for, I would have to look up exactly how much, but it was about $6,000 for electricity. And then we also had the water cost, which was basically about over $3,000 to $4,000 for water. So it just basically, that was just the operation. So with the building, we've incorporated, we've gone to electrical, and we've incorporated all the I guess the higher use with the lower, how do you say that, like the Star Saver appliances and so on. So everything is going electrical, and the operation of the building is going to generally, for the heating, for the kitchen, for all the electrical. Right now in the current building that we're using, we're in a metal building, a small building. However, the electrical use is high because it doesn't incorporate all those, I guess, safety features of today, and just kind of maximizing your wattage use with the lesser amount and stuff. So right now for this building, it's 136, basically comes out to $150 a month. That's just for this building. So for the new building, we're looking at the entirety of it. Just the electrical is going to average around $500 to $600, and that's for all of it, for the kitchen, for the heating, for all the electrical services of it. So we're only going to have the electric bill along with the water bill, and all of that we've incorporated into our current annual budget. So we're going to use our current annual budget. Every chapter we receive an annual budget from the nation, and in that we have operation and maintenance costs. We're not going to have to increase our operation and maintenance costs. We're able to continue with the budget that we have, but we actually want to do better and go even further than we can. So that's why we're gonna go after the solar panels, and we're working that. We've been working with US EPA for quite some time now, and we've done different studies throughout our community for the solar and for the wind turbine. So we're working on that. That is separate. However, our building does have and for the solar, which is why we've completely gone electrical. So what I'm trying to say or summarize is that the entire building is going to be electrical. We're only going to have an electric bill and a water bill. And we have 2 plans to help in that case because we're always looking at self-sufficiency. So with the electrical, where our building it's reinforced with the roof, where we can add the solar panels. So we have the whole entire steel structure planned out and designed to hold the solar panels on top. And we also have years ago, for whatever reason, former officials closed off a watering point. And we're looking at the studies of that as well to open that watering point back up and connect it to our building so that we can be self-sustained with our electricity and our water. So I hope that answered the question there. So for operation and maintenance, the current annual budget that we receive is going to suffice to operate and maintain the new building. Thank you.
Thank you for the response. Back to Chairman Yazzie Shenandoah. That complete your response?
Pro Tem Speaker, yes, sir, and members of the council, I just ask for your favorable vote again. Pro Tem Speaker?
Thank you, Chairman Yazzie. We'll move forward to next item. Nobody in the queue at this time.
Delegate
Therefore,
Yellow Hair.
Point of privilege.
okay, we have 2 people come speak at the same time. Here, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, and then a point of privilege. Shenandoah. Madam Chair, Charles, what's your point of privilege?
Thank you, Chair Henyo. I was trying to not call a point of privilege. I text Rico and I was like trying to send you a note across my video screen to tell you guys to scroll down so we could see the remaining amount. So the 14 million from the Twitlacan chapter, is that the end of the request? Okay, thank you. That's all I needed. Thank you.
With this new person in the queue, Shenandoah Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Oh, shit, huh?
On amendment number 1. Shenandoah, you have the floor. Number 1.
Yeah, this to the Pro Tem Speaker here. She is Jimmy Yellow here. They though, I don't have any questions, but we just need to move on. Let's take care of this legislation, because over down at the basically is in the corner for the chapters. Are you kidding this to the Honorable Amending? Let's just take care and work forward and approve it. I'm ready to vote on it. That it actually don't need that got it. So it is me not on it. It's still can't need 110 chapters. So I'm just waiting for me to vote green for this legislation. Thank you, Stella.
You're here for your comments. Going back to reserve time, we have Shenandoah Delegate Eugene So, 4 minutes and 37 seconds.
No numbers coming in, so I'll just wait my time. Thank you.
Kushina, you waited your time, Shenandoah. And we'll go back to one more. Nobody in the queue at this time, so we do have one reserve time left on amendment number 1. Shenandoah Delegate Elmer P. Begay, 1 minute.
Yeah, Ethan, don't share for the response. And I'd just like to encourage Delegate Yazi and Ms. James. Maybe if it's possible, then I'll try to go with some energy efficiency appliance that and then like the idea of working into solar. And then I think the government needs to go into start building and any architecture drawing building with building they call it building energy efficiency and with solar renewable energy. So I wish you a lot of maybe we could vote on it for you. So I will green for you. Should to the down Delegate Yazi. Thank you.
Question here, last night, Delegate Almer PVG. On amendment number 1, there is nobody in the queue, no more reserved time. Therefore, second reading on amendment number 1. Do we need that? No. We'll
Point
just
of
go straight to
privilege, Chair Henyo.
point of privilege, Delegate, Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Chair Henyo. My point of privilege, Chair Henyo, is the memo that was sent to us by Mr. Rico regarding the, let me make sure I've got the language correct on that. The breakdown for the citizen balance, I believe, is the balance of citizen as of November 2022. Chair Henyo, my question is, right now, if we approve this amendment, then it leaves us a different balance. And then based on what we have today and presented in front of us, are we going to have enough citizen money to consider the legislations? I know that we still would have just a little bit left, but all of the legislations that are currently on this agenda, can I get some?
Well,
on this amendment, and then what's on the agenda? Thank you, Chair Henyo.
Shananda, it would depend on the this legislation, whether amendment number 1 passes or not. If it passes, then it affects the unallocated amount that you'll see on the balance sheet. And then the main motion, the other Panahatsan, whether the legislation itself passes or not. If it should pass, then it would have an impact and we would be able to have a true breakdown. But before council takes a vote, we really can't say this is how much might be left because there hasn't been a vote at all yet. So we would have to wait till after the final vote on legislation 159-22. This is a 2/3 legislation, Shananta, 24th Nomination Council. So with that, let's move forward to a roll call vote on amendment number 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote.
Key Allen votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green via text. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canes Bakrati.
Shouted Delegate Amber Kenneth Bakrati. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canes Bakrati votes green. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James,
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater,
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Vote is
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Speaker Otto So is excused. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going
I
back
vote
up,
green. Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Pro Temp Speaker with a vote of 20 in favor, 1 opposed, and Pro Temp Speaker not voting.
Amendment number 1, do pass of a 20 in favor, 1 opposed. Chair not, Speaker Pro Tem not voting. We are back on the main motions from the 24th Nomination Council. And for the record, amendment number 1, the total amount that had was the amendment number 1 is $43,993,110 and 80 cents for the record. So we are back on the main motion, Shenandoah. Huh? Manuel has- Okay, we are back on the main motion, Shenandoah, on 159-22. And is there anybody else in the queue?
Yes, I have Vince James.
Augustine Shenandoah, Delegate Vince James, new players in the main motion. You have the floor, Shenandoah, Delegate James.
Point of privilege, Chair Henyo.
Okay, before I get to Shenandoah, Delegate James, point of privilege, Shenandoah.
Okay, so I did my math and I come out to $43,593,110.88, which is a different amount than what you just reported on the record. Can we run that one more time just to see if that's correct?
Yeah.
Agashina, let's see if we can get a big eraser out over here. So
I'm so sorry. I'm not
That's
very
fine.
good at math, but I'm looking at my calculator and I ran the numbers 3 times and that's what I got.
Agashina, we'll get our big eraser here and see what the numbers look like.
Thank
Shenandoah.
you.
Okay, we did the calculation on this side using our Casio type calculator, and it came out to $43,593,110.88. Does that correspond with your numbers, Nada? Madam Chair?
Yes, yes, it does. Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair Henyo.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. We'll move forward to Shanada. Delegate Vince James. Shanada, Delegate Vince James going once.
Oh, yeah, yeah. This is Delegate James. I'll go ahead and reserve my time.
Kashina Shanada, 4 minutes and 57 seconds is the reserve time. Moving down the line to next. Shanada, Delegate Elmer P. Begay, main motion.
I'll waive my time.
Kashin Shanada, waive your time. Shanada, Kodosatule, Delegate Herman Daniels Jr. in the shot. Nanaholji's main motion.
Mr. Pro Temp Speaker, Shana Kwado, Chairman Henyo, Kwado, Arenda Kodosmat Armastenigi, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Kwado, Ado Kwado Nagata, Office of Legislative Council, Kwado Nagata, Amendment Language, Yula Kwado Nagata, OLC, can you forward the amendment language to my colleagues? So, nagay the amendment could have been this strategy. So, a motion that sleep without Mr. Pro Temp Speaker without reserve time at the sleep without Arasanaho Ashibaho Disney. Thank you.
Let me check with staff. Amendment language, Kodo, of the Legislative Council, have you received it?
Thank you, Chair.
Hold on, Ms. Barba. I was asking the staff here that are sitting next to me, see if they received it from you.
Okay, I don't think they did.
They have received it
Okay, great.
for Shanto and Ojeto project. AD, so if we could put that on the screen. They'll get Herman Daniels Jr. Your amendment is on the screen at this time. And are you still wishing to make a motion?
Mr. Pro Temp Speaker, yes, I'm going to make that motion.
Motion for amendment number 2, sponsored by Shananta. They'll get Herman Daniels Jr. Manuel, if you read the amendment to the record.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Amendment number 2.1 on page 1 and lines 13 to 15 in the title of the legislation, make the following changes. Overstrike, after allocating overstrike $10,031,897. After fund, insert underscore $10,031,897, end of underscore. After Mariano Lake Chapter Multi-Purpose Building Project, insert following new language, comma, $13,880,203 for the Shanto Chapter Community Building Project, and $6,600,000 for the Ojeto Chapter Multi-Purpose Facility. End of new language. Change after expenditure, change plan plural, make it by adding an S. 2, page 3, starting at line 21, add the following new paragraph. New paragraph G. The Shanto chapter needs $13,880,203, $880,203 from the Citizen Fund to complete its community building project, Shanto project. An executive summary for the Shanto project is attached as Exhibit C, as detailed cost estimate for the Shanto project is attached as Exhibit D. Paragraph H, allocation of citizen funds for the Shanto project meets the criteria for citizen fund expenditures because the Shanto project involves community development infrastructure as required by 12 NNC section 2502A1. Paragraph I, the Oljeto chapter needs $6,600,000 from the citizen fund for design and construction of its multipurpose facility, Oljeto project. An executive summary for the Oljeto project is attached as Exhibit E, as detailed cost estimate for the Oljeto project is attached as Exhibit F. Paragraph J, allocation of citizen funds for the Oljeto project meets the criteria for citizen fund expenditures because the Shanto project involves community development and infrastructure as required by 12 NNC section 2502A1. I believe that's supposed to say Oljeto project. 3 on page, end of new language, 3 on page 3, lines 22 to 25, make the following changes. After allocating overstrike $10,031,897, after citizen fund, insert underscore $10,031,897. End of new language. After multi-purpose, Mariano Lake chapter multi-purpose building project, insert new language, comma, $13,880,203 for the Shanto chapter community building project and $6,600,000 for the Oljeto chapter multi-purpose facility. End of new language. After related expenditure plan, add a S to plans to make it plural. 4, page 3, at lines 26 to 28, make the following changes. After the words Navajo Nation hereby approves, overstrike $10,031,897. End of overstrike. After citizen fund, insert $10,031,897. End of new language. After for the overstrike, construction of a new, end of overstrike. After Mariano Lake chapter, new language, comma, underscore, comma, $13,880,203 for the Shanto chapter community building project and $6,600,000 for the Oljeto chapter multipurpose facility. End of new language. 5, page 3, lines 29 to 30, make the following changes. After expenditure, make plan plurals by adding an S. After for the overstrike construction of the, end of overstrike, and after Mariano Lake, insert a comma, overstrike multi-purpose building as set forth in exhibits A and B, end of overstrike, new language, the Shanto chapter and the Oljeto chapter projects described herein as here in and in exhibits A through F, end of new language. 6, page 4 at line 1, overstrike $10,031,897 in, end of overstrike. 7, page 4, line 6, delete overstrike $10,031,897, end of overstrike, and insert citizen funds. 8 on page 4, line 8, overstrike $10,031,897 and insert new language underscore approved citizen funds, end of new language. 9, page 4 at lines 15 to 16, make the following changes in paragraph G. Paragraph G, after the overstrike $10,031,897 in, include new language underscore approved, end of new language. After the words only be used for overstrike construction of the Mariano Lake chapter multi-purpose building as, end of overstrike, new language, underscore the chapter projects, end of new language. After exhibits A, overstrike, and B, period, and insert dash F, period. So it reads exhibits A through F. 10 on page 4 at line 17, overstrike $10,031,897 and insert underscore approved citizen funds, end of new language. 11, page 4 at lines 22 to 23, make the following changes. After principal one, once the overstrike Mariano Lake chapter multipurpose building is, end of overstrike, insert underscore 3 chapter projects described herein are, end of new language. 12, page 4, line 29, make plan plural by adding an S at the end. 13, renumber, re-letter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the council's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language containing any other council amendment. Also attached with this amendment are new exhibits C, D, E, and F. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for the reading of the amendment. There's a motion for amendment number 2. Is there a second?
Freeland?
Is there a second?
Freeland?
Oh, Commissioner Da, Delegate Freeland, Mark Freeland, second. So we do have a motion and a second on amendment number 2. Any questions, comments on amendment number 2?
This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Commissioner Da, Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have the floor. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Henyo, and also thank you for all the delegates who have added their amendments into this legislation. I'm sitting here and I'm doing the math. So we're going to be running through the entire citizen. It looks like we might leave a little bit left for the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And I guess I'm just a little bit worried about that because that was the question that I asked during the last time that we considered this legislation. Is the 24th Navajo Nation Council going to spend the entire amount of citizen? Right now, per the memo, we have $148,690,316. Amendment 1 passed at $43,593,110.88. Amendment 2 is now $20,480,203, which means that $64,073,313.88. Plus, we still have $10 million for 0075-22, $18,880,105 for 0109-22, $10,159,542 for 0176-22, $970,000 for 0182-22, $783,500 for 0187-22, $3,468,000 for 0198-22. And then we also have to take into consideration that we just passed 0110-22 for $5 million. So I'm trying to do the math here, and I know that there was a balance that was provided to us when we first started off as council delegates. I believe it was in the winter of 2019 at winter session. The amount was provided to us. So the 24th Navajo Nation Council will have spent, if not all, a large portion. And I didn't include Delegate Elmer Biguet's DELCON legislation into this math. Chair Henyo, can I get Office of the Controller to send us the memo of what we started off with in the fall of 2019 when the 24th Navajo Nation Council was inaugurated? My second question is, all the legislations and the amendments that have been passed for all of the projects, if we give the money today, will they be ready to start construction within 3 months? Because of the cost of inflation is going up. And we're starting to see that, and we're getting ready to possibly, per the news, the recession is kind of looming over us. Should we be considering, as a 24th Navajo Nation Council, all of these projects and then all of the money that we're going to be spending? And right now, again, with just Amendment 1, $43,593,110.88. When the original request for the first legislation was $10,031,897. So I want to bring that to the attention of council. And I know that a majority of the delegates have projects that they have included on the amendment. But I do know that as delegates, we have asked that question, should we be including amendments at the last minute? especially when they're dealing with funding sources. And yet we have several amendments that projects that went through. I'm just really concerned right now, Chair Henyo, that we're going through the entire citizen right now. And I know that other delegates have other projects. And the other thing that I also worry about, and Chair Henyo, was when we went to the investment committee meeting, when the information was provided to us there in New York. One of the biggest problems that we currently have is we're allocating funds for projects that are just sitting there, and they don't get invested. They just sit there, and I think the projects that were used as an example were the chapter projects, and how chapters are sitting on $71 million that are not being invested, and so they're just sitting there. That money is just sitting there. So I'm a little bit concerned, especially after hearing the report from the investment teams that provided that to council during the time there in New York. So if I can get some clarification a little bit more on our funding sources and what do we have after we run through citizen. Thank you. I reserve my time.
Reserve time at 2 seconds. With that, we'll have staff reach out to Mr. Robert Willie to retrieve information from 2019 regarding the citizen fund. And therefore, once we get information, it will be shared with the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I know this on amendment number 2. Is there anybody else in the queue? There is nobody in the queue at this time. Amendment number 2. So I'll go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 2 seconds.
I waived my time. I've only got 2 seconds. Thank you.
Akashina Hedla. So this, anybody else in the queue? Okay. Moving forward, there's nobody in the queue. Nobody in reserve time on amendment number 2, and the request is the staff are on top of it right now. So with that, moving to roll call vote. Amendment number 2, there's nobody on the queue and nobody in reserve time.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
I will agree.
Honorable
Hold on your vote. Point of order, Delegate Eugene So.
My point of order is, do we get that question now before we vote from the controller or after? That's my point of order. Thank you. The comment order.
Delegate Eugene So. There was a request. It will be given to the 24th Council in a written format from the Office of the Controller. That'd be after the vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Caneswa Crotty. Honorable Amber Caneswa Crotty. Honorable Amber Caneswa Crotty did not vote. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Amber Caneswa Crotty votes green via text. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Vote is.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Speaker Otto So is excused. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is. Yahoo.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazi. Honorable
Green.
Edwin Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable
Delegate
Jimmy.
Yellowhair, I decided to vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Pro Temp Speaker with a vote of 20 in favor, 1 opposed. Pro Temp Speaker not voting.
We have 20 in favor, 1 opposed. Amendment number 2 receives a due pass. So with this, moving back to the main motion, are there any new players in the main motion queue? There are no new players in the main motion queue, so go back to reserve time. The main motion, Delegate Amber Kenneth Bacarati, 4 minutes and 37 seconds.
I'll waive my time. Thank you.
She waives her time. Though moving to Shananta, Delegate K.L. McGay Jr., 4 minutes and 29 seconds.
Waive the rest of my time,
Kushin's Che. Kodoy waives his time. Shananta, Delegate Vince James. Main motion, you have 5 minutes.
I'll go ahead and waive the rest of my time.
Hakushina Shaja. He waives his time. Doshananta. Kodoy, Delegate Elmer P. Begay waived his time. We'll move forward to Shananta Sutsule. Delegate Herman Daniels, 4 minutes and 10 seconds.
I waive my time.
Hakushina. So there is nobody in the main motion, nobody on reserve time, nobody in the queue for the main motion. So therefore, Manuel, second reading.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, members of the 24th Navajo Council. You have 2 amendments. Amendment number 1 on page 1, line 15, after building project, add the following new sentence. Allocate new sentence underscore allocating $6,030,922.15 from the Citizen Fund for the Low Mountain Chapter multipurpose building, allocating $70,000 from the Citizen Fund for the Chinle RBDO Business Site Cleanup and Demolition Project, allocating $2,070,000 from the Citizen Fund for the Two Gray Hills Veterans Memorial Park, allocating $10,159,542 from the Citizen Fund for the Rama Navajo School Board Drinking Water Project, allocating $150,000 from the Citizen Fund for the Cornfields Chapter Veterans Organization's Courtyard, allocating $14,180,749.73 from the Citizen Fund for the Tolakan Chapter Multipurpose Building. End of new language. 2, page 1, line 15, to oversight plan and insert plans. 3, page 3, line 21, insert new paragraphs as follows. New paragraph G. The Low Mountain Chapter LMC is requested $6,030,922.15 from the Citizen Fund for the construction of a multi-purpose building which will centralize community resources, provide for various business opportunities such as public health and wellness and childcare, and accommodate various tribal programs for the benefit of the public as described in Exhibit C. Paragraph H, in resolution numbers LMC-2019-049, LMC describes the project in further detail and provides projected cost estimates of the multipurpose building. Exhibit C. Since LMC passed the resolution in 2019, the project's costs have increased, and revised cost estimate of $6,030,922.50 was prepared on October 17, 2022. Exhibit D. Paragraph J, allocation of the Citizen Funds as requested by LMC meets the criteria for Citizen Fund expenditure because the proposed expenditure involves economic and community development in commercial buildings as described in 12 NNC section 2502A1. Paragraph K, in a letter dated July 7, 2022, the Chinle RBDO is requesting $970,000 from the Citizen Fund for the demolition and cleanup of 4 former business sites under its jurisdiction. These sites are located in the communities of Round Rock, 2 sites, Old Round Rock Trading Post and Old Leo Gym site, and Lokachikai, Upper Greasewood, 2 sites, Old Upper Greasewood Trading Post and Old Kennedy Trading Post. A summary of the 4 projects is attached here too as Exhibit C. Each of the 4 projects is described in further detail with a cost estimate and attached Exhibit D. M, the Chinle RBDO explains that once the demolition and cleanup projects are completed, the 4 sites will be ready for new business opportunities for those locations. Exhibit D. Paragraph N, allocation of the Citizen Funds as requested by the Chinle RBDO meets the criteria for citizen expenditures because the proposed expenditures will involve economic and community development and commercial buildings as described in 12 NNC section 2502A1. Paragraph O, the Two Gray Hills chapter is requesting $2,070,000 from the Citizen Fund to cover the funding shortfall for the completion of the Two Gray Hills Veterans Memorial Park project. The chapter states that the planning and design for the park project has been completed and the project is construction ready at this time. Exhibit C. Paragraph P, the chapter explains that the overall park project budget is $2,143,167.22, but that the chapter received $75,000 from the state of New Mexico for the project. Thus, the chapter is requesting the $2,070,000 to cover the funding shortfall. Exhibit C. Paragraph Q, the chapter's architect has prepared a park project construction budget with a breakdown of each phase of the project. Exhibit D. Paragraph R, allocation of the $2,070,000 for the park project meets the criteria for Citizen Fund expenditures because the project involves community development and infrastructure as required by 12 NNC 2502A1. Paragraph S, allocation of the $2,070,000 for the park project also satisfies the leveraging preference for Citizen Fund expenditures under 2502C1 because the state of New Mexico has already provided $75,000 for the project. Paragraph T, in resolution number RNSB-EXEC-2022-019, the Raymond Navajo School Board Incorporated RNSB requests Citizen Funds to replace its drinking water system drinking water project. Exhibit C. Paragraph U, RNSB has submitted a cost estimate for the drinking water project showing that $10,159,542 figure rounded up is needed. Exhibit D. V, the RNSB has prepared an expenditure plan for its proposed drinking water project. Exhibit E. Paragraph W, RNSB's engineer has prepared a comprehensive preliminary engineering report for the project attached here to as Exhibit FX. Allocation of the citizen funds as requested by the RNSB for this project meets the criteria for citizen expenditures because the proposed expenditures involve infrastructure, water lines, and community development as described in 12 NNC section 2502A1. Y, the Cornfields Chapter CFC is requesting $150,000 from the Citizen Fund for the planning and development of the Veterans Organization Courtyard with associated facilities for the purpose of providing a space for veterans gatherings and educational activities as described in Exhibit C. Z, the resolution number CF-April 2022-035. The chapter requests the support of the Navajo Nation delegates and the president to approve the funding request of $150,000. Exhibit C, AA, allocation of the citizen funds as requested by the chapter meets the criteria for citizen fund expenditures because the proposed expenditure involves community development as described in 12 NNC section 2502A1. BB, paragraph BB, the Telecom chapter is requesting $14,180,749.73 from the Citizen Fund for the planning and construction of a multi-purpose building, which will include a Head Start program, Veterans Park, and Senior Center. Paragraph CC, the Telecom chapter has prepared a comprehensive project summary attached here to as Exhibit C. Paragraph DD, the Telecom chapter's multi-purpose building expenditure plan, including a detailed cost estimate, is set forth in Exhibit D. Paragraph EE, allocation of the citizen funds as requested by the chapter meets the criteria for citizen fund expenditures because the proposed expenditure involves community development as described in 12 NNC section 2502A1. End of new language. 4, page 4, line 28, insert new section as follows. New section 4, allocating $6,030,922.15 in the citizen funds for the Low Mountain Chapter multipurpose building, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC section 2501 to section 2508. A, in accordance with 12 NNC section 2505A, the Navajo Nation hereby approves $6,030,920.15 from the citizen fund for the construction of a new multi-purpose building for the Low Mountain Chapter, and also approves the expenditure plan for the construction of the Low Mountain Chapter multi-purpose building as set forth in Exhibit C and D. Paragraph B, the total amount of the citizen funds approved herein may be further leveraged by bond or loan financing pursuant to the Navajo Nation Bond Financing Act 12 NNC, Section 1300 et sec as amended, using citizen funds earnings for repayment and financing costs upon approval of the Budget and Finance Committee and upon further approval by the 2/3 vote of the full members of the Navajo Nation Council. Paragraph C, the controller shall determine whether the source of citizen funds approved herein will be citizen fund principal or citizen fund income or a combination of both. D, within 60 calendar days after the effective date of this act, the approved citizen funds shall be made available to the Navajo Nation Division of Community Development, DCD, pursuant to a drawdown schedule agreed to by the controller. Paragraph E, the approved citizen funds shall not lapse on an annual basis. However, any citizen funds not spent or encumbered within 36 months of the effective date of this act shall revert to the citizen fund principal unless otherwise approved by both the Resource and Development Committee and the Nabagiatik Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. Paragraph F, the citizen funds approved herein shall only be used for construction of the Low Mountain Chapter multi-purpose building as described in Exhibit C and D. Any and all savings or unused amounts of the citizen funds approved herein shall be immediately returned to the citizen fund principal once the Low Mountain Chapter multi-purpose building is completed or upon the reversion deadline in Section 4E above. G, the citizen fund may be reimbursed all or part of the amount approved herein from eligible funds available to the Navajo Nation from any and all state and federal sources. End of new language. 5, page 4, line 28, insert new section as follows. Section 5, Section 5, approving $970,000 from the citizen fund for the demolition cleanup and four former business sites under the Chinle RBDO and approving the related expenditure plan. Paragraph A, pursuant to 12 NNC section 2505A, the Navajo Nation hereby approves $970,000 from the citizen fund for the Chinle RBDO's for demolition and cleanup projects at the former business sites described herein, and also approves the expenditure plan for the 4 projects as set forth in attached Exhibit C and D. Paragraph B, the total amount of citizen funds approved in this act may be leveraged by bond or loan financing pursuant to the Nation Bond Financing Act 12 NNC, Section 1300 et sec, as amended, using citizen funds earnings for repayment and financing costs upon approval of the Budget and Finance Committee and upon 2/3 approval vote of the full membership of the Nomination Council. Paragraph C, the controller shall determine whether the source of the citizen funds approved in this act will be citizen fund principal or citizen fund income or a combination of both. Paragraph D, within 60 calendar days after the effective date of this act, the approved citizen funds shall be dispersed to the DED for the Chinle RBDO's use in implementing and completing the 4 demolition and cleanup projects described in Exhibit C and D. Paragraph E, the approved citizen funds for the 4 Chinle RBDO projects shall not lapse at the end of the fiscal year as might otherwise occur pursuant to 12 NNC Section 820N. However, notwithstanding the above, any citizen funds not spent or encumbered within 36 months of the effective date of this act shall revert to the citizen fund principal unless otherwise approved prior to such reversion by both the Resource and Development Committee and the Navigated Committees. F, the citizen funds approved herein shall not be commingled with funds from any other sources, whether designated for the 4 projects or otherwise. Any and all savings or unused amount for the approved citizen fund shall be returned to the citizen fund principal once the 4 Chinle RBDO projects are completed and upon the reversion deadline in Section 3E above. G, the citizen fund may be reimbursed the amount of funds approved herein from funds available to the Navajo Nation from any and all state, federal, and other sources. End of new language. 6, on page 4, starting at line 27, add the following new section and paragraphs. Section 6, allocating $2,070,000 in citizen funds for the 2 Gray Hills Veterans Memorial Park, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 to Section 2508. Paragraph A, in accordance with 12 NNC Section 2505A, the Navajo Nation hereby approves $2,070,000 from the citizen fund for the construction of the 2 Gray Hills Veterans Memorial Park. B, the Navajo Nation hereby approves the expenditure plan for the construction of the park project as set forth in Exhibit C and D. C through D. Paragraph C, the total amount of $2,070,000 in citizen funds approved herein may be further leveraged by bond or loan financing pursuant to the Navajo Nation Bond Financing Act 12 NNC Section 1300 et sec, as amended, using citizen funds earnings for repayment and financing costs upon approval of the Budget and Finance Committee and upon further approval by a 2/3 vote of the full membership of the Navajo Nation Council. D, the controller shall determine whether the source of the $2,070,000 approved herein will be citizen fund principal or citizen fund income or a combination of both. Paragraph E, within 60 business days after the effective date of this act, the $2,070,000 shall be made available to the Navajo Nation Division of Community Development, DCD, pursuant to a drawdown schedule agreed to by the controller. Paragraph F, at the request of the 2 Gray Hills chapter and with the approval of the Department of Justice, DCD shall enter a memorandum of agreement or other legal agreement with the chapter to transfer the $2,070,000 in funds and the responsibility for construction of the park project to the chapter. As a condition of receiving the funds, the chapter shall, 1, be responsible for complying with the project expenditure plan approved herein and with all provisions of legal agreement described herein, and 2, submit a written report and a verbal report if so requested explaining the ongoing status of its park project and its expenditures of the approved citizen funds to the Resource Development Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, and the Navigated Committee. Said report shall be provided by the end of each fiscal year quarter until the park project is completed or the entire amount of approved citizen funds is exhausted. Paragraph G, the $2,070,000 in citizen funds shall only be used for construction of the park project as described in Exhibits C through D. Paragraph H, the $2,070,000 shall not lapse on an annual basis. However, any citizen funds not spent or encumbered within 36 months of the date funds are transferred to DCD shall revert to the citizen fund principal unless otherwise approved by the Resource Development Committee and the Navigated Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. Paragraph I, any and all savings or unused amounts of the citizen funds approved herein shall be immediately returned to the citizen fund principal once the park project is completed or upon the reversion deadline in Section 4H above. J, the citizen fund may be reimbursed or all or in part of the amount approved herein from eligible funds approved but to the Navajo Nation from any and all state and federal sources. End of new language. 7, page 4, starting at line 27, add the following new section and paragraphs. New section 7, allocating $10,159,542 in CSM funds for the Rama Navajo School Board Drinking Water Project, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC section 2501 to section 2508. Paragraph A, in accordance with 12 NNC 2505A, the Navajo Nation hereby approves $10,159,542 from the CSM fund for the construction of the Rama Navajo School Board Drinking Water Project. Paragraph B, the Navajo Nation hereby approves the expenditure plan for the construction of the RNSB Drinking Water Project as set forth in Exhibit C through F. C, the total amount of $10,159,542 in CSM funds approved herein may be further leveraged by bond or loan financing pursuant to the Navajo Nation Bond Financing Act 12 NNC Section 1300 as amended, using CSM fund earnings or for repayment and financing costs upon approval of the Budget and Finance Committee and upon further approval by a two-thirds vote of the full membership of the Navajo Nation Council. Paragraph D, the controller shall determine whether the source of the $10,159,542 approved herein will be CSM fund principal or CSM fund income, or a combination of both. Paragraph E, within 60 business days after the effective date of this act, the $10,159,542 shall be made available to the Navajo Nation Division of Community Development, DCD, pursuant to a drawdown schedule agreed to by the controller. F, at the request of the RNSB, and upon approval of the Department of Justice, DCD shall enter a memorandum agreement or other legal agreement with RNSB to transfer the $10,159,542 in funds and the responsibility for construction of the RNSB Drinking Water Project to RNSB. If RNSB receives the CSM funds and implements and administers the project as a condition of receiving the funds, RNSB shall 1, be responsible for complying with the project expenditure plan approved herein and with all provisions of the legal agreement described herein, and 2, allow the Navajo Nation full access to its financial records related to the CSM funds RNSB has received for the purpose of the Navajo Nation's review and audit of RNSB's expenditures of the CSM funds, and 3, submit a written report and a verbal report if requested, explaining the ongoing status of its drinking water project and its expenditures of the approved CSM funds to the Resource and Development Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, and the Navajo Committee, and said report shall be provided by the end of each fiscal year quarter until the project is completed or the entire amount of approved CSM funds is exhausted. Paragraph G, the $10,159,542 in CSM funds shall only be used for construction of the RNSB Drinking Water Project as described in Exhibit C through F. Paragraph H, the $10,159,542 shall not lapse on an annual basis. However, any CSM funds not spent or encumbered within 24 months of the date funds are transferred to DCD shall revert to the CSM fund principal unless otherwise approved by the Resource and Development Committee and the Navajo Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. Paragraph I, any and all savings or unused amounts of the CSM funds approved herein shall be immediately returned to the CSM fund principal once the RNSB's drinking water project is completed or upon the reversion deadline in section 4H above. Paragraph J, the CSM fund may be reimbursed all or part of the amount approved herein from eligible funds available to nomination from any and all state, federal sources. End of new language. 8 on page 4, line 28. Insert new section as follows. New section 8, allocating $150,000 CSM funds for the Cornfield Chapter Veterans Organization Courtyard, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC section 2501 to section 2508. Paragraph A, in accordance with 12 NNC section 2505A, the Navajo Nation hereby approves $150,000 from the CSM fund for the planning and development of a veterans organization courtyard for the Cornfield Chapter as explained in Exhibit C. B, the total amount of the CSM funds approved herein may be further leveraged by bond or loan financing pursuant to the Navajo Nation Bond Financing Act 12 NNC section 1300 as amended, using CSM funds earnings for repayment or financing costs upon approval of the Budget and Finance Committee and upon further approval by a two-thirds vote of the full membership of the Navajo Nation Council. Paragraph C, the controller shall determine whether the source of the CSM funds approved herein will be CSM fund principal or CSM fund income or a combination of both. Paragraph D, within 60 calendar days after the effective date of this act, the approved citizen funds shall be made available to Navajo Division of Community Development, DCD, pursuant to a drawdown schedule agreed to by the controller. Paragraph E, at the request of the Cornfields Chapter, DCD shall enter into a memorandum of agreement or other legal agreement with the chapter to transfer the $150,000 and the responsibility for this project to the chapter. Paragraph F, the approved CSM funds shall not lapse on an annual basis. However, any CSM funds not spent or encumbered within 36 months of the effective date of this act shall revert to the CSM fund principal unless otherwise approved by both the Resource and Development Committee and the Navajo Committee of the Nomination Council. Paragraph G, the CSM funds approved herein shall only be used for the planning and design of the Veterans Organization courtyard as described in Exhibit C. Any and all savings or unused amounts of the CSM funds approved herein shall be immediately returned to the CSM fund principal once planning and design activities are completed or upon the reversion deadline in Section 4F above. Paragraph H, the CSM fund may be reimbursed for all or part of the amount approved herein from eligible funds available to the Navajo Nation from any and all state and federal sources. And a new language. 9, page 4, line 27, insert new section as follows. Section 9, allocating $14,180,749.73 in CSM funds for the Telecom Chapter Multi-Purpose Building, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 to Section 2508. Paragraph A, in accordance with 12 NNC Section 2505A, the Navajo Nation hereby approves $14,180,749.73 from the CSN fund for the planning and development of a multi-purpose building for the Telecom Chapter as explained in Exhibit C and D. B, the total amount of CSM funds approved herein may be further leveraged by bond or loan financing pursuant to the Navajo Nation Bond Financing Act 12 NNC Section 1300 as amended, using CSM fund earnings for repayment and financing costs upon approval of the Budget and Finance Committee and upon further approval by a 2/3 vote of the full membership of Navajo Nation Council. C, the controller shall determine whether the source of CSM funds approved herein will be CSM fund principal or CSM fund income or a combination of both. Paragraph D, within 60 calendar days after the effective date of this act, the approved CSM funds shall be made available to the Navajo Nation Division of Community Development, DCD, pursuant to a drawdown schedule agreed to by the controller. Paragraph E, at the request of the Telecom Chapter, DCD shall enter into a memorandum of agreement or other legal agreement with the chapter to transfer the $14,180,749.73 and responsibility for this project to the chapter. Paragraph F, the approved CSM fund shall not lapse on an annual basis. However, any CSM funds not spent or encumbered within 36 months of the effective date of this act shall revert to the CSM fund principal unless otherwise approved by both the Resource Development Committee and the Navajo Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. Paragraph G, the CSM funds approved herein shall only be used for the planning and design of the multipurpose building as described in Exhibit C and D. Any and all savings or unused amounts of the CSM funds approved herein shall be immediately returned to the CSM fund principal once the Telecom Chapter multipurpose building is completed or upon the reversion deadline in Section 4 above. 4F above. Paragraph H, the CSM fund may be reimbursed for all or part of the amount approved herein from eligible funds available to the Navajo Nation from any and all state or federal sources. 10, on page 4, line 29, overstrike plan, insert plans plural. Amendment number 2, on page 1, line 13 to 15, in the title of the legislation, make the following changes. After allocating overstrike $10,031,897. After CSM fund, insert new language underscore $10,031,897 in the new language. After the words Mariana Lake Chapter Multi-Purpose Building Project, insert comma, new language, comma, $13,880,203 for the Shanto Chapter Community Building Project and $6,600,000 for the Ojeto Chapter Multi-Purpose Facility. After expenditure, change plan to plans by adding an S, making it plural. 2, page 3, starting at line 21, add the following new paragraphs. Paragraph G, the Shanto chapter needs $13,880,203 from the CSM fund to complete its community building project, Shanto project. An executive summary for the Shanto project is attached as Exhibit C, as detailed. A cost estimate for the Shanto project is attached as Exhibit D. Paragraph H, allocation of citizen funds for the Shanto project meets the criteria for citizen fund expenditure because the Shanto project involves community development and infrastructure as required by 12 NNC section 2502 A1. Paragraph I, the Ojeto chapter needs $6,600,000 from the citizen fund for design and construction of its multipurpose facility, Ojeto project. An executive summary for the Ojeto project is attached as Exhibit E. A detailed cost estimate for the Ojeto project is attached as Exhibit F. Paragraph J, allocation of the citizen funds for the Ojeto project meets the criteria for citizen fund expenditure because the Ojeto project involves community development and infrastructure as required by 12 NNC section 2502 A1. End of new language. 3 on page 3, lines 22 to 25, make the following changes. Overstrike 10 million after allocating, overstrike 10,031,897 and after citizen fund, insert new language, underscore $10,031,897. End of new language. After multi-purpose building project, insert new language, underscore, comma, $13,880,000, $880,203 for the Shanto chapter community building project and $6,600,000 for the Ojeto chapter multi-purpose facility. End of new language. After related expenditure, the word plans, make it plural by adding an S. Page 4, page 3, lines 26 to 28, make the following changes. After Navajo Nation hereby approves, overstrike $10,031,897 and insert after citizen fund $10,031,897. After the words for the overstrike construction of a new end of overstrike. After Mariano Lake chapter, insert new language, underscore, comma, $13,880,203 for the Shanto chapter community building project and $6,600,000 for the Ojeto chapter multipurpose facility. End of new language. 5, page 3, lines 29 to 30, make the following changes. After expenditure, paragraph B, after expenditure, make plan plural by adding an S. After the word for the overstrike construction of the end of overstrike, after Mariano Lake chapter, overstrike, or add a comma and then overstrike multi-purpose building as set forth in exhibits A and B. Insert new language, underscore the Shanto chapter and the Ojeto chapter projects described herein and in exhibits A through F. 6, page 4, line 1, overstrike $10,031,897 in. End of overstrike. 7, page 4, line 6, overstrike $10,031,897 and insert citizen funds. 8, page 4, line 8, overstrike $10,031,897 and insert underscore approved citizen funds. End of new language. 9, page 4, lines 15 to 16, make the following changes in paragraph G. On paragraph G, after the overstrike $10,031,897 in, insert new language, underscore approved. After the words be used for overstrike construction of the Mariano Lake chapter multipurpose building as, insert new language, underscore the chapter projects. After exhibits A, overstrike, and B, and replace with dash F. 10, page 4, line 17, overstrike $10,031,897 and insert approved citizen funds. 11, page 4, lines 22 to 23, make the following changes. After citizen fund principal, once the overstrike Mariano Lake chapter multipurpose building is, and replace with underscore 3 chapter projects described herein are in the new language. 12, on page 4, line 29, make plan plural as in plans. 13, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the council's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other council amendment. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Point of privilege, Chair Henyo.
Okay, we have completed the reading of the legislation. Before going to vote, is a point of privilege. Madam Chair Charles Eaton.
Yes, Chair Henyo, I had a question for the controller. And I asked that question prior to the amendments being voted on. I want to know if we have the controller on the line. Specifically, what I want to know is Once we go through this money for Citizen, the 148 million, do we have funding that's going to go like that we're going to be able to put back into Citizen? Or is it like once we're done with it, we're done with it? And so that eliminates the pot for Citizen. Can the controller provide me a little bit more context to that? Thank you.
Okay, before we go to vote, I believe Mr. Robert Willie's on the line. He did provide written documentation, and staff had requested that he provide written documentation for the first question you had, Shenandoah Aquado, was what was the balance at the beginning of the term of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, which I felt was appropriate to give a written response. If you wish to get an oral response, Mr. Willie? Mr. Robert Willie.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Temp Chair. This is Robert Willie from the Controller's Office. I did hear the question. Am I available, or am I able to speak, sir?
Yes, sir. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And to Honorable Charles Newton, the balance that I sent out for at the beginning of the day was 148,690,316. That was as of the end of November. The question that you had posed as far as are there going to be any monies coming back? There are provisions within certain a number of the resolutions that had been passed that if the amounts had not been spent or encumbered after a certain time period, they would have to revert back to the Sehasen Fund. And there is that cap 35-18, which there are a number of amendments that are being made. If some of those could actually revert back to the Sehasen Fund, that would help increase the balance. There are also pending projects. If you look at my exhibit B that I attached to the memo from this morning, there are a number of projects. The ones that are highlighted in orange have yet to be set up. And I know that the apartment complex is one of them. I don't believe that they've made contact with the controller as far as their drawdown schedule. There were a number of resolutions that did indicate that in the July session, but when I had spoken with the controller, she had yet to receive any of those drawdown plans. So consequently, the accounts have not been set up yet. Most of the time, the projects that are set up, the controller chooses to keep those within the Navajo Nation, because if you look at the exhibits for the projects, a number of them, which had indicated that they were project ready and shovel ready, still have balances within them. So if you go through that list, you'll see going back to 2016, there are a number of projects that some of them have yet to spend anything. So that might be a possibility in which you could look at to have some of those funds reverted. There was also the question of what the balance was when the 24th Council did take over. I did send the controller's report from the winter session of January 2019, and the controller at that time was Ms. Perlene Kirk. On page 2 of that report, the Sehasen balance was $335,046,669, and that was as of December 31st, 2018, right before the new council had taken over. So I hope this helps answer some of those questions. If you have any more questions, I'll be happy to entertain those. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the Navajo Nation Council.
Kashina, Mr. Willie, for being on the call and being ready to answer the question for an appointed privilege. With that, moving forward to the roll call vote, 159-22. Bobby?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
How about green?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Yeah, votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
The Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty.
Acting Delegate Amber Kineswa Crotty, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Speaker Otto So is excused. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote.
Green.
Honorable
I
Jim.
vote green. Sorry, I was muted.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Pro Temp Speaker with a vote of 17 in favor, 1 opposed, and Pro Temp Speaker not voting.
Okay, thank you for the roll call vote. 17 in favor, 1 opposed. Legislation 159-22 receives a due pass. It requires 16 votes. Therefore, be moving across to the Office of the President and Vice President for consideration. That takes care of old business. It is 4:30, and we are now on the new business. 6A, legislation 0075-22. For that, Shenandoah, Vice Chair Carl Slater, are you still on the call with us?
Yes, Speaker.
Good, Shane, that'd be Manuel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Tracking number 0075-22. An act relating to the Budget and Finance, Resource and Development, Health Education and Human Services and Napakiete Committees and to the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $10 million from the CSM Fund to establish a new outdoor recreation fund for the Navajo Nation. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Carl R. Slater and co-sponsored by Honorable Madam Chair Amber Canaz-Bakrati. You do have committee reports from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. You have a committee report from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. And a committee report from the Napakiete Committee that recommend a due pass and refer to the Navajo Nation Council. This legislation is a 2/3 legislation and will go over to the Office of the President and Vice President. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Good, Shane, thank you. And is there a motion for legislation 0075-22?
Motion, Delegate Rick Nez.
Motion, Shenandoah Chairman Rick Nez, is there a second?
Delegate McGay.
Delegate Elmer P.B. Gay, second. So we do have a motion second on the floor. Therefore, Shenandoah, Delegate Carl Slater, you have the floor. Introduce the legislation to the 24th Navajo Nation Council.
Thank you very much, committee member or colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. It's my honor to present this legislation 7522 to you. I know it's gone through almost all the committees and a lot of you are familiar with the content of the legislation. The Navajo Nation for a long time has relied on extraction to fund its budget, and that has been coal, oil, and gas. And at the same time, we have more and more of our people who are living outside of their traditional homelands, whether that means they're living in Chinle as opposed to, say, Rough Rock or Lukachukai, or they're living in Denver or Los Angeles or Phoenix, and they are not as connected to our homelands as we would like them to be. In addition, we have our NHA housings in each of our communities where a lot of our people are living these days. And something that we confront in each of our communities is a lack of outdoor recreation facilities. That means trails and things of that nature for people to recreate safely and to connect with the land, to improve their health. And for our young people in particular, we know that physical activity, it sharpens their focus and their ability to do well in school. It improves their mental health. And these are the circumstances that our nation confronts today. So it's my hope that by allocating this funding to create an outdoor recreation fund, we'll fund those outdoor recreation facilities that will, one, benefit the physical and mental health, and you can say the spiritual health of our people in our communities. And then hopefully down the line, as communities become open to welcoming people from outside the nation or even from other parts of the nation, or even our people who live off the nation and want to come home and reconnect with the land, that they will be anchors and beacons, trails, other sorts of outdoor recreation facilities. We've seen how towns all surrounding Navajo, Flagstaff, Moab, Cortez, Durango, Gallup, Farmington, places that historically relied heavily on extraction like the nation does or did, have invested heavily into public outdoor recreation facilities. And because of that, they've become beacons for tourist activity, in addition to increasing the quality of life for their citizens. So this legislation, to me, and I think to a lot of people in the outdoor recreation community on Navajo, is twofold. And that is to support the quality and well-being of our people on our homelands, to provide access to the land for way too many folks who are becoming disconnected just by economic and living conditions that they have to pursue in the 21st century. But then the second aspect, like I said, is hopefully to create a more diverse Navajo Nation economy. And all it takes is one or two communities taking that leap to demonstrate to other communities on Navajo that if they create trail systems, if they create interesting outdoor recreation facilities, that they will be able to attract tourist dollars. And that sort of regenerative economy that isn't based off of extraction, I think is more suited to our traditional economy. So this legislation will take $10 million out of the CSN fund. It'll make $1 million immediately available, and the remaining $9 million will be invested. And on an annual basis, the interest income derived from that investment, 80% of it will be available for grants. 20% will be reinvested into the fund. Now, there will be an outdoor recreation fund committee that will be established, and it won't be elected politicians. There'll be individuals nominated by the president, by the speaker, and then there will be representatives from the Department of Genet Education, from Navajo Area IHS, and from, well, I'll take a step back. The Department of Genet Education has the Office of Genet Youth under it. Navajo Area IHS has health promotions, and then the Department of Health has the Special Diabetes Program. And so each of them presently contribute to the physical health, the public health aspect of our people. And they've been involved in different trails efforts or getting our kids into mountain biking programs, supporting such programs in our BIE schools and our public schools. And I think it's important to maintain contact between them and include them in the governance of this fund because they have the expertise and they also are able to leverage funding from outside sources. So with that initial $1 million, this Outdoor Recreation Fund Committee will develop a fund management plan. And then they will establish policies and procedures or affirm them more officially for trails development. They will work on creating, I don't want to say a full master plan, but trying to do some master planning for the nation. And that way, the committee and representatives of the nation and the outdoor recreation community can continue to work with outdoor funding agencies and private foundations. There's an incredible amount of interest in funding trails and youth outdoor recreation on Navajo, from places like the Katina Foundation to Outride, which presently funds a lot of middle school riding for focus programs across the Navajo Nation. They have medical and scientific data to back up what they do, and they provide bikes and a curriculum to schools. The schools then provide a PE teacher or some sort of other teacher to provide the coaching to our young people. So with all of that effort, then we will be demonstrating to these large outside organizations that are interested in investing on Navajo that they have a willing partner, a partner that's putting thought and effort, galvanizing and organizing, and really, I think, trying to improve the quality of life for our people here with an aim toward diversifying our economy and increasing the economic assets that we have here on Navajo. And so that is a brief overview, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Oh, let me mention one more thing. There will be a fund management plan. So we're going to authorize the creation of the fund, and then it will be recommended by the HES committee to RDC. And then that fund management plan will be developed and adopted, by this council, or by the 25th council, more likely. And I think that's important. There's going to be continued oversight of the funding. Ultimately, the council and the executive branch is going to collaborate with the outdoor recreation community and is going to do so for the benefit of our young people and our economy and our long-term future. And I hope the prosperity and well-being of the Navajo Nation. So, Speaker, I'll yield my time back to you. Yeah.
Vice Chair Slater, for your presentation. And there is a motion and second on the floor. 24th Nomination Council, any questions? Anybody in the queue? There is nobody in the queue at this time. We're going once. Going twice. 3 times. Let's go to the board for a vote. Bobby?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr.
Yeah, votes green. Thank you.
Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canas Bakrati.
Delegate Amber Kenneth Wakati, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas Bakrati votes green. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Speaker Otto So is excused. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So votes red via text. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edwin Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona.
I vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edwin Yazzie did not vote. Pro Temp Speaker with a vote of 16 in favor, 2 opposed, and Pro Temp Speaker not voting.
Thank you for the roll call vote. Legislation 0075-22, 16 in favor, 2 opposed. Chair not, Speaker Pro Tem not voting. This legislation receives a due pass. It requires 16 votes, so therefore it's a 2/3 vote. So therefore, we'll move forward to the next legislation, which is legislation 109-22. Delegate Wilson C. Stewart Jr. is present here in the chambers. Manuel, if you read the legislation to the record.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem and members of the 24th Nomination Council, tracking number 0109-22, an act relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, and Navajo Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $18,880,105 for the CSN Fund, from the CSN Fund to Navamil Lumber and Logging Company for its proposed forest products business to be constructed in Sawmill Chapter, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC section 2501 to section 2508. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. You do have committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. You have a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that has had it under consideration, reports the same with the recommendation that it defer to a Navajo Committee work session without amendment and therefore refer to the Navajo Committee. You do have a committee report from the Navajo Committee dated December 8th, 2022. The legislation was passed and referred to the Navajo Nation Council. This legislation is a 2/3 legislation and will need 16 in favor votes. It moves on to the office of the President and Vice President. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Daniel, for the reading of the legislation to the record. Therefore, it's in the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Is there a motion for legislation 109-22? Motion, Shinada Delegate Eugene So. Is there a second?
Second, Daniel So.
Second, Shinada Chairman Daniel So. So we do have a motion and a second on the floor. And with this, committee member Shinada, 24th Navajo Nation Council, are there any questions? Is there anybody in the queue? There's nobody in the queue at this time. Navi works. Okay, going once. Any
Speaker,
questions?
can I clarify? This is for 109-22?
Ocean Vice Chair Slater, 109-22.
For Navamil?
Oh,
Okay. Thank you.
Is there anybody in the queue at this time?
No.
Nobody at all. Second call, questions? Third and final call, questions? The move to vote, roll call vote. Bobby?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer
green.
Begay. Honorable Elmer
green.
Begay votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Yeah, looks great. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Shadow Delegate Amber Canis Lacardi, I vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes red. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
A lot of votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Speaker Otto So is excused. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So votes red via text. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Pro Tem Speaker, with a vote of 14 in favor, 6 opposed. Pro Tem Speaker not voting.
Okay, and thank you for the roll call vote for legislation 109-22. Vote in favor, 14 in favor, 6 opposed. Speaker Pro Tem not voting. Legislation requires a 2/3 vote, 16 votes. Therefore, legislation fails. Okay, we'll move next to legislation 176-22. Chairman Daniel So. Chairman Daniel So. Speaker Pro Tem for Pro Tem.
Avila, the chair.
Okay, thank you. Presiding Pro Tem.
So we are looking at legislation 0176-22. Mr. Manuel Rico, please read the legislation into the record.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is tracking number 0176-22, an act relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance and Nabaquita Committees and to the Navajo Nation Council allocating $10,159,542 from the Citizen Fund to replace the Raymond Navajo School Board drinking water system, approving the related expenditure plan. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Chairman Jamie Henyo. We do have some reports from the Resources and Development Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. You have a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. And you have a committee report from the Nabaquita Committee that recommend a pass and refer to the Navajo Nation Council. This legislation is a citizen legislation, requires a 2/3 vote. It is also going to be, it will be transmitted to the Office of the President and Vice President. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. Okay. Again, Honorable Chair BNF, Jamie Henyo is the only sponsor, so that's how come he can't preside over this particular legislation. So with that, committee members, Navajo Nation Council members, do I have a motion?
Motion, Eugene So.
We have a motion by Honorable Eugene So. Do I hear a second?
Delegate
by-
Yellow Hair.
Second by Honorable Edison Juanica. Che, you're a little late. Jimmy Yellow Hair.
Okay. Avila.
Oh,
Yeah.
council members. Does Nabi work?
Point of privilege.
Point of privilege, Honorable Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. My question is this legislation 0176-22. That's the amendment that was also included in 0159-22. Is that correct? Also, Speaker Pro Tem legislation 0182 dash 22, that is the same amount, and that's the same legislation that was amended under 0159 dash 22. Is that correct? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair Charles Newton, legislative staff, Mr. Rico, Ms. Jalissa Johnson, can you help me with a response to Madam Chair Charles Newton?
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I would defer to the sponsors. I believe the first one is the same legislation or the same amount in the same projects. The second one is by Honorable Vice Chair Carl Slater. I think Honorable Chairman Henio and Vice Chair Slater can answer that question. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Sheila, thank you. Mr. Rico. Che, Honorable Chair Jamie Henio. Let me put that question of privilege to you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Thank you for the question. This legislation at onset was a standalone legislation. But then again, when 159-22 came about, though, it is uncertain whether the legislation was going to move forward or not. And so, because it was deferred back.
And you die. You can't come to reality.
Pardon, council member, pardon the interruption. Che, back to you.
Yeah, I was muted again. Okay, so I'm sorry, but as I was saying, 159-22 amendment number 1. It was made part of the amendment, but it was uncertain. I was uncertain whether this legislation was going to move forward, or the amendment number 1 was going to move forward after it's been referred back to Navajo for more discussion. Although I kept moving this legislation forward through the committees as a standalone legislation. And so at this point right now, I gave our whole 159-22. It went through the process. And so again, I'm not certain whether that 159-22 will, when it goes across the street, whether there will be a sign or there'll be some red marks to it. And so therefore, I figured I'll just let this legislation run through its full cycle. And if it does pass with it as a standalone, then of course, naturally, OPVP will strike it out of 159. Then I decided to keep moving with this as a standalone. With him.
Che, Madam Chair Charles Newton, does that okay. Honorable Vice Chair Carl Slater, you're next on the queue.
Thank you. My thoughts are very similar to Delegate Henio's. I introduced the legislation to help my communities, and when there was an opportunity to amend another legislation to advance those same efforts, I took the opportunity to amend it, and this is a very modest amount of funding. It's under $1 million. I'm still going to pursue my legislation, and however, assuming that legislation passes, however the president decides to move forward, he'll either line item veto the other one and enact the one for the RBDO, or he'll line item veto that and enact one legislation that includes it as an amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Carl Slater. Madam Chair Charles Newton, does that answer your question of privilege?
Yes, it does, Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, do we have any further questions? Going on?
Delegate, so this is Delegate Cardi with a question.
Opashila Samayaza. That would give us then a question. Shiche, Honorable Jamie Henio, you have 20 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me? Christina, I accidentally hung up. I was trying to unmute here. But here now, should take it off. With a lot of time you give. This legislation, this request was originally should have been part of the 0086-22 ARPA legislation. As I went back and worked with the community on their community needs, the one area that the school board had expressed was the need to upgrade and rehab their drinking water well, which serves the students at the Pine Hill School, as well as the Pine Hill Clinic, the Pine Hill Behavioral Health Center, and the staff housing for our teachers. And so in that little campus, there is a water well. And that water well has been having many problems throughout its lifetime. So the only way to really provide safe drinking water is to drill a brand new well, which through a preliminary engineering report, there is a water table underneath that the school board could tap into. And so therefore, moving forward with this, the community around Pine Hill, which includes over 100, almost 200 NHA units, they depend on the school board water well, as the water well pumps the water out, feeds it to a holding tank outside the campus, then it's gravity fed back down to the NHA housing, as well as community members that live within the Pine Hill area, and also to the main water well that the whole community uses. So this is a critical part of the water well infrastructure within the Raymond Navajo community. And so when the school board personnel, they worked hard to complete the ARPA application, all the requirements in the Budget and Finance Committee resolution. They went back to the school board did a resolution to approve it, and it was sent to Nomination Division of Community Development as a part of the application process. But then for some reason, it started being delayed through the review process and then through DOJ. So when 0086 was formulated, it wasn't part of the legislation. And that was a cause of concern because the community and the school board personnel worked hard to get this application moving. So I've been decided, well, okay, let's move forward. And 0086 during Nabikiatkef, I introduced this as an amendment. And as it came before the Nabikiatkef committee, there was a lot of discussion, and time ran out on us before we could come to a full vote. Midnight came, and Nabikiatkef was disbanded at that time. So the opportunity was lost there at Nabi. Although when 0086 went before the Navajo Nation Council, there was a long lineup. And this was one of the amendments I had that I wanted to input into 0086. Though as we moved down the line, there were some amendments we made. And of course, the 200 amendments, 11 million, 8.8 million, took a lot of the discussion. And so as we remember how much time we spent on the legislation, it was several special meetings in a row that we had. So we started moving again. And just when it was about to come before me again as an amendment, there was a motion to cease debate, and it passed. Though the legislation passed without this appropriation ever getting on the ARPA bill. This is an ARPA eligible expense. Therefore, I feel comfortable that given the fact that some of these projects will be reallocated, meaning that there'll be some funding left over, that this could be replenished and to citizen once all the the reconciliation has been completed. So this could be a refundable item of Adjournment for the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And so I am moving forward with this to help the community of the Raymond Navajo School Board, Pine Hill School Campus, mainly our children there. And that's why I've been pushing a lot of legislation for the school board, as we have many of our young kids going to school there, and their safety is of most importance. And having clean access to clean drinking water is one of those that is a COVID-related expense. So, so President Nancy, Vice President Liza, she hit on the case. So, but they are sati, there's Anya Sahas is the need to so, I'll just agent on the corner. Mr. David Nez, are you still on the line, or Mr. Wiley Clausen? Okay. Mr. David Nez? Okay, good. He's on the line. And so, but this is a shovel-ready project, 24th Navajo Nation Council. And Mr. Nez will explain how shovel-ready it is. Mr. Nez, you have the floor.
Oh, yeah, this quite a song. This is Shay David Nez in Shadow, superintendent, so principal, without Shadow. Although, a question on this now too. I'm on my 4th year there. 4 years ago, when I started working there, we had very frequent water line breaks. I call the water line system was set up in the early 1970s. And if you ever been down to Rama, it's a very remote community. They have the campus there with the Pine Hill Clinic, the school, the behavioral health, We have 22 major contracts and grants with the federal government. Head Start, FACE program, the K through 12 school, and that water line, that water system there, it has 2 wells, and they go down over 1,200 feet because we're on a high plateau. And the water system is right under the road too, and it's right on top of bedrock. So when it freezes and it thaws, the ground is actually pressing against the water line. So that's what's been breaking. So about 3 years ago, about 2.5 years ago, we started working on this water line system, and we work with this company out of Albuquerque. It's HP Pacific. They studied in the store, and they did the preliminary engineering report. And we went through what our wish list would be, meaning what do you guys really want to upgrade this system. And it started out with the new water pumps, the new drop pipes, and all the major pipes that come up all the way to the water treatment system. Right now, currently, we don't have our own fresh water tank. It has to go, the water, after it goes through the water treatment system, it has to go off campus to another tank where it's stored as fresh potable water, and then that water comes back onto the campus. The only water tank that we have is the untreated water. So when it comes from the water, from the well, it goes to the untreated tank, and then it goes through the filtration system at the water treatment. Then it goes off campus, and it has to come back onto campus. And like I indicated, we have a Pine Hill Health Clinic. And with the pandemic, it's very crucial that we have fresh water, and then for the school and that whole community. And then part of the water is also, it goes off the campus into the community. There's a NHA housing, there's several housing units, and then out into the community where the water line system runs. Right now, working with the company, WH Pacific, we have the preliminary engineering report, we have the scope of work. All the paperwork is done, as even the materials, we have the list of materials. I submitted all the paperwork with Councilman Hino, Mr. Hino. So anyway, this project is ready to go. WH Pacific is ready to go. They're ready to start the work. We have the preliminary engineering report. Everything is in place, and it is shovel ready. The only thing we've been waiting for was the water. And that's why we did all the application. Everything was ready. We submitted that for the first, CARES Act funding. Then we submitted it for the ARPA funding. And when the Miss Yellowman came out here, she showed us a list with all these different projects that were going to be going on to that legislation for the ARPA funding. Along with our electrical, it had the water on there, it had our broadband on there. But when the legislation went to vote, and that was a big surprise to me because I thought we had everything ready. This was shovel ready. And then it also went into a safety because this is fresh water for the community, frequent water line breaks. And then during the pandemic, we're very dependent upon fresh water. sat on Nisto, Yego, Nahoti, Dinji, Tohogi, Yego, Benjit, Nahoti. Because if that water, those two wet wells go out, we're going to be in a serious crisis. At one point, I was ready to call Cibola County to have them bring down their water tanks down to the campus. To have the water tanks, those 18-wheelers there with the water tanks, as a backup for our water, because one of our wells had went out, and the other one at that point was an iffy too. Of course, but that's not very dependable. What we need is a brand new system, all the way from the wells, all the way to the filtration system with the water treatment system, to the potable tank, and going to the school and to all these different departments. I'm just on a cell phone. I'm actually parked by the side of the road calling in. They could. Now, no, what are you have a key? What the car? What are you? And he said, "There's in the deeds. What are you? Hashi?" Then he found us net or late. Oh, if there's any questions too, I'll be willing to answer those questions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nez, for assisting me in this presentation. So again, Kadoshnan, 24th Navajo Council. This is a shovel-ready project, and as explained, and this is a community-based project. And so, Kodoshe ya nahohli toshnan itai nasobit on higi. So I'll che. Chairman Daniel, so pro tem speaker.
Sache. Otto, we did have a question by Honorable Amber Knezbot Crotty. Sumayaji, you have the Zoom and teleconference floor. Madam Chair Amber Knezbot Crotty. Madam Chair Amber Knezbot Crotty.
Delegate, so this is Delegate Crotty. So I appreciate the time for the question. I support this project, and that's why I voted green on the amendment modification. I think the story of what our chapters endured trying to get their ARPA projects approved should be, the public should know how challenging that was. And if this is an ARPA eligible project, it should be covered under ARPA dollars. Suggestion is as we start looking at ARPA and reverting dollars, because there's programs who are not spending their money. They're maybe 3% of their budget. Some have not spent $1. And I think that's opportunity. And I agree with Delegate Henyo that there would be opportunity possibly in the future for ARPA to cover this project. With that being said, Delegate Daniel, so what we're at is a decision that needs to be made by this council in how to move forward and taking action on this legislation. I would request if the sponsor would support a tabling motion so that the legislation continues or is still alive, but allows the time for the president's office to take action, whether that's to veto, line item veto, or just sit on the legislation for 10 days and it's enacted into law. There has been no time in recent history that I can think of, or if we could ask Mr. Rico, that the council has moved forward in addressing the same allocation in two different legislations. And the way that I'm looking at line item veto, whether it's a standalone legislation or whether it's an amendment, it's the same project with the same information. I do want to say for the public, and this is why it's so important, is we have received memos from the president's office. And the reason why he'll line item veto is just merely because there was an amendment to a legislation, or what they call quote unquote rider. But that is an unfair practice by the president, because his office back in 2018 had a huge rider of $8 million when he line item vetoed the fiscal year budget, and put a lot of money into his own office. And so I could see the challenge with delegates who would say, I would want to support an amendment and I would want to stand alone. But I think at this point, how as staff do we, or how is staff going to then track that? Because is this considered then another allocation pulling out of CEJASEN? So I guess what I would want to ask right now, if the Office of the Controller is available, if this legislation is successful and moves into a resolution, how do you document the available funds of CEJASEN, as historically the council has never went into the negative or has never over allocated and allowed for the executive to make a decision on what programs or what projects or allocations to keep us in the green. If I could get that answered, and I fully support this project. We've heard a lot from Delegate Henyo, from the community. I think right now what we're just looking at is how we move forward as a council, and ways that we have to address the line item veto. And the people gave that authority to the president. They did not allow the council to override. And this may be a time where we need to start talking with the chapters or the people to say, if the president line item vetoes, then it'll go to the people if they want to override, because these are critical water projects. These are critical road projects. These are critical infrastructure projects. And it shouldn't just be by a red ink going through the hopes and dreams of our community members. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
35 seconds. Again, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Chair Jamie Henyo explained that as a standalone, then it would come out of that earlier amendment to 0159. The question goes to Office of Legislative Services regarding that particular item. And then also, I would also refer it to Chief Legislative Counsel for response to Madam Chair Amber Knezbach-Crotty's questions on, I guess, the strategy thoughts of keeping it as an amendment to 0159 or to pursue this in this legislation 0176-22. Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Pro Tem, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. As long as I've been here, we've never passed two similar or identical legislations with the same allocation. The only thing close to that was Honorable Wilson Stewart's with the Department of Economic Development, where he had two similar legislations. What he did was he tabled one of them to see what the action was of the president before he moved forward or withdrew the other one. So that's the other option that Honorable Wilson Stewart did. That was back right before the end of the fiscal year. Chairman or Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. Chief Legislative Counsel, Ms. Dana Barbara. Could you provide further guidance?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. So I appreciate Mr. Rico, what Mr. Rico just stated, and I appreciate his research. I too don't remember two identical legislations for the same amount, same project, same funding source going across the street for president's signature at the same time. I have discussed this with other attorneys at Office of Legislative Counsel, and we cannot find any statutes or regulations that would prevent or prohibit both going across. However, there are a number of reasons that you might wish to consider when making that decision. And in the end, Speaker Pro Tem, I think it's your call. The history of one of the things to consider is does the second legislation call the first legislation into question, or that council's not fully behind it? That is a perception that the president might have, and let me put an emphasis on might. There is also the fact that it potentially could, with both legislations, increase line item veto possibilities. However, the opposite might be true, in that it might make it possible to survive those. So in the end, Speaker Pro Tem and Council, there are no legal prohibitions on doing it. I think that the discussion focuses pretty much on the will of the council. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff. Honorable Chair Jamie Hainiel, do you wish to address the council on the strategy you want to pursue regarding 0176-22?
Chair, Pro Tem Speaker. I thought earlier because the I did an appointed privilege of a little lead additional, so I thought the strategy because the others should could Vice Chair Carl Slater out and that's the Chair Pro Tem Speaker.
Koshila, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, does anybody else wish to address the motion to adopt the legislation?
Point of privilege, Chair. Speaker Pro Tem, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton, you have the floor.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. And then thank you, Dana, for the explanation. I know that when we were discussing the CARES legislation regarding the hardship, there was a similar question about, whether if an amendment was made and it was reflected on the amendment and then doing a standalone. At that time, we were informed by Office of Legislative Counsel that it would still minus the amount, which at that time was minus from the CARES money. So doing the math right now, in terms of this amount already being approved under amendment number 140-159-22, if we approve this legislation, does it minus the $10,159,542 from the citizen amount? Because again, I remember per my notes looking back at the citizen, that's how it was explained to us. If it does, should we just maybe include an amendment language within this legislation, within legislation 0176-22, that that there was an amendment made to 0159-22 with the same amount? That way, if one is approved, then the other one could be vetoed or line item vetoed. I just need a little bit clarification. They won't be receiving double the amount, will they? Thank you.
Hang on. Okay. So Che, one more time, explain it. Honorable Chair Jamie Henu.
Point of privilege, Speaker Pro Tem.
Madam Chair Charles Newton, your point of privilege.
Speaker Pro Tem, that question was for Dana.
Okay, thank you for the redirection, Miss Chief Legislative Counsel, Miss Dana Bobroff. You have the teleconference floor to respond to the question of privilege. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem and Chairwoman Charles Newton. The dollars, because it is the same project, identified, same dollar amount, same funding recipients, it will only come out one time. As far as adding language, I would, instead of adding language, I find that as I think about that, it's a little challenging to come up with the language given the two legislations. But if this does pass and both end up on the president's desk, I would highly recommend that the sponsor discuss this with the president, what his thoughts are. So, but I will continue to think about about adding an amendment. But it's just not feeling right for me that it's gonna not create more problems. But the primary question, no, it will only come out once. It will only get funded once, even if approved twice by president. It's one project. It's identical, so they'll only get the money once. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff. Any further questions?
Speaker.
So, Cecilia, Honorable Vice Chair Carl Slater, you have the teleconference floor.
Thank you, Shania. Speaker Pro Tem. Lighten the mood here for a moment. I guess upon further reflection, I think what I'm going to ask colleagues when my legislation comes up is that you defer it to the next special council session and we not consider it today. I'm definitely not trying to enforce that upon Delegate Henyo and this legislation, but I wanted to raise the point earlier that Delegate Charles Newton brought up, and there were competing CARES Act legislations that were introduced. Since my recollection that there were duplicative allocations within those CARES Act legislations, and I know there have been other similar situations where delegates will add a legislation as an amendment and then hold off or not. And I think for the time being, for the sake of clarity, I would like to do that with my business site cleanup legislation, since it is included already in the other legislation. But I think as a matter of practice, delegates shouldn't be prohibited from it, because if anything, it could help demonstrate the support from the council for an initiative, and that could be very important for communities, particularly when it's really important critical infrastructure like safe drinking water. And I know that this has been a project going on since, before the CARES Act, but definitely was highlighted then. So with that said, I just want to raise that now, and I don't know if that affects Delegate Henyo's thinking at all, but this council already made a precedent during the CARES Act legislation of permitting something akin to what's being proposed this evening. And that doesn't mean the council can't impose some sort of different idea this evening, but I wanted to raise that, and I guess for the sake of everyone's time this evening, when that comes up, I would appreciate, I guess I can make the referral or deferral motion myself, but thank you, and I'll waive my time.
Thank you. Vice Chair Carl Slater. So we go back, does anybody else want to get on the queue to address this particular issue? We have a motion to adopt in a second. And reference has been made that we're replicating an item that we've done before.
Delegate Freeland, good evening.
Good evening. Yeah, Che, you have the teleconference floor.
Thank you, Che. Colleagues of the 24th Nomination Council, Honorable Henyo and your team at Raymond Navajo School Board Incorporated. Good evening. Just a comment or comments related to this legislation. I do support it. Yes, I feel the importance of two wells that are unstable is the validity of what we are addressing, and just represent, brother. We really need to emphasize that they need to be included as much as they can with Big Navajo or with even the checkerboard side. And we tend to not help or bring assistance as much as we should to the three satellite communities. Rama is one, of course, and Alamo had the same situation with water issues, and of course you have Tuajale. Now, thank goodness, with Rio Chama, we're able to hopefully get some work or some assistance for them and their infrastructure here real soon. But just, I appreciate everything that you're doing, brother, and how you're trying to address this water issue there at the school, and knowing that at Pine Hill, the area is such a beautiful area, and knowing that it's so needed. And I feel like we couldn't keep up with our infrastructure investments in the past, and now we're paying for it now. And this is probably one of them. And I think of the cast irons that we need to replace at Tuajale, and those need to be replaced with PVC. And then at Alamo too, we really need to emphasize, helping out our three satellite communities as much as we can, because they need help too, just as much as a Big Navajo side. So just my support, brother. Shantai, I appreciate your legislation, and I hope the 25th will also give some consideration to the three satellite communities moving forward. So yeah, Shantai, thank you, Che. Just some comments this evening, and I'll waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
You waived the rest of your time, and I guess members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, through this discussion, it's been clarified that it's a one-time appropriation. The strategy is to seek it through 019159-22 as an amendment, but the sponsor who is in charge of the strategy to also seek the same amount of money, but it will be a one-time appropriation. through 0176-22 as has been clarified by Chief Legislative Counsel. With that, members of the Navajo Nation Council, do we have anybody else that wants to speak to the issue? If not, then we'll go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Amber Knezbach Crotty, you have 35 seconds.
Oh, I'll waive my time. Thank you.
So we're back to the main motion and the second. Any more comments, questions? Going once. Going twice. 3 times. Staff, could we have the roll call vote on the motion to adopt?
Honorable Elmer Begay,
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay,
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green via text. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton,
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knezbach Crotty, Honorable Amber Knezbach Crotty votes green via text. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, Honorable Mark Freeland,
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James,
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo, Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater,
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Speaker Otto So is excused. Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika, Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, Honorable Edmund Yazzie,
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Pro Temp Speaker with a vote of 18 in favor, 0 opposed, and Pro Temp Speaker not voting.
Okay. Thank you, staff, for that roll call vote. Let the record show a vote of 17 in favor, 0 opposed, 18 in favor, 0 opposed, and pro temp speaker not voting. Thank you, members of the Navajo Nation Council. Adoshache, I'll give you back your seat, and we appreciate we surpassed the 2/3 vote, so it is an appropriation that it will go across the street for the president's consideration. Thank you.
Here, last check. Chairman Daniel So, Kodo, Honorable Khan Tahi, by Kehela for 176-22, additional 24th Navajo Nation Council, Kido Keha. Nasa just 0182-22, the Kodoshna, Vice Chair Carl Slater, Kodo sponsor Ila. So with this, before I go to manual for reading, I did hear a comment from Vice Chair Slater. Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Speaker Henyo. I would like to defer this to the next special session, and I do not know if that needs to be made via motion or whether we can just skip over it and we'll all agree not to work on it right now and we can get on with our evening. Prefer the latter so we don't have to go through a whole vote again.
Here, National Vice Chair Slater, that it will be a motion and second to defer legislation as we adopted our agenda already. So before I do that, hold on. Vice Chair Slater, you could entertain a motion if you want to make that motion yourself. You can to defer this, take it off the agenda to the next Navajo Nation Council. Would you like to do that, Shinanda?
Thank you, Speaker. At this time, I'll motion to defer legislation 182-22 to the next Navajo Nation Council special session. Thank you.
Kushina, there's a motion on the floor to defer legislation 182-22 to defer, take it off the agenda and defer it to the next special council session. Is there a second? Second by Sunanda, Chairman Daniel So. So with that, we'll move forward to a roll call vote. Bobby, Ms. Nota.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Yeah, votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Gay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty.
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Speaker Otto So is excused. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Pro Temp Speaker with a vote of 17 in favor, 2 opposed, and Pro Temp Speaker not voting.
And thank you for the roll call vote. 17 in favor, 2 opposed. Speaker Pro Tem not voting. Motion to defer carries, and therefore 182 will be deferred to the next, is off the agenda, deferred to the next special council. Going down to the next legislation. 187-22, the coordination and Delegate Amber Canesba Crotty is the prime sponsor, co-sponsored by Shananta Akodo, Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton. So with this, Mr. Rico, if you would read the legislation to the record for us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem and members of the 24th Navigation Council, tracking number 0187-22 and relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, and Navigated Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, approving $783,500 from the CSN Fund for the San Juan River Diné Water Users Incorporated to complete the Shiprock Lateral Water Conversion Phase 1 Salinity Control Project, approving the related expenditure plan. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Madam Chair Amber Canesba Crotty and co-sponsored by Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. There are committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. And a committee report from the Napakiatik Committee that the legislation passed and referred to the Navajo Nation Council. This is a citizen legislation and will require a 2/3 vote. The legislation will then go over to the Office of the President and Vice President if approved. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Shinkela, thank you for the reading of the legislation to the record. Is there a motion?
Delegate Rick Nez.
Motion not out. Could the chairman Nez motion? Is there a second?
Delegate Charles Nguyen will second.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton seconds. So we do have a motion and a second on the floor. Are there any questions, comments on legislation 187-22? Is there anybody in the queue? There is nobody in the queue. Questions, comments? Nabi works. I am not hearing any. Going once? Anybody in the queue? Going twice? Going 3 times. We go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable
Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati.
Shada, this is Delegate Claudia, vote green, thank you.
Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati votes green. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Hello, vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Speaker Otto So is excused. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund
Green.
Yazi. Honorable
Green.
Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Pro Temp Speaker with a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and Pro Temp Speaker not voting.
For the roll call vote, we have 19 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Legislation 187-22 moves on to the office of the president and vice president for consideration. The next on the legislation is legislation 192-22. The sponsored by Shinanta Akodo, Delegate Mark A. Freeland. Those co-sponsored by Speaker Odoso. Manuel, if you would read the legislation to the record for us, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Pro Tem, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is tracking number 0192-22, an action relating to the Resource and Development and Navajo Committee's Navajo Nation Council, approving a limited waiver of sovereign immunity, allowing the Navajo Nation to be sued in federal district court regarding compliance with the National Environmental Policy Act and carrying out grants from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, and authorizing the president of the Navajo Nation or the executive director of the Navajo Nation Division of Community Development to sign HUD Form 7015.15 through September 30th, 2027. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Mark A. Freeland, co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Otto So. You do have a committee report from the Resource and Development Committee that recommended do pass with no amendment. You also have a committee report from the Navajo Committee that recommended pass and refer to Navajo Nation Council. This legislation is a 2/3 legislation per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9. Legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Kashina Hiala, thank you for the reading of the legislation into the record. 0192-22. Is there a motion?
Delegate Begay.
Shinanta, Delegate Elmer P. Begay, motion. Is there a second? Legislation 192. Chairman McNair's second. So we do have a motion and second on the floor. With this, is there any questions on legislation 192-22? Is anybody in the queue? There is nobody in the queue at this time. Navigate works. Any questions going once? Is there anybody in the queue? Nobody in the queue. There any questions going twice? Is there anybody in the queue? Nobody. Third and final call for questions, comments? We'll go to a roll call vote. Ms. Nota.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay, green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty.
This is Delegate Amber Canesba Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Jam votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Speaker Otto So is excused. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy
Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia
I vote
Charles.
green. I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Speaker Pro Temp with a vote of 18 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker Pro Temp not voting.
This is Delegate Charlene So. I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and Pro Temp Speaker not voting.
Thank you for the roll call vote. Legislation 192-22, 19 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. This requires 16 votes. And this is final authority here or no? Yeah. So final authority here, so therefore it does not go across to the nomination to the vice president's office. With that, let's move forward. 24th Nomination Council. It is 6:15 p.m. On the and the audience. I still see 82 people on the call here. So this 198-22, and we did hear from Delegate Charlene So. And so, Emmanuel, if you would read the legislation to the record for us, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. This is tracking number 0198-22, an act relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, and Navajo Committees and to the Navajo Nation Council approving $3,468,000 from the Citizen Fund for a multi-purpose building at the Nth Chapter and approving the related expenditure plan. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Charlene So. You do have committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendments. A committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. And a committee report from the Napakiati Committee, the legislation passed and referred to the Navajo Nation Council. This is a 2/3 legislation from the citizen and will go across the street to the office of President and Vice President. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Mr. Rico for the reading of the legislation to the record. Is there a motion?
Delegate Rick Nez.
Chairman Nez, motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Delegate Elmer P. Gay. So we do have a motion and a second on the floor. Are there any questions, comments for the legislation 198-22? Navigated works? Anybody in the queue?
Sure.
Motion Delegate Eugene So, do you have a question?
I got a amendment to the legislation.
Okay.
If it can be read from the legislative council into to the record for the record.
Kashina, thank you. There is an amendment that's pending, so therefore I'll yield 20 minutes to the sponsor, Shinanta Akodo. Shema, Delegate Charlene So, you have the floor.
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, Hoditsa.
Hagoshi, Yat Eshmont, Aro Yat Eshna, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Aro Shudineshik Adasanal, Gee, thank you for being with us on this day. The legislation and as community, a besa bunch kid, late the Katna eight at the Bendage Nation. We had this in discussion for quite some time. Late said that Beshbadasan and Linya that. We've been putting a lot of progress and work into this. We've had a lot of back-to-back meetings out of the state, out of the Quishin so what we can do to get match funding. We worked hard with the state. It takes a lot of team effort and a lot of work to get this done. And this is one that we had focused on at the start of the term for the 24th Navajo Nation Council delegates. But it definitely put a lot of stops on our progress and a lot of our agendas. So I am asking the support of the council as we move forward with this. And it doesn't just serve the Annis community. It also serves the nearby communities of Montezuma Creek, Adon Lake, Koja Bluff, McCracken Mesa, Adalia, Adon Lake, Koja Westwater. We do have some constituents. And not only that, it's for the chapter house. There's other projects and proposals within that multi-purpose building. And as it does, in discussion, we also wanted to advocate to get a police substation there. We have a lot of needs in the community, and this is going to help fulfill some of those spaces there and the services to the communities nearby. I do have an agent on the call, Daryl Williams, and a manager. If you can touch base on this, Daryl, I would really appreciate it. And Elmerson, if you are on the call, if you can kind of give a highlight to the 24th Navajo Nation Council and to the people listening.
Mr. Williams.
Oh, yeah, honestly. Daryl Williams, when she honestly, it's not getting but she changed and she kind of she though it's a kind of a nationally. The end of chapter day, chapter manager, station on machines. And so it's a really great honor and a privilege to present this legislation and speak on behalf of this legislation to the full council. This history or this project has been a long time in the making. And since 1973, when the funding was first presented, and it really took a lot of effort and hard work on part of the previous manager and previous chapter officials. And with the community support, I believe we passed so many resolutions. If you add up the votes of those resolutions, it's in the hundreds. So this is a very great project that's in dire need. This project is shovel ready. It's once we get the funding, I can recall the Honorable Charles Newton in a previous legislation saying if this project can be started within 3 months, then she would vote in favor of it. So I can honestly say within 3 months, this project can be started within 3 months. We're asking for your support for our community to provide services, not only for Anna, but for Montezuma Creek, Mexican Water, surrounding communities of Bluff and Blanding, Utah. We have support from the grassroots as well as the local chapters and the schools. We also provide our request that this is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation and surrounding communities. So without taking too much time, I'd like to see if either my chapter president or vice president is online.
My name is Emerson Phillips.
Oh, Huditsa.
My name is Emerson Phillips. I'm the vice president for ANF chapter. I just want to say something short on this multi-purpose building that we're proposing to build out in Montezuma Creek. Just like Daryl mentioned, so in the past few years, we've really stepped it up. I want to say thank you to UNTF for funding the architectural and engineering. The land was drawn out, although the architectural engineering firm, they went in there and they helped us design the whole thing out. So the plans and the specification is all in place. This is a ready to go project. The only thing that we are waiting on is the funding for it to come through. Once we identify that, the turnaround will be to go out and bid the project out. So we are at the phase where once we get the funding, it'll be bidded out. ANF chapter, as you guys are all aware of it, that we are a big community. We serve a lot of the areas that Charlene So has touched on. And this multi-purpose building is not just for the ANF chapter, it's for anyone that wants to use our community member. I want to bring a subject up that, ANF chapter, as we all know it, there's that oil production. For over 70 years, I believe it's 70 years that the oil has been generated from that area. And the royalties that are coming out of that, the community of the Anna, she see she oh you go she the nation a bakai chico, what's out she has out she and Seko. Even not your ban Saki so she none other not Seniki Nika Dotcha, been Hazada Doshi. So our community in that area can feel good about it. Anna chapter really has not had any big projects in ZDO without Hojish. There's a lot of developments that we are working on. Halit out the ne Bahadot also Bayat Hadot Zikichi Papa Nation Misha Quagin Hisintahaji Shaho. With the help of our delegate, with the help of our managers, our people, and our community. So I really would appreciate it if you guys can help us with this legislation, support it for us, so it can move on forward to the president's office. And I just want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Thank you.
Oh, big awesome. Thank you, Daryl Otto Elmerson. Akut Ashi, Sabagatid Ahi, and if you guys can please support this legislation, I would really appreciate it. Shanand Akut Edo Lashiyaj, Pro Tem Speaker.
Kashika National Akadoshima. Behis Anini Tatoni, so the other Pahin Legi, by Kihilinko. Kadeya Kodo Nomination Council, 24th Nomination Council. Ya Bahadoljish. The Kodoshnanda. Delegate Eugene So. Ya Kodo Hasinina So. Shnanda. Delegate Eugene So.
I would like to, I got amendment to this legislation 0198. I would really appreciate it if she would allow me to present amendment in regards to a chapter house in the same situation. I think I'd also the legislative council can read it. Ms. Henderson, if she could allow her to read it. Thank you. I would wait reserve my time.
Kushin Shnanda. 4 minutes and 25 seconds. We did receive your amendment, Shnanda. So would that be your motion, amendment number 1? Delegate Eugene So.
Oh, yeah.
Kushina, we have a motion for amendment number 1. Mr. Rico, if you would read the amendment into the record for us and put it on the big screen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and the 24th Navajo Nation Council Amendment number 1 on page 1 at line 10. Overstrike Act and add new language or new word action. 2 on page 1, line 15, after chapter, add the following new sentence underscore semicolon allocating $9,560,985 from the Citizen Fund for the Chinle Chapter House. End of new language. 3, page 1, line 15, overstrike plan and insert plans, plural. 4, page 3, line 12, insert new paragraph as follows. For new paragraph F, the Chinle chapter is requesting $9,560,985 from the Citizen Fund for the construction of a new Chinle chapter house, which may include a meeting room, conference room, and offices. The new Chinle chapter house would be designated for Chinle chapter governmental use as described in Exhibit F. Paragraph G, the Chinle chapter house, the Chinle chapter's expenditure plan, including a detailed cost estimate for the new chapter house, is set forth in Exhibit G. H, allocation of the Citizen funds as requested by the chapter meets the criteria for Citizen fund expenditures because the proposed expenditure involves community development as described in 12 NC section 2502A1, end of new language. 5, page 4, line 17, insert new section as follows. new section 4 underscore section 4 allocating $9,560,985 in citizen funds for the Chinle chapter house and approving the related expenditure plan. Paragraph A, in accordance with 12 NNC section 25058, the Navajo Nation hereby approves $9,560,985 from the citizen fund for the planning and development of a chapter house for the Chinle chapter as explained in exhibits F and G. Paragraph B, the total amount of the citizen funds approved herein may be further leveraged by bond or loan financing pursuant to the Navajo Nation Bond Financing Act 12 NNC section 1300 EDSEC as amended using citizen fund earnings for repayment and financing costs upon approval of the Budget and Finance Committee and upon further approval by a 2/3 vote of the full membership of the Navajo Nation Council. Paragraph C, the controller shall determine whether the source of the citizen funds approved herein will be citizen fund principal or citizen fund income or a combination of both. Paragraph D, within 60 calendar days after the effective date of this act, the approved citizen funds shall be made available to the Navajo Nation Division of Community Development, DCD, pursuant to a drawdown schedule agreed to by the controller. Paragraph E, at the request of the Chinle chapter, DCD shall enter into a memorandum of agreement or other legal agreement with the chapter to transfer the $9,560,985 and responsibility for this project to the chapter. Paragraph F, the approved citizen fund shall not lapse on an annual basis. However, any citizen funds not spent or encumbered within 36 months of the effective date of this act shall revert to the citizen fund principal unless otherwise approved by both the Resource and Development Committee and the Navajo Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. Paragraph G, the citizen funds approved herein shall only be used for the construction of the chapter house as described in exhibits F and G. Any and all savings or unused amounts of the citizen funds approved herein shall be immediately returned to the citizen fund principal plan once planning and design activities are completed or upon the reversion deadline in section 4F above. Paragraph G, the citizen fund may be reimbursed all or part of the amount approved herein from eligible funds available to the Navajo Nation from any and all state and federal sources. End of new language. 6 on page 4, line 18, delete act and add action. Overstrike act and add action. Overstrike plan and add plans, plural. 7, page 4, line 21, overstrike act and add action. 8, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits, including any needed adjustments in dollar amounts listed to implement the council's intent in approving this legislation as amended. This amendment supersedes inconsistent wording in any other committee or council amendment, which wording shall be conformed to this amendment. Also attached to this amendment is the exhibits reference. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Magashina Hiala, thank you for the reading of the amendment number 1. Motion by Kodosh Nanda, Delegate Eugene So. Is there a second to amendment number 1? Is there a motion?
Delegate Yellen.
Delegate Jimmy Yellen, motion. Second. So we do have a motion by Delegate Eugene So for amendment number 1. Second by. Oh, yeah, we have Delegate Eugene So, Kodosh Nanda, holding the main motion for amendment number 1, second by Delegate Jimmy Yellen. With this, are there any questions, comments on amendment number 1? Is there anybody in the queue? Nobody in the queue? Any questions, comments? Amendment number 1 going once? Nobody in the queue yet? Okay. Questions, comments on amendment number 2 going twice? Nobody in the queue at this time? Questions, comments, amendment number 1. Go 3 times. So let's go forward to a roll call vote for amendment number 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Yeah, I'm with green, thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green via text. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty did not vote. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Honorable green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Speaker Otto So is excused. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, God, please,
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable
Green.
Edison. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhead votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate
Honorable-
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman
I
M.
vote
Daniels.
green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is excused. Pro Temp Speaker, with a vote of 18 in favor, one opposed, and pro temp speaker not voting.
Okay, thank you for the roll call vote. Amendment number 1 receives a due pass. 18 in favor, 1 opposed. Speaker pro tem not voting. We are back on the main motion. Is there anybody else in the queue? I don't see anybody in the queue. So with that, I'll go back to reserve time. Shanata, Delegate Eugene, so you have 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
Oh, sure, no. They should not on that case even yet. It and so this legislation she asked nothing and they really need at I about that they oh if it actually they are on their question or a pandemic given now. It's here and Halim Salim could see that we lost about 2 years almost to do other things that we should have done during those times. We did this and that. And I'm really glad that we made it through and we're still going forward. Because nothing being seen, you know, not please this and then this. Now, please go. That ain't not hot, please. And this is some funny. I George and never we said on the hot place. Could all you then so we really need to help the ones that we have left with us and try to help as much as we can from now on. Appreciate our life more. Even though I should never vote green on this one, don't you? Wait my time.
Kashin Shanata, don't waive the rest of your time. Don't see anybody else in the queue on the main motion. But then no request to speak.
This
Going
is
once?
Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henyo. Again, I'm going to state it for the record. I am really concerned because now our citizen is at $55,805,417.12. Keeping in mind that we, per the report that was sent to us, I believe we had a little over 300 million when we started off as delegates. And I really wish that I knew that this was a free for all. I really wish that that was going to happen, because as the entire council knows, I did submit legislations for the public safety facility building, and it was it was put back into, sent back to Law and Order Committee. We had several meetings on it. We developed a plan. And it's, just very interesting that almost weekly we get emails saying that, public safety and justice is a priority. It needs to be addressed. These buildings have to come up. And we have been trying to figure out a way to do this. And, and we originally came to Citizen and it was tabled. And I'm just really concerned at this point that 55 million is what we have left. That's what, and that's minus the other legislations that still have to go through the process. So on the record, I'm going to vote red for every single one of these citizen legislations. And I will let my colleagues know, because it's a free for all right now. It's a little concerning. And I'm glad that this has been, that this is on the World Wide Web, because throughout council we kept saying the people, and we need to be, careful with the way that we're spending, and yet we're approving every single project that's going through Citizen. So I will just state again for the record that right now, after the legislation for the Aneth swimming pool, and then the new Chinle chapter house, we'll have $55,805,417.12 left of Citizen. And aside from money being reverted back from projects, I didn't hear anything like, we're going to be getting revenue. I didn't hear anything that, when the 25th Navajo Nation Council comes in, that another 100 million is going to be added to the citizen pot. I didn't hear anything of that. So I just want to make my colleagues aware that that's where we're at right now. I really hope that we can, start making sure that these projects are really going to be built within the next 3 months. Otherwise, this money is just going to be tied up, and it's not going to be moving forward. And as inflation starts to rise, the cost of these projects will also increase. So again, it's a free for all at council. Whatever you need, get it into your delegate now so that we can add it in as an amendment. And let's just use up all the citizen funds. Thank you. And I'm not going to say anything else. I waive my time.
Madam Chair Charles Newton for your comments. Back to legislation 198-22, the main motion. Is there anybody else from the that wishes to speak, or is anybody in the queue? There's nobody in the queue at this moment.
Speaker.
Vice Chair Carl Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to speak to a couple of issues related to the legislation and what Delegate Charles Newton brought up. And I really think that in the 25th Council, we need to consider and revisit the protocols for expenditures after elections. Right now, everything that's being done is consistent with the law and the codes and is fully within the rights and privileges of the council. But this council made a decision before I joined the council that they were not going to have the CSN PTF subcommittee. And we've seen the result of that. And that is, it has been a free-for-all throughout the 24th Council on what legislations get put together and what amendments get put together and what gets put out the door and submitted for legislation. And I really wish that the 24th had retained that so that there would have been a clear vetting process, a consistent logic, and a set of principles on how we were going to move forward. But that leadership was not extended. And the Budget and Finance Committee has acted as the de facto, essentially, oversight over prior expenditures, but did not create a set of principles or understanding on how we would expend from our various pots of funding going forward. I would have strongly preferred that we would have taken the 335 million or whatever it was back in 2019 and deposited that directly in the permanent trust fund, and then come up with some sort of capital outlay or supplemental funding request process. And I hope that that's something that can be considered in the 25th Council. But at this point, if a delegate has voted essentially for any CSN allocation up until now, they've subscribed to that process, and they have subscribed to the sort of, I think if you're being very cynical and frank, it's an anarchical, there's no clear or coherent protocol for spending down the CSN funds. And there's also nothing that says that it has to be a fund that exists in perpetuity. It wasn't designed like the permanent trust fund, and that's certainly not how the 24th Council has treated it. So I think there's a lot of really interesting points that are being raised tonight, but I'm not sure why we're raising them at this point as opposed to when the council came into being in the 24th. Because all of the precedent was set years ago. And it was set when the council decided not to have any sort of vetting process or move forward in any sort of common or coherent logic on how to spend the funding. I think a lot of these projects have been years in the making, and they're the result of the hard work of the chapters, of officials within the Navajo Nation government, of grassroots leadership, and they should have the right to see their moment in the sun and to be considered by the governing body of the Navajo Nation and by the president of the Navajo Nation. And to raise some of these issues at the 11th hour, I think is important in light of the 25th coming in, but this precedent was set again years ago. And I just hope that the 25th Council will have strong leadership and will identify a protocol to be fiscally responsible in spending the nation's funding. If we had just deposited that settlement funding, the $554 million, into the permanent trust fund, into the master trust, back when we received that funding, I can't even imagine how much more money we'd have. Instead of, $67 million or whatever we had this year in permanent trust fund income, I'm guessing it could have been double that. And hindsight's 2020. I don't think that's the exact process that should have been taken. But these are difficult decisions on how do we balance the material needs of our people, the local direct services, the water and utility infrastructure. To me, nothing that's been presented tonight is frivolous spending. It's either to help advance our economic prosperity or the well-being and safety of our communities. So I just wanted to offer that, and thank you, Speaker.
Vice Chair Slater. Time has expired, so therefore we'll move back to the floor. Any further questions, comments? Anybody in the queue? Nobody in the queue at this time for the main motion. Legislation 198-22. Denali, I'll call for the question.
Chair, what's your name? Delegate Henyo, this is Delegate Cardi.
You have the floor, main motion.
Thank you on the main motion. I just appreciate Delegate Charlene So for sponsoring this legislation at our Northern Agency meeting this Saturday. There was a pretty, not lengthy, but consideration from ANIC's leadership on how long they have worked on this project and requesting the support from the agency delegates to improve some of their infrastructure. I think, or what I know is in hearing from the delegates it's the philosophy, financial philosophy of how we want to move forward. That the permanent trust fund, and anybody can go on those Zoom calls and listen to what was discussed in New York City. Our money is being invested by investment managers who nowhere put their money into the Southwest region of the United States. So when we put our money into the trust fund, we're financing and we're backing development in other parts of the country, other parts of the world, corporations, all of the different maneuverings that Wall Street has to offer. And I think there's also a lot of concern is why are we investing in other communities instead of really honing and investing in ourselves and investing in our nation and investing in our people? And why are we paying millions and millions of dollars of fees to these money managers? They can show that throughout the years there has been a rate of return that is in line with our investment policy. But if you also look at that, there's a constant investment from the Navajo Nation reserves into that account. And in seeing how we move forward, there hasn't been a really, there's been maybe a 5-year, and now this council has approved another 5-year permanent trust fund income just to cover our the projected general revenue decrease. But we all know that there was a surplus, and that's why the UUFB was then given those dollars. And the reason why I'm saying this is we should have an idea, or we should have a time in our calendar to address all of the capital outlay projects. The 23rd Council removed that 5-year listing. In every fiscal year, we've been waiving that provision to have a 5-year list. That would be beneficial. The other areas that we could look at is, if when the stock market plunged in 2020, to really understand that, what was it, maybe $250 million we lost in a matter of days or weeks or months. We regained that money, but there's no guarantee. And that is the issue when you start investing dollars. But imagine investing in the community, investing in not only the infrastructure, but the education and broadband, investing in water, electricity, and having that funding directly come to our people so that we're not having to purchase land like in Gallup, Comerico, or purchase land everywhere for economic development. And I appreciate this conversation. I think a lot of it we need more data. We need to know how CEJASID has been spent, what has been the spread across the communities, because the challenge with the 23rd subcommittee was that was a tyranny. If you were not on the committee, your projects were not moving forward. And you literally had to fight your way onto the agenda. And the chairman and his contracted attorney, it was nearly impossible, where I could pull up legislation where we asked for money for a senior citizen trust fund, vote it down. Youth trust fund, vote it down. I mean, I think we could go back in terms of how we want to use this funding, but so far I think we're doing the best that we can, but we should pull on more people to have some foresight and how we want to move forward, looking at the extra income from permanent trust fund, that $20 million, and seeing, okay, where do we want to go next? And looking at ARPA, as we still have nearly $2 billion to spend. Budget and Finance received a report, and I think we're at 3% expenditure beyond the hardship. Thank you.
For your comments. Though that's moving back to the main motion. Any further comments, questions? Delegate Herman Daniels Jr., I see your name in the queue, so kaya nanahol jiso.
Thank you. Pro Temp Speaker, Kado Shana, Chairman Henyo, Arunana Kado, Nana Hishela Kado, even the Sneedle Kado. Kado, I appreciate the legislation that is before us. The Quaggy holds ski. Arunana Kado, Kia Kado, Delegate Charlene So, Kia, Share Kado. Kado, your agent Kado. Very one of your agent for so many years. We've been getting dollars from Utah. So other than that, so over Bantas Cable Hasha. Therefore, public have what these needs are done. Togo, your kid, the corner gate, and you what anyway. And it's Utah, one of them, Creek, Utah, Red Mesa, Utah, out in Chicago. You see wells, oil wells. What? There's another area. It's called McCracken Mesa. The 18 wells in McCracken Mesa. 62.5% it goes to the Navajo Nation, and 37.5% in Utah chapters. As a trio. Outside the McCracken Mesa, there's more wells. 100% goes to the Navajo Nation. So, 162.5% goes to the Navajo Nation. And Bell, catching the creek, not the Nasi. The Kokodo, Edabapan, that's case of Hacham, Kodo, kodo sabe bekam di ja kodo so are peso gisha ilna ado nana kodo na redam Peabody Coal they dam redam Navajo generating station Western Agency aja has ani ito $40 million nilhan tekon laata nahe so teko so PDG legislation was on whole kidney kodo 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 yard so kerigi just has been I support the legislation kodo so you have papa this kodo shan kodo base candy kodo candy ja redam abc di redam and a chapter आज अनि के for the economy so when it is ne I don't know for the best on Tahiti I get it down hell data we're allocating dollars for our Navajo people say what on the never peso it's a deed but not Tahiti deed say what on so one story behalf Peter Kodo pro-temp speaker Kodo I don't know Kodo reserve time at the Shlit out and thank you.
Delegate Herman Daniels Jr. Saxilodo, 1 minute 45-second reserve time. Dakilando, Nana, main motion, Banahologies. I don't see anybody in the queue at this time.
Delegate Rick Nez, request to speak.
Do you understand the Chairman Nez? Chairman Nez, Nahologies Gada.
Thank you. Speaker Pro Tem Chatilla, Jamie Henio, honorable members of the 24th Council. Honorable Charles Noon, Washington Haines Gido, Shehilin Watt, no, to has own to his case, late engines and things like Ado Evan Siskes Gokuro, Nahaban Siskes. Late Ado, I said that it on ago. Document submit or amendment joke as a special general in son Kro on Houston Station and I don't have a land ille. Of course, I didn't attend the Nal Sauce Episode Starko. Yes, sir. Has your best on it because I had it all linked to that Anja Hog Badger. The no Nasto preschool we on old buildings. Their chapter house is condemned. He chapter house shenand ana senigin he chapter house dan jumps at ati ayadat ehonasnel. Hagila ya but no ke lanson Francis ke. Ado ningle and I say kaharas lido do not bishop but yohanal ida aja. Only Navajo Nation but yohan a peso. Could you do and in Hanzaja? Nobody has come back to these communities like Ninazard, Black Mesa, Chidotachin, Hagid, Hadin, Ado Ajay, Kahadas, Anacha. Nanzad not on it, and nobody not on it hasn't never come back and said Nanzad chapter. A here, Nikaya, Nadasado, Anagib and Nacha. Chahog, it is Ekadashi, last on Nanda. No leader has come back to Ninda Myron Lizer up at Honohatzi. Ako Saratsun and Black Mesa then Yado Shehe, what on Hikaya Nadat no Uncle Jin. I guess it be bend base of its Aro bend that seal does it or Nehidanson. I don't end you don't know. I thought that's a sapeda, what a raho, a share, what Nikaya nada hisadon ark ahadas nada to shut nehidansa. I guess we are spending a lot of money and no senegi. When can we really start planning on generating revenue? My forest carbon credits is gonna hopefully kick in about a year and a half, 20 million annually. And I have a legislation tonight, hoping to get it approved to generate some revenue too. we need to start talking about these things. How are we going to start generating revenue for the nation instead of just spending? It is just ocean nasty or is all based up in that deal chico. Let I said I don't election that's happening now and got a one case. Election I got a could attend I select that in a kid 11 again at any jelans no cross the window. Hey, I near passion and the data, but I do support Shamaya's Honorable Charlene Show. Kaya Nade there's Ajak Hadas no. Though you but era Lena what a blinded big got it hit and never kid had but a hatch bago. Though you behind era though you can't I would hashita hot ensign. Vegeta Nanzada Black Mason that and net and cashed what they stay. Neka chetano. I should take a data. I did hope this station and I don't pushing it. Not at all. Nice cuddle. Thank you.
Shake last night out of Chairman Rick Ness, Kodoni Chahinsigi, like Helinko. I don't know, so I'll just say, I don't get Elmer PBK, Nana, Donatis tonight, Biji Traila, so Shnada, they'll get Elmer PBK.
Yeah, it's a little protect their Henio, other than members of the 24th Navajo Council. Yeah, take so. I don't see the no inside it's about Winton. Is she the ocean that event case in the I did go down the cave beneath it and the leaf, yeah, story in so. I don't know what it's so. We went through that. We got some of them who got funded, even though we use it. I think most of us we use it the citizen funds. I don't. I call it here. I don't think yeah, she's so that if I see him in this he can because that business citizen funds was given to us. Call it through the revenue through the supplement. So clean destinies. And then they put it into based on other each vehicle. If there's not report for she don't even yet so that about just tasting each and every one of us then that needs energy, needs energy, call on you she don't even know so other where some of us we have based on then I got on the seeking there. She's got 2019 young that the change that he hot here. Grab and hot I do this no. Is historical. Who need to who comes at the not that the skip the inflation in the year or that just being home. I already upon see case go. But you see you go that is then you could already did the ship ahead of the days and the photo being sold and actually so now that he has I don't only now you have see that he has so basically they used to every key have to get off that they go back each and every one past and present leadership. You know that the episode today yes in legal. Or she thought the ECC is actually in there was actually not in the machine that add of that other she but she not her gist 근데 또 간 실고 주시 디지데 아데 야 또 샤디 는데 야세 아데 홀드시고 이것도 연진다 그런데 다시 some of this the reclamation part of it chos ido ado hit aiba at ido lisho hit ade ya I bahato to hit aido endo lisho ada ba shi ni ya sa ani to hold this show that to end in the past leaders and the present leadership in his hold this year either they pang sa case ni ko so yeah I think one of these the amendment none of the if there's any assessments that was done to be yet on base of yet to no good at other there should be an assessment done at other yet to do some of your own research. I don't know that it can as like on gently at least there's some assessment done. I say I'm getting based on all you get that study that could these assessment studies that the market studies that so either it come along engineer to the if it has in it does card the has in how to do that engineer to that is any has your cheating is has your daughter and you bought a long that yeah that since go the auto this is so need to long that's okay remember the idea that it all that right
Kishin here national da Elmer PBG H Hainty Kilo. Don't know so nana the Hila Nana is many in the queue. But then there's nobody in the queue at this time. We have one reserve time. Shinada, Delegate Herman Daniels Jr., 1 minute, 45 seconds.
Thank you for those pro-temp speaker for those Shana for those Jet Nana or for those Anna in Nana for those Quilshin Bahada is the for those very can be to Kansan the car be Jack for those so those are about speed of the pro-temp speaker. Thank you.
I go shake hand Shinada. Delegate Herman Daniels Jr. The nature needs Iggy. Don't let you. Anybody else in the queue then? So 198-22 Kadishaya we not outlet voting by just for that the second reading. Manuel.
No, my brother, this is Delegate Yellow.
I'm getting ready to call for the questions. What's do you have a question or comment?
I have a question to it on. I want to have opportunity to fight just like everybody else. I need better by ST to Saturday and so that's so it is.
You have the floor.
Thank you to let share. So that I need a bit about I saw the my chairperson in a church here and in the start with on the as I was in the late and so to Eugene so crap okay by I see you kittens in Shido. Oh, you got it all that niche American Rescue Plan like Fransigi. The Toyki Reservoir, the Schneider out of Chicago, and with an way there, Water Resource Department there, but she didn't not only has die, has been the out of the as it's a passion $4 million. I would say down on this some funds even or to I don't want to use it since money is really going down over what in Chicago today. The way of Ginetta, 831 $10,500,000 on the the Nera Station here, the shed on his land, the Fion Nelly O, none of such a dog. Ashon drop pieces of peace in the Pharaoh from us on Edo. Edo as is Ashon, a research law committee. I feel like sad money shaggy days in the big of the near as over here. And he could you wrote in the school or teeny arrow. So the arrow, at the arrow, so in Canada. Chinny as a bit, Tina 86, 60 arrow. I said, any the last late fall in the early fall that wasn't in the woodland. They plucked me at the school start. I had monsoon green, but it down, but I got stuck in the mud. I can't help because I was driving in a mud hole too. I can't stop. I just had to keep driving. And then I come in back and I don't have to start on the bus. 8 hours here, bus and the crash sales some fun to get out of a car, American Rescue Plan, like funny. Oh, I want none, so there's some funny. I the best way to work. The guy out there, it doesn't many. You have to be very careful. Of it on the stone. Out of I came on. Yeah, but that's a fee. But I don't know any better how to milk. Turning so the quality, Jaro in Chondol. I don't need that of me. But the instance of Answer's case, this helped Charlene, on Charlene so the quality. A kid has not been or that of Kaiser. Also, I don't about that. But every quality, and here that of the NATO, that all this. But I am died of me. I will not later. Once a young badger, Papa has either here to the chairman. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And it is still right now. Yeah, behind the on that or taker. All totally funny to dance still. Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it. God bless each one of you. Merry Christmas. I've got to turn the floor back to you. Black Mississippi, or you pay it as long as you had a title. Oh, you have a piece of it. You can't know what it is. We're still fighting Tea Party. So I was with the other business. The hand it all with head on on his $1,000. Yeah, thank you. Lieutenant Speaker, to the turn the floor back to you.
Jing last night, to those that I delete Jimmy here. Could only join 9 Ziggy. Double that was still on the main motion, could 24th Nomination Council. Is there anybody else in the queue? At 10. Though, could I second reading? We still have 14 more legislations and it is 7:17 p.m. So this manual, the second reading, it's legislation 198-22.
Thank you, Speaker, members, Speaker Pro Tem and members of the 24th Nomination Council. You have one amendment. Amendment number 1 is to page 1, line 10, Overstrike Act and change to action 2, page 1, line 15, after chapter, add the following new sentence. New language _ semicolon allocating $9,560,985 from the citizen fund for the Chinle chapter house. End of new language. 3, page 1, line 15, overstrike plan and insert plans. 4, page 3, line 12, insert new paragraph as follows. New paragraph F. The Chinle chapter is requesting $9,560,985 from the citizen fund for the construction of the new Chinle chapter house, which may include a meeting room, conference room, and offices. The new Chinle chapter house would be designated for Chinle chapter governmental use as described in Exhibit F. G. The Chinle chapter's expenditure plan, including a detailed cost estimate for the new chapter house, is set forth in Exhibit G. H. Allocation of the citizen funds as requested by the chapter meets the criteria for citizen fund expenditures because the proposed expenditure involves community development as described in 12 NNC section 2502A1. End of new language. 5, page 4, line 17. Insert new section as follows. New section 4 _ section 4 allocating $9,560,985 in citizen funds for the Chinle chapter house and approving the related expenditure plan. A, In accordance with 12 NNC Section 2505A, the nomination hereby approves $9,560,985 from the Citizen Fund for the planning and development of a chapter house for the Chinle chapter as explained in Exhibits F and G. Paragraph B, the total amount of citizen funds approved herein may be further leveraged by bond or loan financing pursuant to the Nomination Bond Financing Act 12 NNC Section 1300 Head 6 as amended using citizen funds earnings before repayment and financing costs upon approval of the Budget and Finance Committee and upon further approval by a 2/3 vote of the full membership of the Navajo Nation Council. Paragraph C, the controller shall determine whether the source of the citizen funds approved herein will be citizen fund principal or citizen fund income or a combination of both. Paragraph D, within 60 calendar days after the effective date of this act, the approved citizen funds shall be made available to the Navajo Nation Division of Community Development, DCD, pursuant to a drawdown schedule agreed to by the controller. Paragraph E, at the request of the Chinle chapter, DCD shall enter into a memorandum of agreement or other legal agreement with the chapter to transfer the $9,560,985 and responsibility for this project to the chapter. Paragraph F, the approved citizen funds shall not lapse on an annual basis. However, any citizen funds not spent or encumbered within 36 months of the effective date of this act shall revert to the citizen fund principal unless otherwise approved by both the Resource Development Committee and the Navigated Committee of the Nomination Council. Paragraph G, the citizen funds approved herein shall only be used for the construction of the chapter house as described in Exhibits F and G. Any and all savings or unused amounts of the citizen funds approved herein shall be immediately returned to the citizen fund principal once planning and design activities are completed or upon the reversion deadline in Section 4F above. Paragraph G, the citizen fund may be reimbursed all or part of the amount approved herein from eligible funds available to the nomination from any and all state and federal sources. End of new language. 6, page 4, line 18, delete act and insert action, delete plan and insert plans. 7, page 4, line 21, delete act and add action. 8, renumber letter succeeding paragraphs and sections, exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits, including any needed adjustments to dollar amounts listed. To implement the council's intent in approving this legislation as amended, this amendment supersedes inconsistent language wording in any other committee or council amendment, which wording shall be conformed to this amendment. Also included with this amendment are the exhibits referenced. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for the second reading. Legislation 198-22. With that, let's go to roll call vote. Ms. Sosi?
Beginning the vote with Honorable Elmer Begay. How do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Canez Bakrati, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati votes green. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio is not voting. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is excused. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So is excused. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green. I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Pernell Helona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Helona. Honorable Pernell Helona did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. With that, Pro Tem Speaker. Honorable Daniel So votes green. With that, Pro Tem Speaker, you have 18 delegates who voted in favor, 1 delegate who opposes, with Pro Tem Speaker Honorable Jamie Henio not voting.
Okay, thank you, Carla. For the roll call vote, legislation 198-22, 18 in favor, 1 opposed, chair not voting. Legislation receives a due pass. It's a 2/3 vote and received 18 votes, so it goes across to Navajo Nation Office of the President, Vice President. So with that, Shanada, we have 1 more 2/3 votes legislation coming up again, which was legislation 186-22. Delegate Wilson C. Stewart Jr. Is a sponsor, prime sponsors, co-sponsored by Vice Shanada. Delegate Pernell Helona. Co-sponsored by Shanada, Chairman Daniel Iso. This Shanada, Delegate Wilson Stewart, are you still on the line with us?
Oh, Speaker.
With this, Manuel, if you would read the legislation into the record for us, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. This is tracking number 0186-22 and act relating to the Law and Order, Resource Development, and Nabaquiete Committees and Navajo Nation Council, asserting sovereignty and taking over primary regulatory authority from the Federal Government Office of Surface Mining and Reclamation Enforcement over all coal mining lands located on the Navajo Nation, enacting a waiver of sovereign immunity and establishing new sections in Title 18 at 18 NNC Section 1701 at SEC. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Pernell Helona, co-sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So we do have committee reports from the Law and Order Committee that the recommendation that it stays with Law and Order. This legislation is tabled to October 24, 2022. At 10 a.m., the Law and Order Committee needed the full attention of the sponsor, and the sponsors agreed to table legislation. The legislation stays with Law and Order Committee until all questions are answered. Per Section 164, Navajo Nation Council Committee Legislative Process A11, a legislation that was tabled by a committee with final authority over the matter shall remain with the committee until removed from table status. A legislation that was tabled by a committee without final approval authority over the matter shall move forward to subsequent assigned committee or the Navajo Nation Council, and thereafter refer to Resource Development Committee. There is a committee report from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend do pass with no amendment. You also have a committee report from the Nabaquiete Committee that recommended pass and referred to the Navajo Nation Council. This legislation is a 2/3 vote. Per nomination council rules of order rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Rico, for the reading of the legislation into the record 186-22. Is there a motion?
Delegate Rick Nez, motion.
Shinanta, Kudo Chairman Rick Nez, Kudo motion. Is there a second?
Delegate Gay.
Shinanta, Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Kudo second Ila. So we do have a motion, second on the floor. Are there any questions, comments for legislation 186-22? Is there anybody in the queue? Nobody in the queue? Oh, Shinanta, Kodotsa, we do have one person, Shinanta, Delegate Amber Kanasma Krati. You have the floor. I'm sorry, hold on. We do need to give Shinanta Kodotsa Tsule, Delegate Wilson C. Stewart Jr. 20 minutes to introduce the legislation to the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Shinanta Kodo, you have the floor, Delegate Stewart.
Pro Tem Speaker Jamie Hinio, and colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Korogi aya legislation 186-22 di aya a ade gi aya anya inch ostka ko korogi aya agents linigi aya hadot zigi aya Ms. Rowena Charamaya auto Mr. William Skeet ko kodo a badinesh authorization chair speaker to Ms. Charamaya and also Mr. Skeet to do the presentation on behalf of this legislation. Ms. Charamaya.
Good evening, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. The purpose of legislation 0186-22 is to allow the Navajo Nation to become the regulatory authority over all surface coal mining and reclamation operations on Navajo Nation land. This legislation will enact the Navajo Nation Surface Coal Mining Reclamation Act, asserting tribal sovereignty as the primary regulatory authority over surface coal mining and reclamation on the Navajo Nation. Currently, this authority lies with the Office of Surface Mining, Reclamation, and Enforcement, OSMRE. OSMRE was given this authority under SMACRA, the Surface Mining Control and Reclamation Act of 1977, which is the federal law that regulates environmental effects of coal mining in the United States. Section 710J1 of SMACRA allows tribes to apply for a tribal program to assume regulatory authority over surface coal mining and reclamation operations on tribal land. But 710J was not initially part of SMACRA. Back in 1977, when Congress passed SMACRA, the law did not have a provision that allowed tribes to apply for a tribal program. So Mr. Akhtar Zaman, my predecessor, began working to change this law, this federal law, so that tribes could apply for primacy, and he was successful. In 2006, Congress passed an amendment to SMACRA, Section 710J, permitting tribes to apply for and obtain regulatory authority. There are advantages to the Navajo Nation having primary regulatory authority, but the most important is that the Navajo Nation has a vested interest. This is Navajo Nation land, and the Navajo Nation will be asserting its sovereignty by regulating, inspecting, and enforcing standards to minimize damage to the environment. The Minerals Department Surface Mining Program has worked for nearly 40 years building its tribal program for this primacy initiative. The Minerals Department Surface Mining Program has institutional knowledge and capable staff to assume this function from the federal government. Today, we go before the 24th Navajo Nation Council for your approval. Thank you, Speaker.
Shinada completes the presentation.
Delegate Wilson C. Stewart Jr. That completes the presentation. So with this, we'll go to the floor for questions. Additional Delegate Member Kness Crowdy, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Delegate Henyo. I appreciate it. Thank you, Delegate Stewart Shields, for this legislation. I wanted to, in terms of, can you, understanding the history of SMACRA and Navajo Nation taking over this section, how has Minerals Department, are you going to scale up your capacity, or have you provided to the Oversight Committee what that would look like? The concern always is, for every Navajo Nation program, it seems like they're either underfunded, underpaid, cannot attract the type of expertise that they need. Could you shed some insight on not only reclaiming this authority, this inherent authority, is how has the office scaled up to meet this new challenge? And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Pro Tem Speaker, may I speak?
Okay, you have 4 minutes and 10 seconds reserved for so with that, any further questions, comments from the 24th Nomination Council?
Delegate James, yeah.
Nation and Delegate Vince James, and now Ada, you have the floor.
Speaker, members of the council, Quado present or Lehigi. Dida Anahi Ahi has Anje, Adola Dit Ahi Hashke has Anje. The judge and the attorneys had the late Dida Nihikichin Sadden the Natil, Anhikodo, Dabe Honit Lenigi, Aja Anahui Ahi, Alatnit Ahida. Eshe Hegi on Edo, Ajanan Nashiki, Belbahos and Nick at Nahanalnish. Adostochit au. Chinane dot il. Kodo Chamasanina del Kidid au. A quiet bahna del Kidole. Reserve my time. Thank you.
Nation and Delegate Vince James Kadosha. You have 4 minutes and 9 seconds remaining. With this, I'll defer back to the sponsor, Shananta Kodositsula, Delegate Wilson C. Stewart Jr.
Question, Seeker, Henio, Alo Corona, Dr. Delegation, Masan and Shatsila, Kodoshi, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Skeet, not on Hadot, Zitole, but not Dov Kidigi. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Skeet.
Federally funded.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. To answer Delegate Crotty's first question about the program and its capabilities of thriving in the future, this legislation, once passed, the surface mining program will continue to be 100% funded by OSMRE. Right now, there are 10 positions within the program, and we foresee that is all we need to run the surface mining program, regulatory program. We do have to submit, and we have been submitting for each position that we think that will be required to perform all of the functions under primacy. We work with the federal agency OSMRE to clearly define what position will do what, why we need that position, what role that they would be playing, and so that is covered. That is something that we work towards, that we're working towards right now. Our federal budget is this year approximately $1.4 million, but it has gone up, been higher, much higher than that. We just need to show with the annual budget that we submit to the federal agency our need. And to answer Delegate James' question, I will defer to Mr. William Skeet.
Yeah, Speaker Pro Tem, Arun National Choir 19 Kiri, Vati Tahi. So, I told you, the Arjanati to live. A Koti Choir, Agent has Ani, the Never Washington, Gillickit all ye. A Washington, they create Daisy. Okay. The item with Obis, Navajo Nation, Supreme Court, District Court, Winter Rock. Arunda, Nihe Odi, Nigoditahi, Diuche, the Azi Asha, a hittle now, hidden darkness. Ako, people who test Anata, Kon Nirgi Hatri, Ninanta, Miss Shermaya, and later bit at business. Arunda, Asha, Washington, what it I feel solicitor. Ah, he's ego. They have Ani Hadilia, when he does it so. Here, like 19 traditional.
Shenandoah.
Question of privilege, Delegate James.
Delegate Wilson C. Stewart Jr. Does that complete their response?
Oh, Shania, Chairman. All right, Speaker.
Agushina. Question of privilege, Shenandoah, Delegate Vince James.
She and then members of the council. Ado Kodo present Osleni. Shana, Don agent. My question was, is the Navajo Nation judicial branch ready for any lawsuits that would come towards the Navajo Nation regarding SMARCRA, the primacy, what you guys want to initiate? Is the Navajo Nation judicial system ready for it? Thank you.
Question of privilege, Shenandoah, Delegate Vince James. Defer back to Shenandoah, Delegate Wilson C. Stewart Jr. through your agent.
Kudoshi, Ms. Chairman, and Mr. Skeetchi. Montanesh Athalis. Ms. Chairman.
Oh, Shinala Choir 19 Kiri, where's the Hunayat out there? The nation head of Saskashi. Joy with OA Washington has on it, yes, public involvement, public lawsuit. Oko Ayat, they has on it, but not yet. The initially Ayat, Bispo to Washington, but kit at either the Dishney, not shade, but kit all now in Hidit. House on it, the initial 638. I don't know, it's not a 638 AI Washington. They has Ani. It's in Shliji. Agent Bedinish, Crow Nation, Cheyenne, Yakini, Hopito, the Nation. Okay, Washington bears Ani Legend Hedila, what all Yahuni Z. Okay. Ninth Circuit Court, AI Hatishin on Nigo. I don't know what all in Shiton here, Washington. The Navajo Nation Supreme Court, Punabakone, Bahote, or what all in our source. They had Ilia. Okay. I see. I got it. I say you had to see this door. DUC, April 20th to Alger, store. She can respond to some of the questions here on the litigation involved with SMACRA.
Mr. Skeet. Shenandoah, Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr., does that complete your Response.
Oh, Shania, Speaker.
Kushina Biga. With that, going back to the main motion. I don't see anybody else in the queue. There are no requests to speak at this time. Therefore, I'll go back to reserve time. Shananta, Delegate Amber Canas Bacardi, you have 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Shananta, Delegate Amber Canas Bacardi. Delegate Amber Canas Bacardi, first call. Shananta, Delegate Amber Canas Bacardi, second call. Shananta, Delegate Amber Canas Bacardi, third and final call. Gushi, we'll move forward to next reserve time. Shananta, Delegate Vince James, 4 minutes and 9 seconds.
Don Shia, honorable members of the council. Kwado, a plain, simple answer is all I need. Is the Navajo Nation traditional system ready if some sort of case is brought before the traditional system of the Navajo Nation? Are we ready? Is surfing mining ready? Are we ready? Do we have expertise? Do we have individuals in these positions in the traditional system to manage any cases that were to come before the nation? And if so, which judge, which attorneys, who are the expertise in this whole mining that can take care of any legal actions that take and come before the traditional system? I just need a simple answer. Just a real nice, simple answer. Reserve my time. Thank you.
Question of privilege, Delegate Daniels.
Kushina Shananta, Delegate Vince James, 2 minutes and 43 seconds is the reserve time. Do you have a question of privilege? Shananta, Chairman Daniel Iso Che. What's your question of privilege?
Honorable Vince James. What I see is the presenters are not expert on the judicial system. So my question of privilege is to Miss Dana Bobroff. These questions that are placed by Honorable Vince James, are the presenters, the agents, the proper people to be asking that question to? Thank you.
Question, I can ask your question of privilege to the Office of Legislative Counsel. Ms. Barba.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem and Chairman Stowe. As far as whether the courts have the competency to hear these cases, that is probably not a question that the presenters would actually have information on. However, I will mention that it is the responsibility of the lawyers as officers of the court to teach the judge. That's really what lawyers do a lot of. But no, the presenters are probably not the ones able to speak to the capacity of the courts. That would probably be judicial administration or the Chief Justice. As far as the other question, I think I heard a question of does the nation have the lawyers available to handle these cases? And so that question goes to the staffing, et cetera, at the Department of Justice. So it is possible that if DOJ is on the line, either the AG or perhaps Ms. Quinn could speak to the DOJ resources. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Back to you.
Ms. Barba, for your input. Delegate Vince James, your question, your legal question, Iggy. Are you referring that to the Navajo Nation Department of Justice or back to the presenters? Who would best answer your question for you?
It was in regards to their comments and to the legislations that they've already reviewed, and they've done work sessions, they've gotten together, they've met on it, and all these years, and I thought this would be one piece that they've completed as their assignment to get this legislation before the 24th Navajo Nation Council. But it sounds like that piece was not taken care of and it has not been addressed yet. But I can refer my questions to Judicial and DOJ.
For clarifying that. Navajo Nation Department of Justice.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, this is April Quinn from DOJ.
Okay, Ms. Quinn, there was a question from Delegate Vince James to you for response.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, honorable delegates, and Delegate James for the question. I'm probably not the best person to speak generally as far as DOJ's resources. That's probably best coming from the Attorney General, but I can speak as the attorney for the Minerals Department, and also, note that I am committed to taking on any sort of, challenges, lawsuits, assisting either our litigation unit, or sometimes I handle things in some situations by myself, rather than having it, dealt with our litigation unit. So I am committed to this as the attorney for the Minerals Department. And that's really all I can say as a DOJ attorney. But, our litigation unit is aware of this, and has offered assistance with this legislation. So they are aware of it. I've never heard, well, DOJ can't handle that, we're short-staffed. I've never heard that from anybody. So overall, I'll go out on a limb that say that DOJ is ready and willing to assist the Minerals Department with this. And then maybe, Speaker Pro Tem, it might help to talk a little bit about what the potential lawsuits could be and what are the odds of those sorts of lawsuits coming up. Maybe that would be helpful because there's only limited situations where someone can sue. So maybe it would be helpful to talk about that when we're talking about increased caseload within the Navajo Nation government. And I'll stop there. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn, for your response. Doug, going back to the floor. Are there any?
Delegate Yellow Hair.
Christina, we do have a new player in the queue. Delegate Jimmy Yellow Hair. You have the floor.
Yes, Pro Tem Speaker, Aaron Takuro, Kuro legislation is not only so the 186-22. Here, Kuro to the working spirit. Now alone, Australia those two. The day I city as this is not as not as kid. The Kayaki BRA that's a stop only. I know DOJ that's things that DOJ not available tonight. They are the ones supposed to answer this, and they are like our lawyers, Navajo Nation lawyers as a justice. According with this of it on the way in it up as on the account that we are. The cocoa looks like we don't have the answer for it. Just now, just kidding, Honorable Miss James. The OSD Adida. As well, we need to have probably a maybe do a sessions, work session that need order. Yet it all DOJ as well. It's not bigger. So the base house on it, we have to make a good decisions as a lawmaker and done it. Okay. Ora, so table yara, here and the well. We need to have a work session. I'd like to make the motion to the protect Honorable Henio.
Motion to table legislation 186-22. Khanzao table Delegate Jimmy Yell here.
As a council right now, 24 council. I don't since that we have only like 15 more days to go to be our 24 council will be in. The 25th councilman will come in. My reason is that this is very crucial. Office of Surface Money and get SO reclamations enforcement. It's part of federal law. It's a reclamation. There's so many years, 20 to 21 years, to clean up a kaya reclamation. Hatul naki okagi tonta ilani bonds money. That they did. I don't know. We can probably do it. Maybe fit the next 10 days of the bigger. Not on the hardly. The job on okay. 10, 15 days. Turn the floor back to you, Stella.
Legislation 186-22. Motion to table for 10 days. Motion, is there a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Motion to table legislation 186-22 for 10 days for a work session with Navajo Department of Justice. Second by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Second by Delegate Vince James. I'm sorry. It's 8 o'clock here. So we do have a motion and second to table. But before we go to the board, I will be given 3 minutes to Delegate Wilson C. Stewart Jr.
Speaker, Aro Quado without table Ido Kiriito. Share Doshia, Eta Hala D legislation, the Nige Aita, it went through various committees. Aaron the Nabiki yet hit there, though, Ayata sees here. Aita and laid, they had us out Z or she. Aaron the dust, though, it went through law and order, so Jiggy, so Asian cylinder, Mr. James, ya Kodogi, a table, ye la. Out of the second round, it came back to law and order. Aro hat Z, the Nana, Jiggy. Aaron Nasnana Henge. The Hijago Resource Development Committee members in the Glenigi. Arato, Ben Hija Out, Asto, Behato Zihigi Ben Nachigi. At then, Aaron Nana Henge, Chinabiki Yathe. Arato Behada So Zito Leshanan. In Ado could aid a la. Adinda. Kodo Holjesho. Bella Tata Holjijo and the duck. Kodoe not those yesterday, and the work session, but those needs that of next door. Kodoe AI da Hadaj di la 23rd Council, ya da a so Akonana za so Dik Adnana, a Hitayo Kedana. Aro Kodogi so a Bayades. We want our nation to improve. We wish for our nation to develop, to come up to Washington standards. No, of course. And not the to our programs and our personnel. So are we second guessing our personnel and our attorneys? That's what I want to ask. So I ask that this tabling motion, my colleagues and let's give and let's get our primacy passed so that we can have full funding for our program, so that we can do what our employees have been trained to do from the federal government. They seek the trainings. They've gotten certified in these areas. They have the educational background.
Yes, it's time. For this tabling motion, no debate. Go to board.
Beginning the vote with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Yeah, I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canez Bacardi, how do you vote?
I voted red to table. This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canez Bacardi, how do you vote?
Yes, this is Delegate Amber Canez Bacardi. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canez Bacardi votes green. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
One votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henio is not voting. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is excused. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So is excused. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote is vote fair.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. With that, Pro Tem Chair. Excuse me, Honorable Kealan Begay changes his vote to red. With that, Pro Tem Chair,
I'm
you have
changing my vote to red. To the future.
Honorable Eugene So changes his vote to red. With that, Pro Tem Chair, you have 5 delegates who vote in favor and 13 delegates who oppose. With Pro Tem Speaker, Honorable Jamie Henio not voting.
Machine had motion to table, 5 in favor, 13 opposed. Motion fails. So we're back on the main motion. Kodoy, is there anybody else in the queue in the main motion? Nobody in the queue. We'll go back to reserve time. Delegate Amber Kinas-Makrati, 4 minutes and 10 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Delegate Henry. I appreciate that. So if I could get some additional information regarding the waiver of sovereign immunity, could you explain how that impacts, or what exactly is this intent to waive sovereign immunity? And in terms of, so if the program is prepared to take over, I think what I'm hearing is I haven't heard much in terms of how the nation will either, what parts of sovereignty are being waived, and then is this going to allow individuals or entities to sue the nation for non-compliance with either federal or tribal regulations? And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time at 3 minutes and 14 seconds. So with this, I'll defer back to Delegate Wilson C. Stewart Jr. through your agent.
Question Shania, Speaker Pro Tem. I will ask for assistance from Ms. Jeremiah, possibly Ms. Quinn, going back to legal. So, even actually without AB hostile, Shania, Speaker.
They're allowed to have 2 agents, and they already identified 2 agents, which is Ms. Jeremiah and Mr. Skeet. So therefore, if there's a question from the floor directly towards DOJ, then I'll defer to DOJ, but the 2 agents you have, Shanada.
Question Shania, so I'll go back to Ms. Jeremiah then.
The limited waiver of sovereign immunity that is required for the federal government to approve this has to do with a citizen suit, really, is where a state cannot be sued by a citizen of the state. So that is, read that as where the tribe cannot be sued by a citizen of the tribe. So the waiver will allow the Navajo Nation to be sued by a citizen should there be a reason for it. So in having a limited waiver of sovereign immunity means that citizens are able to sue the nation only on violations of this particular law if it's passed, the Navajo Surface Coal Mining and Reclamation Act, and no other law. And so that, or the operator. And what that does is, I mean, think of it this way: if you didn't have that limited waiver of sovereign immunity, then you're not giving the citizens, you're not giving them a right to sue. I mean, that's a right. It's a national law. We're not a dictatorship here, and if you took that choice or that freedom away from citizens, that wouldn't be right. And so that is where the sovereign immunity, the limited waiver of sovereign immunity, comes in. I will defer to Mr. Skeet to add on to that, if I'm able.
Okay, thank you, Shazita, Amber. The legislation is a national law when it was passed in 1977 by President Carter, where any citizen can challenge an operation or the regulator to be able to maintain this National Surface Mining Act. And here we are seeking tribal regulatory authority that is going to duplicate the federal version of SMACRA that is allowed under Section 710J, as Ms. Jeremiah pointed out, the particular section. And it's just that little door within the Act does not infect the Navajo Nation or any other tribal entity seeking primacy of sovereignty. And 3 years ago, about 6 years ago, Delegate Walter Phelps introduced legislation that the council approved to amend 710 Act to include tribal judicial system. So that would take a legislative effort from government to government within Washington. So there's that opportunity to be able to reflect that legislation that was approved by NABI 6 years ago. Thank you.
So that Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr., does that complete your response?
Oh, Shana, Speaker Pro Tem.
Question of privilege. Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman Daniel So, what's your question of privilege?
That limited, Speaker Pro Tem and colleagues, things like that limited waiver of sovereign immunity ought to be posed to Ms. April Quinn of Navajo Nation Department of Justice. So that would be my question of privilege. Shouldn't that question be posed to Navajo Nation Department of Justice? Thank you.
Chairman Daniel So, for your question of privilege to Navajo Nation Department of Justice, Ms. April Quinn. There's a question for you.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you, Delegate So, for the question. Thank you, honorable delegates. With respect to I'll touch a little bit on sovereign immunity and then also on the citizen suit provision. So sovereign immunity means that a sovereign cannot be sued, right? The nation asserts sovereign immunity all the time. And when we waive sovereign immunity, it is the Navajo Nation agreeing to be sued under certain circumstances. And I think that has been discussed. Well, okay, so let me back up. So SMACRA contains a citizen suit provision, and that is a way for any person to sue under SMACRA. It allows anyone, any person, to sue federal OSM for very limited things, either to get an operator to comply with SMACRA, to compel the regulator to comply with SMACRA, or if they've been basically harmed, or if there's some sort of emergency, it allows any person to sue the regulator, the operator, or whomever, basically to enforce SMACRA, right? Protect the people, protect the environment. And Congress, by passing SMACRA, basically waives the sovereign immunity of the United States, saying we will allow OSM to be sued in these limited circumstances, right? To allow for people to enforce SMACRA. And with the Navajo Nation stepping into the shoes of the federal government, into the shoes of OSM, we have to agree to waive the Navajo Nation sovereign immunity so that the citizen suit provisions of SMACRA will apply. It's a check on the Navajo Nation as the regulator, right? So if a citizen believes the Navajo Nation is in complying with SMACRA or NTEC or Peabody, they can sue under the citizen suit provision. So I hopefully have answered the question, what are we waiving? So the Navajo Nation will agree to be sued in the Navajo Nation District Court in Window Rock, and any appeal will go to the Navajo Nation Supreme Court. And then at that point, SMACRA requires that appeals be appealable to the Court of Appeals, the Circuit Court, basically where the mine is located. And so that is the appeal process. And so that is what the nation would be agreeing to. It's the same general principles that the federal government abides by with respect to the citizen suit provision and SMACRA. I hope that answers the question and concerns. If not, I'm happy to answer anything additional. And I would like to also note that Paul Spruhan is on the line. He's the head of DOJ's litigation unit, and he is willing and able to weigh in on DOJ's resources. And he has told me that he believes the litigation unit can handle any increased caseloads that will occur if the Navajo Nation receives primacy under SMACRA. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem.
Yeah, no, Ms. Quinn, for your response to the question posed through the question of privilege. Going back to the floor on the main motion, any new players there's no new players in the queue here. So we'll go back to reserve time. Delegate Vince James, Ecuador, you have 2 minutes and 43 seconds.
No members of the council, presenters on data, Shina Behinzi that we talked about at Nabikiyati. That is incorrect information. I want to make that known for the record. The Ecuador legislation he thought was sozi. Under the consent agenda. I just want to make that correction. Ado khodo bahna dish kidi thought bahna that kido aten kunza de ato just in the hot after do khodo Miss April Quinn thought juno ya na hod ne ko ahbet dish ne khashid hot ba le to but khodosh biniye at the Nielsen taka chokot khodo biget ishtin sazindo ako she says do na nish delia na adikito adula Linda hot atsko konda sil kha chukot in hiche hot abani na hot na del kitten de John de to konanat ako ba Johnson ako halit ado lihla halit ilne to lihla chukot ako ish says do quite passion ako khayla kodon hitin ya quite naka anahot hazleo an hipe naho yil na dole chokot shifts do wicket ishki ako do okot da do wait ahwe kodo ziltin senel bikon ahwelchen da hoji na dole di quite not in hitatos sozi ben nachin so kot kot ba hasti do shin the chi shin that dit chofot beshes do beshes do lako but just wanted to make that correction, but that it was never discussed and it was never brought before the council for debate at number 8. Thank you. I can reserve my time.
Reserve time at 23 seconds. Though if there's nobody else in the queue, I don't see anybody in the queue to speak. I'll go back to reserve time. Delegate Amber Kudasbakrati, 3 minutes and 14 seconds.
Thank you. Could Department of Justice let the council know approximately how many, if there's any, what would be the status of any current lawsuits regarding SMACRA projects or reclamation projects here on the Navajo Nation? And does in improving the primacy and the funding with the waiver, does that also include any assistance with the legal fees? If I could get clarification in terms of, I appreciate Mr. Spruhan feeling that he could, his unit could cover it, but it's always the Navajo Nation Council that we need to look into our purse and find those dollars. And so I just want to make sure, and we always tend to get the raw side of the deal when we get any type of reclaim any type of these rights from the federal government and they're not like fully funded or not given the resources that are needed. If I could get that insight, thank you, and I'll reserve my time.
Reserve time at 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Question to Navajo Nation Department of Justice, Ms. Quinn or Mr. Spurhan?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I can definitely take the first question about how many lawsuits, I believe it was how many lawsuits are pending under SMACRA. I think with respect to the mines located on the Navajo Nation, as far as I know, there are no lawsuits pending. I think the last one that I'm aware of was a few years ago when certain groups sued OSM over Peabody's permit. And I think that was in 2018, or maybe it was before that. It was a permit renewal that was challenged by certain groups. And it made it to the Department of the Interior's Office of Hearings and Appeals, and a decision was made, and the petitioners had the right to appeal to the district court, and they didn't. So the lawsuit stopped when it was internal at the Department of the Interior. It didn't even make it to court. So, lawsuits are time consuming, they're expensive. So, lots of times they just kind of fizzle out. With respect to whether the SMACRA funding would cover our legal assistance, I don't believe that it does. I think it goes just to the Minerals Department. Ms. Jeremiah can correct me if that's wrong. And then I'll also defer to Paul if he has anything to say with respect to Delegate Karate's questions. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Ms. Quinn, for your response to the question. Mr. Spurhead?
Yeah, honorable members of the Nomination Council, can you hear me?
Oh, Yata, hey, we can hear you.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't have much to add to Ms. Quinn's comments. I think the question of funding is a important one. As I understand the concern, taking on regulatory authority where there's a waiver of immunity, where there have been possible lawsuits, means then that there's expenses related to legal defense of the nation, which is always an appropriate concern for the council as to where this money would come from. I think Ms. Quinn's representations are correct. The nation is sued for a number of things that are covered both by the Department of Justice's main budget, which is for our litigation unit as part of the larger budget of the Department of Justice. And so when someone sues the nation, we defend it as appropriate. There's also insurance coverage related to certain lawsuits that are filed against the Navajo Nation through the Risk Management Department, which ultimately may be defended by outside counsel with a contract with the Risk Management Department. And there's also the Fixed Cost Litigation Fund, which the council, of course, is well aware is funded for specifically these types of purposes. Now, again, as Ms. Quinn noted, Ms. Jeremiah can clarify as to whether any of the funding that the Minerals Department currently gets or will get as related to primacy could be used for legal defense fees. And so I will suggest that Ms. Jeremiah may be able to answer the specific question as to whether that's currently covered or would be covered through that separate funding. But I do think it is very much an appropriate question whenever the nation takes on this regulatory authority where litigation may ensue as to exactly how that's going to be paid for. So that would be my response. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, pardon.
No, Mr. Spurhead, for your response to the question. And with this, I'll defer back to the floor if there are any further questions. But I believe to get a full answer for this question is Ms. Jeremiah.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. Currently, the any litigation that's heard in Navajo Nation courts that's going to be covered by the Navajo Nation budget. It's not the included with the Navajo Nation's insurance. We will not have a line item, for example, within the surface mining program's budget to cover any lawsuits.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying the question even more. So this, going back to the floor, 24th Navajo Nation Council. I don't see anybody else in the queue at this time for questions. So therefore, go back to reserve time. Delegate Vince James, 23 seconds.
Members of the council, Kodoni Obaka State Ocean, Nita Napa, Ajashi, the Yay, Kachi, Japaniapa, that eat Alako, out in Hijanan, as seat only. Thank you for waiting the rest of my time.
Let's waive your time. Shinata. Going back to reserve time. Shinata, Delegate Amber Karate, 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate the response from Department of Justice and the Minerals Department. I think in terms of the benefits of Navajo Nation reclaiming this primacy definitely has some advantages. I'm just not sure in terms of this presentation, and we're always presented, like we always just see the glitter. We always see what are the fantastic opportunities. And what I haven't seen is in terms of the line of questioning, what would happen if the nation did not follow the federal guidelines and there was a suit. And I'm just cautious because I can't point to a Navajo Nation program currently that is doing a stellar job. But I also cannot look to a federal program that is doing a stellar job. And what my hope is in the program asking the council and for this limited waiver of sovereignty is that we will be accountable and that there is an option to be sued. I think that also would be an added benefit in terms of making sure the programs are accountable. But we need a strong, or we don't know who the next director of natural resources will be. We have Ms. Jeremiah now, and so we need to really, as a nation, strengthen our regulatory. As we heard about what happened to the forest contamination with the forestry department, or not the forestry department, I apologize, with that enterprise, and just regulating what is happening to our land and to our water and to our different elements and how we can boost that up. So I appreciate it. I understand it's late in the evening, so I'll waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
For your comments regarding legislation 186-22. But this, is anybody else in the queue? Then there is nobody in reserve time. Therefore, there are no amendments at this time to 186-22. So therefore, we'll go to a roll call vote if there is nobody else in the queue. Final call it then. So this roll call vote, Ms. Sosi?
Beginning the vote with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Knez Bakrati will vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati votes green. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Oh, excuse me. Honorable Jamie Henio is not voting. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Oh, excuse me, Honorable Raymond Smith is excused as well. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So is excused. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Once more, Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. With that, Pro Tem Chair, you have 17 delegates who voted in favor, 1 delegate who opposes. With presiding chair, Honorable Jamie Henio not voting.
Sheikh legislation 186-22, 17 in favor, 1 opposed. Chair and Speaker Pro Tem not voting. Legislation receives a due pass. This is a 2/3 legislation and it needed 16 plus votes. So this should select our delegate Wilson C. Stewart Jr. Moving on down the line to legislation 0023-22. Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton is a sponsor, prime sponsor. So with this, Mr. Rico.
A point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Point of privilege.
Yes, thank you. With the petition, Delegate Henio, are we able to recess?
At the present time, no, because the petition was only for 1 day. If it was for 2 days, we would be able to do that, but it's just for 1 day only.
Delegate Henio, am I able to motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn takes precedence over all motions. So if you wish to motion to adjourn, I'll recognize it.
Yes, thank you. It's very late and it's very cold.
Motion to adjourn by Delegate Member Knospa Crotty. Is there a second? There's a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second to the motion. Delegate Brown, I'll second.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, second. So there's a motion to adjourn. Motion and second. Therefore, we will do a roll call vote to adjourn. Ms. Sosi?
Beginning the vote with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Key Allen votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay votes red. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja Delegate Crotty, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati votes green. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater and Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. are excused. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So is excused. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote who?
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Once more, Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. With that, Pro Tem Chair, you have 8 delegates who voted in favor, 10 delegates who oppose, with Pro Tem Chair Honorable Jamie Henio not voting.
Mr. We have 8 in favor, 10 opposed. Motion to adjourn fails. It is 8:41 p.m. and we still have 13 legislations to go through. So with this, we'll move forward to legislation 0023-22. Mr. Rico, if you would read that legislation to the record.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Tracking number 0023-22, an act relating to the Health, Education, Human Services, Law and Order, and Navajo Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, amending certain sections of the Navajo Nation Code to transfer legislative oversight over veteran services to the Navajo Committee. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. We do have committee reports from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. You have a committee report from the Law and Order Committee that recommended due pass and no amendment. You have a committee report from the Navajo Committee that recommended pass and is referred to Navajo Nation Council. This legislation is a 2/3 legislation and require 16 in favor votes per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9. Legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Rico, for the reading of the legislation. Is there a motion on legislation 0023-22?
Motion.
Delegate Brown, motion. Okay. Motion, Chairman Daniel So. Is there a second?
Delegate Brown, second.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, second. So are there any questions, comments? Is there anybody in the queue? Magashina, we do have one player in the queue. So Shananta, Delegate Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, you have the floor. 20 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for motioning and second for this legislation. I do bring before you legislation number 0023-22, which would transfer the legislative oversight of veteran services to Nabik-Iatske. As we all know, currently the oversight is the Health, Education, Human Services. With this legislation, the request has been from veterans to transfer the oversight to NABI so that we could all be involved in the conversations regarding the veterans. As many of you know, we had a very interesting 4 years regarding our veterans. We know that housings were not completed, as well as many projects. During that time, there was a lot of requests to get updates from our veterans as to what was going on, and then to also get answers about budgets, and then also the projects and where they stand. Health Education Human Services did have the Veterans Director come before the committee to provide some information, but to those legislations that did affect veterans or has had oversight and also final vote on, it was very difficult for those of us who are outside of the committee, to speak to some of the issues. We also had several issues where we did call upon the Veterans Director during Nabik Iatske, and then also council, and many of our questions were never answered. And so the purpose of transferring legislative oversight is because our veterans have asked over and over again for assistance, and then also they have also asked for information to be shared with them. And so the purpose of this legislation is to, again, transfer that legislative oversight from Veteran Services to Nabik Iatske. I know that there has been some misinformation going around online saying that we were going to be taking away that responsibility from President-elect Nygren, when that's not the case. Currently, council does have legislative oversight over Veteran Services, but it is only at Health Education Human Services. And again, the purpose of this is to transfer to Nabik Iatske. We do have veterans who have passed resolutions, and they are attached to the legislation supporting this move. It would give us all the opportunity as a council as a whole to be able to ask questions and to try to address the issues that are happening there with Veteran Services. I think one of the biggest issues that we currently are facing with a lot of our programs, and then also with a lot of the, what is happening on the nation, is we don't either have enough funding to get projects done, or, in the event that we do have funding, we run into a lot of hiccups with working with different divisions and departments, Office of the Controller, OMB. But in this case, it seems that the Veterans Housing Funds have been sitting there, and we really didn't see very much movement in terms of houses being built. I believe in this administration, I think there were only 2 houses that were built for veterans in the 4 years that we were in office. And so we just need we need information coming from veterans, from the Veteran Services. Regarding Veteran Services, we do need better information to be provided to us. And that was a purpose of transferring, again, legislative oversight from Health Education Human Services to Nabik Iatske. I will also state that I know that Delegate Eugene So has said this time and time again, that every single issue that comes before council really should be an issue that should be addressed at Nabik Iatske. And I believe that Delegate Eugene So, in his 4 years as council, did try to pass legislation to create only one oversight, that being Nabik Iatske. But I believe that legislation failed, and so it didn't go any further. And I know that every single issue that does come before every single committee does affect all of our Navajo people. And that push was made to try to just make one committee, but that failed. And again, with our veterans, veterans was really a hot topic issue during the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And there was somewhat of a split. We have 2 agencies that were voting together, and 3 agencies that were not voting together, or that voting with the other 2 agencies. So we know that the issues are split, but it gives us the opportunity to hear both sides of the story, so that we can get better understanding what's happening with our Veteran Services. I don't have at this point. I don't believe that I have anybody on the line right now to serve as an agent, since this is coming from our Veteran Services. I was hoping that we were gonna have Vern Lee on the call, or we were gonna have other veterans on the call because it's late. I don't know if they're still on the call. But if they are, if you could just text me. If not, then I'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to you, Chair Hanyo, and I stand for questions. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Adriana Charles Newton for the presentation to legislation 0023-22. We do have Shinanda, which requesting to speak. Shinanda Delegate Amber Knasbakrati, you're up first.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate the legislation. Thank you, Delegate Charles Newton. In terms of moving the oversight to Nabakiakit, if Northern Agency veterans support this, I definitely support it. When just a little bit of history regarding when the veterans, how we currently see the veterans program, because it's under the office of the president and vice president. At that time, we had discussed should HES continue to be the oversight, because it was moved out of, I believe it was under Division of Human Resources at the time. And so this veterans office has had somewhat of an interesting history. So being under Nabakiakin, and I remember at the time, the veterans at that time felt that the committee wouldn't be able to understand or provide that comprehensive support to the veterans. But if that has changed and the recommendation is now for the Nabakiakin committee to be the oversight, then that I would just need to know insight. Is the challenge the policies or the legislations that that council has authorized tests regarding veterans? Is that the challenge that you see in this sponsoring this legislation, or is more of the focus in terms of hearing the concerns and being able to address the veterans' concerns when it comes to the program? Because what I'm trying to understand is, what were was it just personality challenges at HES, or why would this recommendation be made other? And I agree, a lot of more of our authority should be re-examined, that is given to the oversight, so that it could we could have this collective conversation. But if it's the policies and the procedures, should we be planning to review those policies and procedures that have been passed by the last or by past councils, this current council and past councils? Is that something that we should be gearing up for? And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
And reserve time at 2 minutes and 21 seconds. Moving on down the line to Chairman Chairman Daniel So.
Go ahead, Chairman, Speaker Pro Tem, Otto, colleagues, the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I do support the adoption of this legislation. Number one, the office exists within the Veterans Administration office is within the office of the president and vice president. And it just puzzles me that, it was carved out and put under HES. And certainly the veterans issues is a Navajo Nation issue that I feel like the Navajo committee would best address.
in those aspects, I really felt like HES committee, at certain times in the 4 years, we were basically set as a scapegoat for some of the inefficiencies of the Office of the Navajo Veterans Administration. And at times, the authority was ignored, and basically some of the actions of the committee were not carried out. So in those aspects, then I really feel like, in previous councils, all the way from the time the council was reduced to 24, there are certain discrepancies in the oversight. There's one committee that oversees a branch. There's another aspect that where our Attorney General answers to one committee, and in the other aspects where a Navajo Nation issue water and water rights is again addressed by one committee. And there are several others. The Office of Broadband exists within the Office of the President and Vice President, and I see that Resource and Development will address that plan of operation. I feel like it really should rest with the Navajo. In this aspect, it just shows that the Navajo Nation government, the oversight authorities that are laid out, it's imperfect. And so in this work, then we try to make it better so that the delivery of services will be more certain rather than to be jumbled around. We had 110 business units, and then there was different sides of the issue that basically made it to where even at the local chapter veterans organization doesn't know exactly what is going on. And I feel like then the Navajo committee would be the best oversight for this particular program. Thank you.
Chairman Daniel So. The next person is Delegate Mark Freeland.
I didn't ask to speak, Shinata.
Okay. Kushina, I think you were hacked, so we'll take your name off the queue here. Kushina, I don't see anybody else in the queue, so I'll defer back to the sponsor, Madam Chair, Charles Dune, you have one question?
Thank you, Chair Henyo. So I was trying to write down the questions, and I do apologize. I was hearing a little bit more comments than I was questions, but to answer the direct question by Delegate Crotty regarding Northern Agency and where they stand, my understanding is they did approve and pass a resolution. At the moment, Vice Commander Eloise Brown is looking for the resolution, and I believe at one point they did send it, but I don't know why it wasn't attached to the comments. So both Vern Lee and also Eloise Brown did state that the NNVO did pass a resolution that supported 0023-22. So I hope that answers your question. And as soon as I get it, I will be happy to forward that information to you, as well as Fort Defiance Veterans Organization also did support, does have a resolution that is attached to the legislation supporting 0023-22. In terms of, I guess, some of the issues that were faced by Hess, and thank you for giving me that breakdown of the history. So I know that Hess did address a lot of the issues that were coming down regarding the veterans, but at the same time, I think there were a little bit more things that were going on with the Veterans Administration. And as you know, as we all know, as delegates, there were a lot of concerns that were brought forward by veterans regarding the different legislations that were going through the process. And I think our veterans simply wanted one thing, and that was they wanted the services that was approved by council. They just wanted those services delivered. And I think that was one of the biggest issues that we kept running into was, why are those services not being delivered? Why were there only 3 homes built in these last 4 years when funding sits there for veterans housing? Why did veterans continue to run out of funding when it came to services that needed to be provided to them? So Delegate Crotty, I hope I was able to answer your question in terms of this legislation. For Delegate Chair Daniel, so thank you for supporting the legislation, and then also thank you for sharing a little bit of information that has been going on there at Health Education Human Services. I know that as chairs, we're limited in asking questions and then also participating in the committee meetings, and especially when legislations come through the pipeline. But I do appreciate your statement, the statement that is being made on your behalf as chair for Health Education Human Services. And I do want to remind the 24th Navajo Nation Council that we have been informed several times that the agency, that the Veterans the Advisory Council only serves to advise. And I believe that veterans have informed us on several occasions that even with that, they were not allowed to, the advisements were only taken under consideration. And many of those times as delegates, we weren't privy to what was happening because I think they were working directly with Health Education Human Services to try to address those issues. So I think in this case, it would give us an opportunity to work directly with the veterans to try to pinpoint what the issues are that are happening, so that we can try to move legislation to try to move these services forward for our veterans. And then, in terms of housing, to get houses built for our veterans, to no longer have veterans who are homeless, or those who need assistance, who are out there but not getting the assistance that they need. So again, I apologize if I missed any questions. I felt like there were more comments and background information that was being provided. And if I missed anything, I do apologize. So with that, Chair Henny, I'm turning the floor back over to you, and I do stand for questions. Thank you.
For the response, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Though we're looking back at the queue, is there anybody else in the queue? Then there's nobody in the queue. I'll go back to reserve time. 2 minutes and 21 seconds. And Delegate Amber Knusbach-Crotty. Okay, she waives her time according to our staff here. So therefore, we have nobody else in the queue, nobody on reserve time. Therefore, we'll go to a roll call vote. Legislation 0023-22. There are no amendments. So, Ms. Sosi.
Beginning the vote with Honorable Elmer Begay. How do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Amber Kines Bakrati. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati votes green. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland is excused. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater and Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. are excused. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So is excused. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Ed Benyazi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Ed Benyazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not
vote green.
vote. Excuse me, Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Via text, Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels.
Red.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Red votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. With that, Pro Tem Chair, you have 13 with that, Pro Tem Chair, you have 14 delegates who voted in favor, 3 delegates who oppose. With presiding chair, Pro Tem Speaker, Honorable Jamie Henio not voting.
She can, legislation 0023-22, 14 in favor, 3 opposed. Speaker Pro Tem not voting. This is a 2/3 legislation requiring 16 votes. Therefore, motion fails. We'll move forward to the next legislation. The last two-thirds votes that we have on our agenda. And I believe Delegate Vince James requested to be excused. And there was granted. So we'll move forward to legislation 0130-19. We do have Delegate Elmer P. McGee on the call here. Mr. Rico, if you would read legislation to the record.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Tracking number 0130-19 in action relating to the Law and Order, Budget and Finance, Nabaquita Committees and Navajo Nation Council approving and adopting the Citizen Delicon Justice Center Fund Expenditure Plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 to 2508. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Elmer P. McGee, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr. You do have committee reports from the Law and Order Committee that the has had it under consideration and reports the same to with the recommendation that it stay with the Law and Order Committee. This legislation is tabled for 15 days until all documents are pertaining to the legislation. All required documents be provided by the agent. The legislation stays with the Law and Order Committee until the task is completed. First, Section 164, Navajo Nation Council and Committee Legislative Process, A11, the legislation that was tabled by a committee with final approval authority over the matter shall remain with the committee until removed from table status. A legislation that was tabled by a committee without final approval authority over the matter shall move forward to subsequent assigned committees or the Navajo Nation Council and thereafter referred to the Nabaquita Committee. You do have a committee report from the my apologies. The first committee report from the Law and Order Committee referred it to was a pass with no amendment to the Human Resources Committee. The Health, Education and Human Resource Committee then passed with no amendment. At the Resource and Development Committee, the legislation passed with one amendment. That amendment was as follows. Amendment number 1, page 3, line 2021, section 3, paragraph B as follows. Paragraph B, after Delicon chapter 4, overstrike $32,982,030 and insert new amount $35,928,890. 2, page 4, line 5, section 4, paragraph 1 as follows. 1, after annual allocations from the total allocation of overstrike $32,982,980 and insert $35,928,890. 3, exchange the exhibit B, which has a total of $32,982,030 with the new exhibit B with $35,928,890. Attached to that committee report is a new exhibit B. Then it went to the Law and Order, where Law and Order referred it to Nabaquita. At Nabaquita on February 13th, 2020, legislation was referred back to the Law and Order Committee. Then the Law and Order Committee referred it back to Nabaquita, which was acted on today on December 19th, 2022. This legislation is a 2/3 legislation. It is also a citizen legislation, as it will go across the street to the Office of President and Vice President. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic push recording. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Sheikh Mr. Rico, for the reading of legislation to the record. Is there a motion, legislation 0130-19?
Point of privilege. So get recognized.
Shananda, point of privilege, Chairman Nez, before I recognize the motion.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how many of our colleagues are excused? I'm just wondering, because a lot of our colleagues just asked to be excused, and a lot of their legislations and their fundings have been approved, and now they don't want to be with us. What's going on? Thank you.
Okay, Shinada, Chairman Ness, there is a request to be excused for various reasons, medical reasons, family issues that had just come up, and so forth. And so that's why the excuses were granted, Shinada Akodo. But for your question, how many Shinada 24th Nomination Council members have been granted excused? 6. We have 6 24th Nomination Council members that are excused, Shinada. Chairman is. So that leaves us with 17, including myself. So with this, is there a motion for legislation 130-19?
Yeah. Delegate Begay.
Before I recognize a motion, Shinada, Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
There's no motion, anything that can just be deferred to the next meeting, or that has to be requested or has to with a motion, because we don't have enough delegates there.
Shinada, Delegate Elmer P. Begay, unannoyedly, if you wish to suspend the floor rules and motion, this to defer this to the next council session and take it off the agenda, we'll leave that up to you, Shinada, as I have not recognized a main motion yet.
So can I go ahead and make a motion to defer this item legislation to the next meeting, to defer to remove off the agenda?
Kushina, there's a motion. Motion by Shinada, Delegate Elmer P. Begay to
Second.
legislation 130-19, which is the to defer to the next special session and to delete off the agenda. Second by Shinada Akodo, Delegate Chairman Rick Nez. So this committee members, there is a motion second to defer this to the next committee meeting and remove it from the agenda. Are there any questions?
Chair, if I'm in order,
Oh, Shinada, Delegate Eugene, so
would you guys include my 10108 as to be considered at the next